talk about it anymore. But yeah, dude, like this is what they do. We are not doing channel screen for obvious. We want to be able. There's always some guy saying hard R. There's some dude named hard R.
Yeah, just hide them. I'm recording too. It should be. You could just blur it out or something.
I don't have mods, so I just don't put them on the screen.
Do you have
more fun.
the subs turn on? Do you have all the? Are you monetizing or?
Yeah. Apparently, well, I give my passwords out, so I got subs today. I guess someone turned it on. Finally, after a month.
So what's going? What, you drinking a beer?
Whatever. Yeah, I know. But it's 4th of July. I don't drink, so I'm like today.
What's up with you, man? So what you been up to? You've been working hard. You called me about all these business opportunities. Have you been capitalizing on it? Because a lot of new people are finding out about you. Even Steve will do a message you back. He says he wants to link up with you. It seems like you're doing the right thing. You're doing everything right except for streaming.
The streaming will come when I have my own identity, but I won't have my own identity until I do the merry-go-round. Because it's like those YouTubers who do it alone, yeah, they fizzle out. But the YouTubers who are interconnected with Adam22, Nelk Boys and stuff, they're a part of YouTube culture history. Oh, they can go for 5, 10 more years longer on YouTube. But I'm just setting myself up so I can do this till I'm Joe Rogan's age, right? And I know when I come back to streaming, they're gonna be like, whoa, he's doing big hours. Like, streaming is easy for me. The hard part is the behind the scenes. And another thing is, like, that's the grown-up part, is the behind the scenes. Like, when Sneeko took a day off to do behind the scenes, he brought this chef, Melina. That stream was so funny. There was like a professional chef in the fucking apartment with us. That's what happens when you take days off and you're actually working. But if Sneeko and I weren't like doing, you know what I mean? I don't want to just fucking sit there with you. You know, I like having the better. Bro, that's a timeless stream. That one with the adrenochrome and shit, that was hilarious.
Can I ask you about this? I didn't want to talk about it because I actually like Adam personally. But
yeah, I'll stop joking. I'll stop.
What you do talk about the free quite a bit.
Yeah.
You know where I'm going with this?
Oh, about Adam?
Deemed our world
I know a lot
not
about
worth
Adam.
saving.
Do you want to talk about it?
However, does not
I thought he's your
account for the
friend.
power of free will.
I do like it. I mean, he did
It's
say,
up to each
shut
of
up,
us
cuck
to
to me.
prove this
the
is
other
a
day, but I
world
do
worth
genuinely-
Oh,
saving.
okay. He said, "Shut up, cuck." Okay, we could go in. So basically, his dad was pardoned by Bill Clinton himself.
He told me that on my stream.
Right. His last name is Grand Mason, and if you look at his upbringing, he wasn't into hip hop. That's a position given to him.
He was a BMX biker.
Oh yeah, he was. Before that, he was a lot more white boy. It's, you know what I mean? You're given a position, and then you kind of mold yourself into like Ghislaine. You know, though you're not Ghislaine, but like you're given a position, and then you become like Zerka's given position of hip hop power, and then he becomes more hip hop. But it wasn't like, was it passion? Does he say hip hop is his passion? I don't think so.
He likes the music, the murder music, and it kind of like that white boy thing. Like I like to live vicariously through it. I like the realness,
I don't think he does.
rawness.
I don't. I swear to God, I think Adam plays "What a Wonderful World" when he fucks bitches. I think he gets along better with Steven and White Boys because, like, did I know murder music and drill? People have a passion for that stuff. It leaks to how they talk, move, sound. But Adam's kind of just like in the business of it. But people are like, "Yo, you're trying to say he's just like making money off it?" There's not much wrong with that. I'm not saying. I'm just saying like. It seems like someone poked him as an adult and said, "This is the position you're given. Do you want to go maximize your life, or do you want to be a BMXer?" It just seems weird how he got into.
So, are you insinuating that a Freemason or a high-level person in the hip-hop industry said you need to go and spread murder music to the black culture, to go and program them and spread degeneracy and make people interested in drugs and premarital sex and all this garbage? You need to promote a bunch of murder rappers. This is your position as a white guy. You need to introduce black culture to white people.
No, it's not a super villain like you got to be bad. What they do is they just send you to the pool of degeneracy and let you sit there, and eventually you become what they want you to be. So, for example, they won't say, "Zerka, we want you to spread degeneracy on the youth." What they'd say is, "We have a platform with millions of people watching. Zerka, go live with porn stars for a year and have your podcast from there. And we're gonna send you these kind of party people and stuff. You guys are gonna have a lot of fun." And then they don't have to really tell me to be bad. I'm just gonna start more people. Like if Sneeko lived in a house with porn stars and stuff like that, it wouldn't be the same Sneeko. And like within 4 days, you'd be a completely different Sneeko. And then within a year, you'd be very degen, and you'd be selling degen to the world. But I don't think there's like one day you're gonna have a wife.
No. Those are the conversations they have behind the scenes, but they definitely spell it out in a way. And it's in contracts. It's like, oh, you need to do this, and but they make it seem like it's really appealing, and they make it seem like it's regular in the entertainment industry. But at the same time, they have a lot of rappers, and there's this giant conspiracy, and it's actually been proven by a lot of people.
You hold on, you gotta remember, this been leaked by a high up rapper. The biggest names when rap was turning very away from like pop culture and dancey and stuff, when it was turning very violent,
soul into murder.
The biggest corporations that work with private prisons would hire influencers or rappers to promote boom, 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 boom. So more people got locked up, and then they would have investments in this, so they'd have a higher percentage in their fucking business. So that's like me having a private business and hiring Sneeko to talk about gang, murder. And we know your demographic is, let's say, the US, and we know exactly specific areas. Sneeko's youthful audience become murderers, fill up these private prisons, and Sneeko would get a big fat percentage off it. And these private prisons would like start turning from 1 to 4 to 8, stuff like that. So we know that's happened, but the people who talk about that get in big trouble. But
well,
yeah,
I'm asking about this. So what we hear a lot, I'm sure you know about this, is that they say like artists, not only do they make them wear a dress on their album cover, like every single black entertainment actor, they always have to wear a dress in a movie. Every rapper, they have to wear a dress and they have to talk about something like Drake is painting his nails, for example. It's like he has a shirt that says product of the industry, or like owned by the industry on his shirt. All these rappers are accused of having gay sex with industry people and being part of a humiliation ritual. Basically, they get fucked in the ass in order to become famous. Is that true?
And it's not all rappers, only our favorites. And when I say favorites, I don't mean up and coming or medium level. I mean like people we listen to every day for the last 20 years. I told you one big name that I want to say, but dude, just like special ops, just like joining Spartan program, just like joining anything, there's always a sodomy ritual of psychic mind control. That if I fuck Sneeko in the ass, he works for me. And you remember, the lowest ego a man can have is a man who got fucked in the ass, believe it or not. And that's in my documentary with Kay Griggs. She talks about it. And these are all psychological studies that are actually like in university studies that you can't talk about anymore. But yeah, dude, like this is what they do. First, they get you drunk with a lot of girls, and this is how degeneracy spirals. This is how special ops do it. I'm not CIA. I'm from a military family, but I didn't get it from my family, or like I researched this. They get you drunk. Sneeko and Zerka get drunk with the girls, then drugs, then this, and the degeneracy levels up, and then it turns to the women, the prostitutes. They leave, and the generals say, "Hey, do you want to be a..." Well, they don't say, "Do you want to be?" They get you fucked up, and they say, "You're a rising star. You're not a cherry marine, as in we fuck you in the ass, but you're just one of our fucking toys. You were gonna be general." And all generals got fucked in the ass for the position, and people are like, "I don't believe this is real." Dude, it's been happening since Spartans.
I have a story about this.
Yeah.
So you know how I used to be a fashion model, right? Did Nike, did Burberry.
You got fucked in the ass, didn't you?
Let me finish the story.
Oh.
I would have told you this by now. You already did an interview.
Spoilers. No, you didn't get fucked in the ass because you didn't pop off.
I didn't get fucked in the ass, right. As soon as I got signed to a modeling agency, this is the lingo they started using. You're going to be a star. You're going to be a star. Yeah. Everybody in the modeling agency, everybody who runs the industry, all gay men. It's all like European gay guys, fruity dudes. Every single, like literally 90. I'm not exaggerating, chat. 95%.
Well,
wait, hold on. Let me finish.
I wouldn't say they get off on like just gayness. Sometimes they fuck women. They get off on power.
On power.
You know what I mean by that?
They were really fruity, and that was part of the industry, right? So they kept saying lingo like, "You're going to be a star. You're going to be a star." They tried to sell that stardom to me, right? And so I'm like, fine. I want to make some money on the side. So I did some shoots, and like I wasn't really booking stuff, right? A couple months goes by.
Where are we going with this?
Hold on.
Where are you going with this one? I'm scared.
I'm not booking a lot of things today. You need to build your book. You need to go build your. You need to have more photos, right? I'm like, it's fine. Like I'll take some photos, and I'm wearing. And they're like, you need to have a professional photographer, right? So then they send me to this book creator or whatever. And I was just watching Eyes Wide Shut. And it's a similar thing. Like drugs will open up a portal, and that scene in Eyes Wide Shut when Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman are having that argument when she starts saying that she wants to go fuck the naval officer right before she's smoking weed, and then they have all these demonic conversations. That's when everything goes up. So they sent me to this photographer. He's in Harlem. He's smoking weed, right? It's in the middle of the day. It's like 9 a.m. I have a video to do later, so I'm going to stop in and do the shoot. And I see the entire table laid out, and I see the entire wardrobe that he has. There's dresses, there's bras, there's women's jewelry, there's like just all these fruity stuff, feathers, all this stuff. And he's like, he's offering me weed, and I said, no, I don't want to do it. And we walk outside, and he sets up the giant the white backdrop and all this stuff, and he says, put on a dress. I'm like, no, I don't want to do that. Like, I don't want to. Like, no.
Whoa, he said it like that?
He said like, put on this dress, and then I'm like, I'm not comfortable doing it. And it's like, okay, that's fine. And then let's find a new spot. So we pack up the whole thing, the white stuff, and we go to a different side of the park. He's like trying to see if I'm going to become comfortable with it. He says like, put in this feather thing. I'm like, I'm not wearing that. Like, I'm not going to do that. And then my agent calls me. It's like, you're giving him a hard time. Like, what's going on? You need to build your book. Like you said, you need to make more money. Like, you need to build your book. I'm like, fine. So he gives me like this corset thing. This picture's like all over the internet. He was wearing this. I'm sure you see it. It's like this thing. Whatever. It's this white thing. Put it on, and then takes some pictures. It's like goes in Vogue and stuff. And then he tells me like he wants me to. He's like, okay, now let's do this. Let's do the bra. It's like it's just expression. They're like, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna wear that. And then just ends the shoot, and then the shoot's over. None of the photos really, like it didn't help. I didn't book anything from it. But if you think about it, that entire process was a test from the industry. They were trying to break you down. They're trying to see how far they could take you. They're trying to see, can I make this guy a bitch? Am I gonna be able to own him? Can I get him high? Can I let him wear whatever we want, and then we'll book. So basically, they control all the bookings. They have the contacts with all the biggest ones. I got some. I walked for Burberry, walked for did Nike, did all this stuff, right? They have all the connections, and they wanted to see if I was going to be able to go as far as they wanted me to go. And I said no. Like, of course, I wore some stuff. And I didn't really like think about it that far, but that's what all of that was a humiliation. All of that was a test to see if once you get those things, they get you right. You can't really come back from that. You sold a part of your principles. You sold a part of what you said you were going to do. You've done something for money that beforehand you would have never even conceptualized. They tell you to sell you a dream, like you're going to be a star. They try to give you weed. Afterwards, like after the shoot, right? I can talk about this now. After the Burberry shoot, I don't want to name drop this guy, but one of the leading fashion designers in the industry, right? He's name dropped in all these rap songs. They do a party afterwards. I'm not invited, but they brought like a third of the models, right? And this guy's bisexual, just like all the other guys. And they're doing drugs. There was some weird stuff like in the other rooms. I don't want to speak too much about it, but after the fashion show, pretty much like that becomes an orgy, and a lot of people, that's when the fashion designers can engage in what they can use the models as they please, and not just the girls, but the guys too. So, and I've heard this guy's name like dropped in a lot of, but yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, no, it's crazy because people are gonna expect me to roast you and stuff, but I had the exact same experience fitness modeling and when I was working, I had to get parts, and it was some movie TV parts would go, you're either a bouncer or a criminal. You think you can do that? And I'm like, oh fuck, I'm both of those in real life, but I wouldn't tell them, right? It was fucking weird. But yeah, it was like in jeans, topless. I'm like, why the fuck's this scene taking so fucking long? This is like a tryout. What's that called? An audition, bro. And then I realized, oh, he's not even just like ogling me when I was steroided up and shit. He's seeing how much conversation he can have in a casual tone with me and for how long. So if I sat there like without a shirt, right, and had this long conversation with him casually for 20 minutes, 40 minutes, then they stop becoming your whatever, they become your friend. But I was a very aggressive coke kid, so like, hurry the fuck up with this, right? What the fuck? And I talked to my agent. I want to tell them, they hear how aggressive I am, so we go, oh, this guy, we're not fucking this guy's ass ever. And I worked at clubs that would have like a gay section at a fucking birthday party, some rich gay dudes, and then the gay dudes would be like, you are just so hot, but you're too straight, like no one would ever try you and stuff like that. Yeah, I'm like, oh, thank God that I was fucking that angry and stuff. But if I was in fitness, or excuse me, fashion is where it gets the gay yes. Like you're surrounded and shit. And you know what's crazy is like any profession you go into that has none of this stuff, still your boss can. predatory gay dude. But I've had normal jobs where it's like the boss just hired me because I'm fucking good looking to them. When you work at a bar, I'm like, what the fuck? This is like this is not Hollywood. This is just at a bar and stuff. And then I realized like, whoa, dude, he fucking he's not gay, but he always fucks in one way. I can get you promoted, Stacy. It's just it's gonna take some time. He fucks for power. Like he's fucking weird. You know, he's demonically charged. And I'm not gonna lie, dude. Every single OnlyFans girl shares this experience in LA. Like all of them. They just don't admit it because oh, my agency got me rich, but every agency's like this. You sleep, we're letting you sleep here. And they tell me all these stories. Like they start fucking telling me when we're all alone. I'm like, why don't you just leave the agency? No, they done so much for me. Yeah, go back to being molested.
They try to make you think that they're your friend, but it's never a friendship. It's always business. But that's the illusion. I heard that all the time, but I had a reputation in the people thought I was hard to work with. I got a bad reputation. Like they said, the reason I was never booking was because they think that I'm difficult. I had a difficult tendency because I would talk and I would have it like everyone. You're basically just supposed to show up and be a mannequin, and then I wouldn't like to. I had that kind of demeanor that I have now, which doesn't translate well. Like when you're a model, you're supposed to be bubbly, you're supposed to be agreeable, you're supposed to.
That's what Disney trains kids. It's psychological warfare on your kids. Disney trains your kids to be bubbly and ready for the handlers and the predators and the Weinsteins. Kids don't act like that. And all Disney is running away from home. That Peter Pan story.
Yeah.
It's always a child running away from home. What the fuck?
And then someone scoops you up and becomes your caretaker, just like now with those TikTokers who are saying to cut off your parents and then join my Patreon.
Bro, anywhere else on earth, living with your parents till 25, 28 is normal. Here, it's blasphemy if the fucking girl at 16 doesn't go to LA to get fucking molested. It's so weird. And even the base parents will be like, son, you're like 19 years old. You should like think of moving out. And it's like, bro, what the fuck? These parents are disgusting people. You know, Albanian parents, if you're 42 years old and living with your mom and dad, and you say, mom and dad, I'm thinking of moving out because I'm 42 now. You know, it's like I've really overstayed. This is what all Albanian parents say. Have we not done enough for you? You're this ungrateful. They start freaking out.
Immigrant parents.
It's it's fucking weird. But now I realize, like, whoa, all parents know when the child leaves the home and becomes an adult, everything out there wants to touch them. Everything wants to hurt you.
Did your parents let you go on sleepovers?
No, they'd say you can stay as late as you want. You can stay as late as you want, but you can't sleep.
My parents.
Right? We'll wait up for you. Don't worry.
Which is good. I'm never gonna let my kids go to sleepovers for that exact reason.
Yeah.
Flying Raptor gives a 10. He says the movie Training Day is basically a rough example of how the industry operates. Put the recruits' prospects through a test and see if they can bear the requirements. They're in the club. Yeah, that's basically it. He gives them angel dust and then puts them through all these tests and sees if he's one of them. That's a really soft version.
By the way, everyone in this chat, like all the men, we also do what these predatory people do in heterosexual relationships do. You'll see young men when they're in their player mode, they actually take notes on Amy did this. Yo, Amy let me do this. Yo, I told Amy to wear this. Yo, I told her to wear less clothes. They actually talk about the hoe in the group and how easy she is to fuck and how easy she is to be programmed. Yeah. So that predatory behavior happens in all humans. But when there's money around it, that money means network, meaning thousands of women around it. So they have way more opportunity to be sinful. So they become way more sinful. But dude, when you start seeing sin as it's Weinstein, but not Zerka, yo, it's everywhere. You get some power, you start doing that weird fucking power plays and shit. It's fucking disgusting.
Top G Mook says, thanks for the 10. Ask Zerka what he thinks about as above, so below.
What I think about it, I mean, it's interesting when you look at, not even mysticism, just regular modern, they're top rabbis on YouTube that have the most views. They told the most views rabbis, like they're Sheikh Guzman's, but in the way, they say, our mission is not about afterlife, it's to bring heaven to earth. Which literally means the satanic as above, so below. We can be our own gods. We bring paradise here. That is the most evil shit you can do. And what's crazy is Andrew Tate and a lot of people talk about that as being a normal thing. Like, I'm invincible, I'm this, I did it myself, I. And then they're fucking traumatized and destroyed. That whole that real narcissism that people don't understand. That,
I don't think you could equate working hard and determination to as above, so below.
Andrew Tate thinks he's his own god. They think they can actually bring mirror of the heavens.
Having that's different. See, that's self-belief, but as above, so below means that you can do whatever you want without consequence because you could have eternal paradise. You should be able to have as much happiness on earth, but the belief in Christianity and Islam is that eternal paradise and happiness happens after you die. And that here, a lot of what Muslims believe is that what your life now is all just preparation for the afterlife, and you shouldn't even really fully enjoy. All of it is just preparation. A lot of it is just preparing for when you go and meet God.
No, Muslims got it right. The only part that they didn't get right is that you guys believe you take your fleshy impulses to afterlife. So you'll have the impulse of wanting to fuck your 72 virgins, where Christians are like, yeah, we don't want to fuck. We're in heaven. We don't have urges to fucking, we don't have things, I'm horny, I'm nothing. We're astral light. We're just fucking state of euphoria. You know what I mean? But whereas you guys took the material kind of sexual.
Pay attention to the line.
What is he getting at right now?
He's drawing a geographical line between north and south, using Richmond, Virginia as that dividing line.
I'm sorry, I lived in Virginia 2 years. When I think of rich men north of Richmond, I just think of going to DC. If he says Mason-Dixon line anywhere in this video, I'm gonna eat my own on stream. There's no shot.
Rich men north of Richmond are not the sole reason that you're struggling economically.
It's actually big business owners and capitalists.
It's the exploitative and solely profit-driven market system we currently live under, which is hurting everyone all over the country, regardless of what side of the Mason-Dixon line you.
Ah! Bro, this is unhinged.
Richmond was the Confederate capital. This is Confederate apology. This is barely even a dog whistle. Richmond.
Where it's like.
Entering eye contact mode.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Yeah, I haven't kept up with a lot just because
I don't even know this song. Richmond, north of Richmond. Okay, what is this song that everybody is obsessed with?
Working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay, so I can sit out here and waste my life away. Drag back home and drown my troubles away. It's a damn shame what the world's gotten to for people like me, people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is living in the new world with an whole soul. These rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do. 'Cause your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxed to no end. 'Cause the rich men, 'cause the rich men. I wish politicians look out for minors, and not just minors on an island somewhere. Lord, we got folks in the street, ain't got nothing to eat, and the obese milking welfare. Well, God, if you're 5'3" and you're 300 pounds, taxes ought not to pay for your bags of fudge rounds. Young men are putting themselves 6 feet in the ground, 'cause all this damn country does is keep on kicking them down. I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay.
Wow, epic.
the internet's just such a rowdy place, you know?
Okay, August wanted me to watch this. I don't know what I'm supposed to react to. Did I run out of things to say, like on stream? Or what am I supposed to say to this?
The world's a rowdy place.
It is a rowdy place. True. Fantano's take.
Hey everyone, Anthony Fantano here, internet's busiest music nerd. Hope you're doing well. Let's talk about the right wing's new favorite country song.
Oh no. Oh no. Here we go. Okay, before we get into this, can you analyze the song? It's a fine song, I guess. It sounds like a song that's just complaining about how shit sucks. I don't know. It's like an okay. I don't think there's anything wrong with the song. It's a fine song, I guess. Yeah. I don't know why people are so. Well, I know why conservatives are ultra soy over it, and then I guess liberals have to get soy to counter soy it, I guess. But it's a fine song. There's nothing wrong with it.
That matter. Guy recently released a track named "Rich Men North of Richmond," and this song has been going mega viral. Not just among the sort of psychotic, bigoted, weirdo, conservative influencers that, you know, typically will platform dudes like Tom McDonald whenever they see him in a music video jumping on a tank to be like, yeah, America is awesome, yeah. Even though he's like a Canadian grifter, but I digress. No,
predict what Fantano's gonna say? I don't want to say predict it, but I feel like Fantano is gonna go really hard on this song because he is a partisan hack. That's what I feel like. But I don't know. We'll see. Maybe he'll just be like, oh, it's a fine song and people are making too big a deal out of it. I think that's like a reasonable take, but we'll see what he's about to say. Wow, Thompson, thank you for the 75-year host.
This track has been going super viral just about everywhere. This isn't just some kind of weird Trump rap that has no impact or influence on anything, and idiots who don't understand how the music industry works are freaking out because, oh my God, it's #1 on iTunes. Nobody buys music on iTunes anymore. It's like bragging about being the most popular product sold in a store that nobody goes to. But no, this Oliver Anthony song has been getting exposure well beyond that, doing slightly bigger numbers than some mainstream artists get on new singles and music videos, and also spreading pretty far and wide on streaming platforms too. I was going to do a reaction to the track, but honestly the performance is pretty straightforward, pretty dry. It's just some acoustic guitar, some vocals. The singing isn't the greatest I've ever heard, but it is good. And the playing isn't really what I'm trying to critique or pull apart here anyway. I figured this video might go down better or might make more sense if I just kind of go over the lyrics of the song and try to dissect what it's getting at exactly, because that sort of seems to be the heart of why it's resonating with so many people. I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay, so I can sit here and waste my life, drag back home, and drown my troubles away. Which is not a bad sentiment to express on any song, really. Just kind of sounds like struggles personally with depression, working class woes, not being paid enough. Moving into the pre-chorus, it's a damn shame what the world...
I don't know where you got depression from, but I agree with the other two things. Okay, yeah.
It's gotten to for people like me and people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is. The way he's kind of inviting the audience into the song to relate with what he's going through, it almost has, you know, like a Woody Guthrie type quality to it. It's very, you know, I'm breaking the fourth wall and communicating directly with you. That's one of the powerful and significant hallmarks of folk music generally.
When I read this, I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours of bullshit pay, so I can sit out here and waste my life away, drag back home and draw my troubles away. Maybe it's a Midwestern thing. This sounds to me like you work all day and then you go home and you just get wasted because you've got nothing else going on. I guess when I think of depression, I think of like a different experience. This just sounds like blue collar hopelessness. That's what it sounds like to me. But I mean, maybe you can call that depression if you want, but that just sounds like, yeah, maybe you can call it alcoholism. But this just sounds like blue class or blue collar, like working class, like hopelessness. But sure, okay. It's called depression, not being happy. Okay, true. That's fair, I guess. Do you not think us wages are mostly depressed? I don't think most wages have depression. No. Depressed, sure. But okay, yeah, if you use words interchangeably, then whatever. But that's also true too. He didn't say like clinical depression. He just like, oh, it sounds like depression. Which, I guess. Maybe I'm the one that's breathing too far when he said depression and I'm thinking clinical depression. Yeah, that's fine, maybe. Yeah.
One of the powerful and significant hallmarks of folk music generally. As far as the writing and the messaging goes so far, Oliver Anthony is making really good use of these tropes, these themes, these mechanisms by which, old world singer-songwriters would try to give perspective to average everyday listeners and also validate their experiences too. Moving into the chorus here, living in the new world with an old soul, these rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just want to have total control. Want to know what you think, want to know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do, because your dollar ain't shit and it's taxed to no end because these rich men north of Richmond. Okay, now this is interesting right here. This is interesting framing and lyricism because he's putting some very old and ignorant tropes down in a way that is super subtle, artfully subtle, to the point where I think most people wouldn't pick up on it or would be able to write off accusations of whatever the mindset, perspective, or political leanings of this track are. Again, at this point, given the words he's chosen to write this song with, I think a lot of people would just say, well, yeah, he's just singing about working class struggle for country music fans. He's just getting down on their level. That's all he's doing. But pay attention to the line that the title is named after. He's drawing lines there, not just class lines, as he's framing himself and everybody else listening to and relating to the song as poor and your average person, working class. Mind you, this guy lives on 90 acres from what...
Wait, what is he getting at right now?
I understand, but that's neither here nor there. This guy lives on 90 acres from what I understand, but that's neither here nor there, or maybe it is, whatever. But more specifically, he's drawing a geographical line here as well, between north and south, using Richmond, Virginia as that dividing line.
Wait, am I retarded? I'm sorry, I lived in Virginia 2 years. When I think of rich men north of Richmond, I just think of going to DC. Isn't that what I thought that was what everybody up in Northern Virginia did anyway. Don't they all work in DC? Isn't that what north of Richmond is? Wait, what? Wait, what? Where did I live in? I lived in Woodbridge for, I think, a year or two. I don't understand what does he think it's like... Hold on. I'm not going to make any assumptions. Let's see where we're going with this. If he says Mason-Dixon line anywhere in this video, I'm going to eat my own on stream. There's no shot, okay? There's no shot.
90 acres from what I understand, but that's neither here nor there, or maybe it is, whatever. But more specifically, he's drawing a geographical line here as well, between north and south, using Richmond, Virginia as that dividing line. With that, you can't ignore the elephant in the room. He's bringing up old, bitter, north-south ideological disconnections that go back to the Civil War era. Drawing this north-south line and claiming that, it's those people from the north that want to control us and tell us what to do. There's a lot of really bad and toxic and often bigoted political baggage that comes with, that north v south binary. And also on top of it, it literally has nothing to do with the economic struggles that he's singing about in the first portion of the song. Rich men north of Richmond are not the sole reason that you're struggling economically.
It's actually big business owners and capitalists and people like Jeff Bezos and Amazon.
It's the exploitative and solely profit-driven market system we currently live under, which is hurting everyone all over the country, regardless of what side of the Mason-Dixon line you...
Ah! Bro, this is unhinged. Did I miss? Are there other lyrics in the song to point to him having... Am I missing something?
Land on. Okay, let's move on to the second verse here because I hear that's where things start to get a little spicy. I wish politicians would look out for minors, and not just minors on an island somewhere. While in the abstract, this is not a bad thing to bring up, often when the rubber hits the road, the people who are the loudest on this topic seem to turn a blind eye when some of their favorite figures kind of get caught with their hands.
So like, I'm gonna lean, believe it or not, I lean a tad more charitable to strangers if I don't know anything about their political background, if I don't have any other reasons. But like, when I think of like rich men north of Richmond, that's just like, it works well. Rich men north of Richmond, that works well, and DC's directly north of Richmond, and everybody in country music hates government, taxes, and all that shit. That's like a super standard country music trope. When I like looking out for minors instead of minors, the way that I interpret that lyric, and I guess I could see it going two ways. You could either say like, oh, like the politicians don't want to go f kids instead of helping minors, or it could just be that people were more obsessed and concerned with like Epstein Island instead of like actually helping blue collar workers. But again, like, I feel like I would need more context to assume, like, is this guy talking about hardcore conspiracy? Because I feel like if he really wanted to talk about like politicians f***ing minors, wouldn't there be more of that in the song? Wouldn't we see more symbolism? Because past this line, I don't know if we see anything else relating to conspiracy shit for the rest of the song. But I mean, like, let's check, I guess. I don't know.
Hand in the cookie jar. So that's an interesting line that's kind of at war with itself in a way. Also the next one, because Lord, we got folks in the street, ain't got nothing to eat, and the obese milking welfare. Him whining about obese people, milking welfare, one of the oldest right-wing cries.
This is like country music 101. I feel like, I wish I could remember like Keith Urban and all these old guys, because the shit we used to play this back in the, back when we were cooking, you'd always have a radio in the kitchen. I feel like this is just what all country music talks about, is loving God, loving your country, loving your Ford F-150, loving your Chevy Silverado, loving your wife, God, your country, your daughter, and hating the government and taxes. Like, I feel like that's all, yeah, Kenny Chesney. I feel like that's like all country music. Grab your guitar and play, let's go. Like, that's all like super standard stuff. It's like classic country music, southern stuff.
Is of Wolf that there ever was, which is just a feigned concern over money being wasted. Oh, that's just wasteful. You're just throwing money down the toilet, feeding these people who are fat. Feeding these lazy, good for nothing. When, like, if you want to talk about excess spending and waste in this country.
Let's talk about the large corporations and the military. Okay, what is he gonna bring up? Military industrial complex or large corporation tax cuts? Those are one of my two guesses. Or wage theft. No, probably not that one. Military industrial complex. It'll be military industrial complex or the other thing I said. Large corporations wasting money somehow.
Monetarily speaking, fat people on welfare is like toward the bottom rung. A much larger portion of our overall budget as a country.
Come on, military industrial complex, come on.
Goes toward defense spending.
God, I'm so good. I wrote the script for him. I'm gonna be honest. I did write the script for him for this video. That's why I know everything's gonna say, okay.
Goes toward wars, goes toward places like the Pentagon, throwing cash left and right with no accountability whatsoever. Yeah. And also our health care system, which, mind you, we pay more for that per capita.
I was gonna say health insurance, but I didn't know how to worm. I didn't really think he'd bring that up. But okay. That we waste money on healthcare is kind of a weird thing. So whatever.
Than any country that actually has a socialized healthcare system. That is all waste. That is all your tax dollars going down the drain. That is literally the government burning your money in your face. Going
where? Where's the government burning your money on healthcare? I'm curious what, but okay.
Deeper here. Well, God, if you're 5'3" and you're 300 pounds, taxes ought not to pay for your bag of fudge rounds. Honestly, there's more than enough money in the U.S. budget to buy everyone enough fudge rounds to the point where we'll just all die and go into a diabetic coma, which comparatively would be money better spent than on another unnecessary invasion, a bunch of military bases that do essentially nothing, or I don't know, just putting that money into the pockets of price gouging big pharma CEO assholes.
Thanks.
So to put it clearly, if your worry right now for your average person in this country is how far their dollar goes, how much money they're making, and you're thinking about like, where does that come from? Where does that problem originate? What is the solution? And your head first goes to fat people on welfare, bro, your priorities are because the issues and the problems you're talking about would still persist even if there wasn't a single...
Does he do like domestic policy analysis for every song? I want to see him do this for a rapper. The CIA is so cracked to the net. Like, well, actually, if we actually go and we check back historically, was the CIA directly... seriously, would he do this level of breakdown of like policy analysis for like a rapper making a song complaining about the system or some shit? Like, I'm so curious.
Single person who was fat and on welfare. Young men are putting themselves 6 feet in the ground because all this damn country does is keep on kicking them down. Which, again, I don't think this is a bad sentiment to convey, but I think Oliver Anthony has the wrong target in his sights when it comes to like what is creating that inequity and what is creating that lack of opportunity. It's not fat people eating sweet treats that may have been paid for with EBT. Finishing things up with the chorus, and yeah, he's singing about how, you know, these rich men north of Richmond, they want all that total control. The irony is not lost on me that the origins of, you know, these bad north-south relations draw back to the want for control and ownership of literal human beings. But yeah.
Why are you so uncharitable, Fantano? Am I missing lore? Sure, he's a partisan fuck, but it's not like he's lost the plot. Ever since I watched him do that review of that J. Cole song that brings up No Name, I have zero intellectual respect for Fantano. He is. The problem is that Fantano is embarrassed that a long time ago he platformed and was friends with Sam Hyde, and he will spend the rest of his life trying to live that down in the circle of progressive cuckoldry that he's found himself in. That is where Fantano will find himself for the remainder of his career, and it is the saddest, most stupid thing I've ever seen in my entire life. He hates No Name now? Oh, does he? Did he flip on her or something? I wonder why, but...
Reading through this, I'm not really...
Can you summarize the J. Cole thing? No Name, No Name is some incredibly... Imagine like the whitest black woman rapper you can ever imagine, and that's No Name, okay? Basically, No Name likes to rap, but she only wants black people to come to her shows because she hates white people, but she wants to sell music to white people because she wants to make money. And she writes about systemic inequities and all this cringe shit or whatever, and calls out other rappers for not doing enough to like right the wrongs of slavery and reparations, all this bullshit. And I think No Name got into a little spat with J. Cole on Twitter, where she's like, oh, like you celebs don't do shit, you know, like rappers, blah, blah, some shit like that. And I think J. Cole wrote a very touching response song, basically an entire song dedicated to her sentiment, where he basically says like, yeah, you know, I try my best, I'm not perfect, you know, but I could do more, I could definitely do better, and I'm listening and blah, 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 but like, I feel like you're coming from a really privileged background. And Fantano lost his mind tearing into that song. It was one of the least charitable interpretations of a response song I've ever heard in my entire life. I thought, now I'm not like a J. Cole stan, I do like him, and I don't like No Name, but I thought J. Cole's response was very mature, very touching. I thought it was very well done. But his teardown of that was absolutely f***ing unbelievable. And I was like, really?
You know, oh, you're the sagely guy who, you know...
That, I think that's the whole... Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. This is... either I'm totally missing something or what. But I thought that was the whole point of J. Cole's line here. Is that like, man, everybody thinks I'm really smart, but honestly, like, I'm pretty average. There's like random people on Instagram out there that are way smarter than me. I thought that was the whole point of this. Like, I feel like Fantano is hardcore missing the point of this opening line. Can we watch it? Oh, maybe if you want to. I don't know.
Surprised.
Yeah, Snow on the Bluff is the song I'm talking about.
See this track popping off with the groups of people that it is, because again, it's really kind of drawing back to the same old story, the same old bullshit of North versus South, but it's just putting it in a slightly subtler package. And some of you may be watching this video reacting, thinking, you know, Anthony, why are you covering this? It's just like a right-wing country song. There's a million of them. But I think it's worth exploring and talking about the fact that the right-wingification of country music has long been a political project that dates back to the Nixon administration. It's...
Wait, I'm sorry. He knows more music than me, so I would always just assume that he's right and I'm wrong if you're trying to decide who to believe. But my understanding is that country music is almost always going to be right-wing. It's country music. This is music from the South. This is music from people that live in trailer parks and in rural areas that are predominantly white, predominantly conservative, predominantly south of the Mason-Dixon, predominantly like... the right wingification. I'm sorry, was there a period in time where country music wasn't associated with like conservative folk? Am I wrong on that? I am so lost on that comment.
Music has long.
A lot of old school country guys were super pro-union. Yeah, but like you could still be pro-union. Listen, my friend, okay? Pro-union in a US context does not mean not conservative, okay? Part of the reason why the federal government's reached so far into different individual states to try to get people to act right after the Civil Rights Act was because unions were one of your best and most effective ways to keep black people fucked from ever participating in higher economic activity. A lot of union guys were hella fucking racist and did everything they could in their power to keep the black employees that were part of the unions from ever advancing in careers. The idea that like just because unions are unions, that they're good, like that's bullshit. So yeah, but I'm not saying unions are bad or good. I'm just saying unions exist to protect workers. If the workers are racist, the unions will be racist. Like, but I'm just saying, like, I feel like country music has always been like pretty conservative, but
been a political project that dates back to the Nixon administration. It's not just a post 9/11 thing, as some Zoomers and younger millennials seem to think. And because the genre has been completely and utterly co-opted and corrupted, I need to go look up like old songs or some shit. I don't know, man. A lot of country guys are not right wing, just the people that listen to it. I feel like country music has always been like conservative, rural type music. Like people, it's just, I thought that's where basically it was. Stuff like what Oliver Anthony is singing here is very well received, as we are seeing from the views and the virality of this track. And sadly, for a moment, while there was a part of me that was really excited to...
Some early country singers were left-leaning, like Dolly Parton, Johnny Cash, and Woody Guthrie. Oh, maybe like way older than anything I've heard contemporarily. So maybe.
You know, see some of these more underground and alternative country artists coming up and gaining a bigger voice in the internet age. What I think we're kind of, witnessing now is that the internet is also platforming some of the also fringe, but not quite as fringe as, Adeem the artist, some of the fringe right-wing factions and elements of the genre. And that's how you're getting tracks like this and Zmij Aldin's, small town track popping off. Because as terrible and as stereotypical and as garbage as stuff like Florida Georgia Line is, for example, they know at the very least to stay away from rhetoric like this. They're not coming on to talk about north-south relations or anything like that.
I don't think this song had anything to do with north-south relations. I think that's insane.
The thing I'll say is, look, at the end of the day, I don't think Oliver Anthony and a lot of the people identifying with this track are inherently bad people. And it's not like the struggles that they're singing about or giving a voice to are completely invalid or not real. Much of the time they are real, and the fact that we're not addressing them as a country is part of what causes so much social rot in the US. The issue is these problems are being highlighted and then the blame gets laid onto different alternative and completely unrelated targets. You're having a hard time getting a job, the price of milk is going up, your dollar doesn't pay for shit right now. You know what? That's because of immigrants. That's because of people who are lazy and on welfare. It's because all those elites up in the north, they don't like you. When in reality, if you wanted to wake up tomorrow with better pay, better opportunities, better everything, the answer is to protest and get down the street. The answer is to unionize and organize against your boss, for example, until you're getting better pay. People who are in the same economic class as you, but look differently or dress differently or a different orientation, whatever, those people are not the reason that life sucks for you. So again, the track does lend a legit voice to some real struggles, but any kind of solution-based focus from there is just misdirected into other just non-sequitur crap, which is pretty much a hallmark of right-wing anything. Get mad and get afraid over stuff that doesn't really impact your life in any way. Hi everyone, Anthony Fantano here, the internet's busiest music nerd. Hope you're doing well. Let's talk about everyone's new favorite singer and songwriter in the country scene. That would be Mr. Oliver Anthony, the guy who we talked about on this channel not too long ago, much to the dismay of many a commenter saying that I was misunderstanding Oliver Anthony singing about Richmond, north of Richmond, and he wasn't drawing a north-south line. He was just singing about politicians from DC because that's north of Richmond, guys. But like, number one, Richmond, home of the Confederacy. So there's that, number one. And number two...
Yeah, but Richmond also sounds like rich men, okay? Did you ever think of that? Did you ever think of the words were pretty similar? Did you ever think that Richmond and Richmond kind of go together really well?
There are politicians all over the country contributing to the societal and economic ills that Oliver Anthony supposedly cares about. It's not just the ones north of Richmond. But regardless, I talked about this in...
The ones north of Richmond, they're all there because it's Washington, D.C. That's where our capital is.
Like, number one, Richmond, home of the Confederacy. So there's that, number one. And number two, there are politicians all over the country contributing to the societal and economic ills that Oliver Anthony is.
I don't like politicians from D.C. Oh, well, you'll love mine because my politicians are from California. What are you, bro? What are you talking about? What?
Supposedly cares about. It's not just the ones north of Richmond, but
Does he think the guy's only complaining about politicians from the states that are north of Richmond? Like, Fantano's point is it's not just federal politics. No, shut the f up. That's not what his point is.
Regardless, I talked about this in part in a clip that didn't make it into the original video. I don't think he just generally means politicians. There's politicians all over the United States of America, and most likely there's a lot of Southern politicians he probably agrees with. I don't think this guy would have an issue with government generally if it were, espousing and supporting whatever ideas he believed in. So yeah, Oliver's song.
Yeah, no shit, he wouldn't have a problem with the government was espousing ideas he agrees in. That's the whole point of complaining about the government.
It's recorded, it's released, put up on YouTube, it's blasted through a bunch of right-wing media channels and talking heads, promoted by this Jason Howerton guy. Turns out this guy is like a well-funded and connected, politically right-wing social media operative. We showed this in the video, but I need to be like, explicit about this and say that even dudes like Dan Bongino, that mailbox head man, came in and confirmed that, yeah, this guy basically came in, helped blow Oliver's song up. This basically makes Oliver an overnight sensation to the point where he gets a #1 song on the charts. That's right, numero uno, baby. He's getting media interviews and opportunities, although, like, he's not exactly towing the line that people are expecting him to tow, given the crowds of people that his song is hitting with. Like, there's this interview where I guess he's coming on and talking about how, like, America's diversity is its strength. There are some right-wing weirdo guys who do not want to hear that. That is for sure. Oliver's song and music video were also played and referenced at the recent GOP presidential primary debate because, again, like I said, the song is doing really well, culturally speaking, in right-wing circles. It's dog whistles and it's attacks on the welfare state. It's saying the sorts of things that these people want to hear. But Oliver isn't really happy with the type of attention the song has been getting up until this point. He's actually gone on social media a couple of times, most boldly when it got played at the GOP debate, just to say, like, I don't want anything to do with this. I'm not right. I'm not left. I wrote this song about those people. It's not just about Joe Biden. He's kind of painting himself at this point as being like a very above the fray, not politically affiliated kind of guy, which he may very well be, even if there are some right-wing-esque talking points espoused in his song. Now, at first when I saw him doing this, part of me was like, oh, I wonder if he's like kind of disgusted with the stuff that he's seeing, or the types of people embracing his song and is trying to actively like distance him.
Hey, the idea of people wasting welfare and wasting money and then other people that deserve it not getting it, I don't think that's a right-wing talking point anymore. I think you're gonna find that pretty ubiquitously spread across most places. Like, I'm not wrong. Hold on, I'm sorry. I need to stop assuming I have less lived experience, life experience, and connections than these people. I'm pretty sure that if you talk to most people spread across San Francisco, LA, Seattle, Portland, they're gonna say, yeah, we spend a lot of money on like homeless people and shit. Nothing gets done. All of our costs are increasing. Our taxes are insane. Even left-leaning people are going to be making these complaints in these areas. You have to stop pretending that these are just complaints by fringe right-wingers, right? These are complaints that the entire Republican Party has, and these are complaints that a lot of liberals and Democrats are having that live in a lot of these cities as well. It's not just this fringe shit. You have to treat it like a real problem, because if you live in any of these places, there are a ton of homeless people. They are taxed at exorbitantly high rates. The taxes in LA are insane. The taxes in New York City are insane. I don't know what taxes in Washington or Oregon are like, but I bet they're high too. Okay, but like, yeah, and like these places are getting overrun and with like homeless people and crime and shit, and like, yeah, you have to address that. You can't just keep pretending that it's a non-issue and that only fringe conservatives are complaining about it.
Himself from all of this. Honestly, I think Oliver is actually, like most Americans, and politically speaking, is pretty much an ignoramus and doesn't really know what ideas, thoughts, or narratives are coming from what direction. He's just intuitively soaking up whatever it is he's reading or seeing like a sponge, and just by whatever intuition he has, just deciding what makes.
That's basically everybody, Anthony. Yes, that's how most people arrive at their politics. They look at shit, they absorb shit, and they say it's not necessarily the most like sophisticated method of arriving at epistemic political truth. That's what most people do, though.
Sense and what doesn't, which there may be some people watching this video thinking, that's how it should be, that's how I am, what's wrong with that? Well, sir, that's how you end up in a place where you're writing a song where you think you're like defending and fighting for the working class, but you just end up attacking other poor people who are on food assistance. He's taken to Instagram to sort of try to explain away his attack on the obese milking welfare in his song. Look, dude, it's a crappy line. Just own up to the fact that the line is crap and has no place and makes no sense in a song that is allegedly a pro-working class song. And make no mistake, it was an attack on the welfare state, and this is something that some of the conservative talking heads that helped blast the song out and make it popular celebrated about the song most.
This is true, but bro, in the red pill space, you know who attacked welfare queens more than any other person? Was black people. I've had so many black people tell me, you don't understand how many poor welfare queens are driving Cadillacs and shit. It's like, bro, first of all, I don't think that's true. I'm sure there are some that do, but the idea that like the average person on welfare, but like I'm pretty sure you guys have seen me argue on shows about this. I'm pretty sure you guys have seen me argue with black people on shows. They're like, no, the average welfare recipient is driving a Cadillac with 7 kids, no baby daddy, and they live like in a really nice like 4-bedroom apartment. Like the average, like people say this to me, like on shows. And Xena said it. Other black men have said it. Like, yeah. So it's not just white conservatives that are thinking this shit. Like people, like Destiny. How are you making me defend this Soy King? The song obviously hints towards the North versus South. Why use the Richmond, the capital of the South? Because Richmond works really well with rich men.
Again, the sentiments of the song rang loud and clear. It hit with the people it was going to hit with, given what Oliver Anthony expressed. And while I am willing to give him the benefit of the doubt that he was basically too dumb to a degree to understand what it was he was communicating, that's not to say that Oliver Anthony should be like, just like given a pass for things that he says. He still communicated. It caught the ears of the people who sort of like understood the politics and understood the perspective. What I am saying is that I hope that Oliver Anthony has mind enough to look at the situation he's just been through, learn from it, and get some perspective on the power of his words and who he could potentially be hurting, depending on who he decides to shout some negative words at or attack in a forthcoming.
What are we talking about? Who is he hurting here? Like, this is such a cringe. Like, bro, what is happening right now? How long ago did this song blow up? This video was posted 4 weeks ago, and this comment 4 weeks ago was, just to be clear, rich men north of Richmond refers to Washington, D.C. politicians. This is no way a knock against people from up north.
Hey everyone, Anthony fan.
This video was 2 weeks ago. So this guy clarified this line a full 2 weeks before Anthony's Tano's first video.
They said we a sponge, and just by whatever intuition he has, just deciding what makes sense and what doesn't. Which there may be some people watching this video thinking, that's how it should be. That's how I am. What's wrong with that? Well, sir, that's how you end up in a place where you're writing a song where you think you're like defending and fighting for the working class, but you just end up attacking other poor people who are on food assistance. He's taken to Instagram to sort of try to explain away his attack on the obese milking welfare in his song. Look, dude, it's a crappy line. Just own up to the fact that the line.
One of the things I love about DoorDash is every single time I order a drink, I'm always like rolling the dice on whether I actually get it or not. I feel like I've nourished so many DoorDash drivers with my free drinks for them. I'm happy. I'm so glad for them.
And everybody who was going insane about like, oh, the song's not right. It was more about who the song was being consumed and pushed and celebrated by. Again, with the song being played literally at a GOP debate, the track became even more of a far-right siren call than it was when I originally talked about it.
You know what else they used to play at GOP debates? Is fucking, is it Bruce Springsteen's Born in the USA? I mean, like, is that a right-wing anthem too?
First video. Then number two, Oliver Anthony with all of his recent statements about how, the song's written about the politicians on that stage. It's not right or left affiliated. I'm kind of taking this as a W. This whole situation would be way worse socially and politically speaking if Oliver Anthony instantly after the song blew up and knowing where his bread was being buttered, decided to roll over and become a little piggy, far-right media darling like Kyle Rittenhouse has. And even if he's not the most politically educated guy on the planet, I can at least commend at this point that he's kind of reacted to this in such a way where he's like, well, screw this. I'm like going in my direction. Because for the Matt Walshes and the Ben Shapiros of the world, for them to not still have this dude to continue to push and exploit and basically squeeze social relevancy out of, it's pretty much a loss for them. And it does maybe create an opportunity for him to possibly de-radicalize some of the right-wingers who are following his work, who think like, well, if Oliver Anthony, this guy whose music really inspired me, doesn't consider himself to be right-wing, then I don't either. That's kind of a hopeful outlook on the whole thing. Either way, that's my update on Oliver Anthony. I hope that he is continuing to grow and learn and maybe writing a new interesting song that we'll hear at some point. Fingers crossed that it's good and actually mindful of people who he considers to be of the same class as him.
De-radicalize, bro, he's just like a little country music tutor. Holy shit, chill.
You guys hear about this crazy red beard guy? This guy. You've seen this guy? You've seen this.
Apparently his thumbnail for this was right-wing plant.
So who in chat knows what astroturfing is? Anyone know that term? This is pretty common. As we all know, the right has a lot more money than the left does on average.
Is that true?
And because the right are, to a fault, talentless, insincere, inhuman monsters, they have a really difficult time producing cultural value that pulls people over. This is why basically all art is made at the very least by liberals and often by progressives. Because they have souls and conservatives don't. But, that doesn't mean, I'm generalizing a bit, obviously there are some conservatives with artistic talent, but it is a very, very strong bias towards the left. So that means that if conservatives want to assert any kind of cultural influence, they usually have to do it through astroturfing. That's basically when you substitute authentic grassroots support for any piece of art or anything really with money from the top, and you pretend that it's just this big wave. So this guy out of nowhere just popped into existence and has been promoted by basically every far-right account on Twitter and conservatives broadly. This is because there were prior deals established. There was money traded behind the scenes. This was not just a random singer. This is an industry plant. It's not exactly new, and conservatives aren't the only—
Really? Is he gonna present any evidence of that, or?
Only ones who do it. But I wanted to take a look at this song because it's led to some discourse. Okay, so what do we know about this guy apart from the fact that he's got a big red beard?
I've been selling my soul, working all day.
Well, immediately, what do we know? What can we find out? Well, he's got a set of pipes. Sounds good. Not gonna lie. Not gonna take that away. His voice sounds pretty great. Not gonna pretend that he doesn't have talent in the singing side of things. Obviously, I can't play the actual song because it's definitely copyrighted. The song is called Rich Men North of Richmond. Very catchy. And if you Google that, you can see like the effect of astroturfing is really evident because there's like all like 1 day ago, 2 days ago, like—
I mean, the song is literally #1 on Billboard. It's generally impossible for some unknown singer to do that without having done literally anything else. Is it genuinely impossible? Haven't there sometimes been freak blow-ups of huge songs from relatively unknown people? I could be wrong. Maybe I just don't know the background. How popular was that Big Shaq guy? Like, has this guy had anything even remotely approaching how popular this song was? He was a comedian? Yeah, sure, but like... What the Fox? What does the Fox say? I think those guys were already a band that had done meme songs before, but that also blew up really weird, or really huge as well. But I think like if other people, Lil Nas X, yeah, I feel like if other people are, I mean, shit can get blown up. I'm just saying they don't have to be industry plants. It could be AstroTurf, like conservatives are artificially blowing him up because they like his shit and they want him to be big. But to say that he's necessarily like a plant, Despacito, maybe. Gangnam Style, Destiny's Return for those one-hit wonders. I'd be careful with Gangnam Style. Gangnam Style seems like a one-hit wonder thing, but the reality is I'm pretty sure Psy is like he was an incredibly popular South Korean singer. We just don't know of him outside of South Korea. But this was not just like, this is not like a random guy that had a huge song. Psy was very, very popular before and after this song came out in South Korea. I don't know Despacito. I don't know if that guy had stuff before or after, but do you guys remember when the StarCraft community thought they were the ones that discovered Psy and they were the ones that made that song big?
The whole wave of interest, just like a uniform wall pushed forward. This guy's Twitter account was made like a couple months ago, probably when these deals were initially struck. So,
I hate this way of thinking. It's actually so toxic and cancerous. I don't know, the fact that he just like so confidently will assert that.
I want to take a look at the lyrics, because I've been seeing a lot of people spewing complete horseshit about it.
The closest thing that I would say, here's what I consider an industry plant. Maybe would I say this? You'll get people like this who will like seem like they're just like random girls like recording in their room or some shit. But I'm pretty sure, isn't her dad like one of like the managers or heads of like a recording company or some shit? Like this is kind of what I would say is kind of like almost like an industry plan. It's not just like a random girl that's like blah blah blah, you know. She's the daughter of marketing executive George Cottrell or whatever. And Allie Cottrell, I don't know if it's a photographer and designer. Man, you know what? I don't even know if I would consider her an industry plant actually. I assumed that I thought when I heard her dad was a marketing exec, I thought he was a marketing exec working at a major record label. Maybe I wouldn't even consider her a plant, actually. I don't think I would.
About them. Look at that. We found the lyrics. Crazy. Sorry that I have to be the one to say them. Can't be his pearly voice, you know. Again, copyright. That's how it is. I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay, so I can sit out here and waste my life away, drag back home, drown my troubles away. All right, classic stuff, not exactly new or innovative as country music or in fact music goes. It's a damn shame what the world's gotten to for people like me and people like you. Wish I could wake up and it not be true, but it is, oh it is. Living in the new world with an old soul. All right, cringe, right, you know. But anyway, these rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just want to have total control. Want to know what you think, want to know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do, because your dollar ain't shit and it's taxed to no end because of the rich men north of Richmond. Richmond was the Confederate capital.
I can't believe so many people, damn, you can't make a song with anything having to do with that city. That's just like tainted forever, I guess.
This is Confederate apology, or Confederate, I don't know, eulogizing? It's the Confederacy. This is those damn Yanks north of the Mason-Dixon want to control us, which is funny because the Civil War was fought over the men south of Richmond literally wanting to control people, own people. Yeah, it's exactly, it's a yearning for the good old days, but I find it particularly insincere that it literally, like one line after the other, it's those damn Northerners, those damn Unionists want to control people. Like it's a joke, you know? This is one of the reasons why you have to be a little more, I guess, like skeptical of anti-rich talking points, because here's the truth, folks. Basically, everyone hates the rich. Like, the only people who aren't rich, who don't hate the rich, are like weirdo neoliberal fiscal policy wonks and libertarians who think they'll be rich one day. It's basically human nature to hate the people above you because they're living it up and you're not. I'm pretty sure this guy owns a large farm. Oh, of course. Well, if he wasn't rich before, he is now because of all the money that he made being AstroTurf, for sure. Everyone hates the rich. You have to know why people hate the rich. You have to understand what it is they're saying, because apparently now rich, Bosch, he's referring to DC. DC is north of Richmond. Yeah.
I feel if I had extra time, I feel like I would hate watch Vosh. I think I would actually do it because it's just funny. I like these are funny streams.
But Richmond was the Confederate capital. DC was where the Union government was stationed.
It's also currently the capital of the United States, but you know.
And Richmond was where the Confederate capital was stationed. It's a Southern country song where he's talking about how he's like pining for the olden days and how the men north of the Confederate capital, the Confederacy being known as the South, so north is the come on, guys, this is not subtle. This is barely even a dog whistle, Rich.
It's like, first of all, we've so hard to analyze this. Is like, okay, north, south, Mason-Dixon, slavery, Confederacy. It's like so obvious to him. It's like, is this even a dog whistle? He's basically saying like, I hate, like he's basically just saying that, right? Like that's what I heard, right? Let's rewind. Like,
Richmond is still the capital of Virginia. Yes.
I think my favorite Vosh clip of all time was when Vosh debates black people. He gets possessed by his Gusano slave-owning ancestors.
Actually politically represent my interests.
I'm not. My point here ain't about criticizing your vote. It's that only 2 people were going to be president, and there are only 2 real paths to FBI.
No. But those are 2 different. But
You got that plantation riz. Hell yeah. Boy's born in where is he? Beverly Hills. How many generations back was he possessed?
For me to actually politically represent my interests.
I'm not. My point here ain't about criticizing your vote.
Dear. Oh, me. Hold on, I just read real quick, and then we gotta hop into this panel.
Think of that ice cream. Ice cream, so good. Think of the ice cream. Think of the heart me. I heart you too. Think of the glizzies. 100 glizzies. Entering glizzy overdrive. Increasing grip by 7%. We are locked in. Thank you for over 160 glizzies. Entering glizzy overdrive. Think of that ice cream. Ice cream, so good.
Okay.
So I figured I'd watch this because do you guys remember that the whole thing, you hear about this? Threads. Remember that? Remember how popular that was for like almost a whole day?
Ever since ChatGPT came out, the tech landscape hasn't been the same. As if suddenly hit by a burst of enthusiasm, or FOMO, the titans of the tech world have rapidly assembled massive AI departments and begun working. Facebook, Amazon, Apple, Google, and basically everyone else has embarked on a race to finally outdo one another and come out as the supreme victor. Their goal? Simple. Create the next big thing. The next YouTube, the next Google, the next Instagram. They have funneled an unprecedented amount of resources into research, laboratories, compensation, marketing, hardware, software, and everything else required to bring these remarkable innovations to market. The promise of AI's potential was simply too enticing to ignore. Self-evolving algorithms, human-like...
I don't feel like there's been any application of AI aside from making AI-generated waifus, which, to be honest, are getting really good. Like, it's actually crazy how good they're getting. Like, I see these accounts of these, like, AI waifus, and, like, there's guys commenting under the pictures. They're like, I love you, please move to Turkey. You know, like, they don't even know. They have no idea you want one. Who doesn't? Yes, of course.
Machines, unbelievable automation.
But that is so far the only value that I feel like the average internet user is getting out of AI is AI waifus, at least for now.
Most importantly, unthinkable riches and control. The reality, though, is that FOMO has blinded these giants to a simple yet glaring truth. They have already lost AI, and pouring hundreds of billions into a lost battle isn't going to change anything.
Well, I think it's about making something that's good. Like, a really good example of this is, like, eBay used to be bigger than Amazon. And then Amazon just created a better product over time. And then Amazon became better than eBay. It's the same thing as, like, YouTube didn't come out. The first day YouTube came out, it wasn't immediately the biggest video sharing platform. But over time, because it had a better tool for communities to grow, then people started to use it. It was the same as Facebook. MySpace used to be the main platform. Everybody used MySpace. Then Facebook came out and it was a better platform and people liked it more and they moved over. So it's not really about being first matters a lot, but it's not the most important thing.
Plain.
Whoa.
In the stock market, there is a famous saying, past performance is not an indicator of future results, aka just because a stock has been performing well does not mean that it will continue to perform well. Most investors say this tongue-in-cheek. They know that it's true, but they continue to invest in companies and funds largely because they have performed well in the past. Companies are even more susceptible to this logical fallacy as they have been directly rewarded for such behavior in the past. The only reason they got so big in the first place is because they gambled big on their hero products, whether that's the iPhone or Google or WhatsApp. They went against the grain and bet it all. Remember how much criticism Facebook received for spending $19 billion on WhatsApp back in 2014?
Yeah, WhatsApp is so fucking massive. It's huge around the world. Like, I think that it's like the #1 used app in a lot of places.
This gamble ended up paying off, but let's not forget what it was, a gamble. Each time these companies win a gamble, they're more inclined to think that they can dominate any industry they want if they just spend enough money.
I don't think it's necessarily being inclined to believe that you can dominate an industry, but more so that every single time that a potential industry pops up, all of these companies try to plant their flag on whatever moon that just was invented. So, like, if it's new crypto stuff, then they're trying to put their flag on that moon. If it's new, NFT stuff, they're trying to do that. It's the same as, like, Twitter. Remember how Twitter had, like, that hexagon thing for, like, NFT owners? And, like, now the only thing that, like, nobody uses that anymore? But it's because they want to feel like they are keeping up with things. Because the truth is, like, every once in a while, like with WhatsApp, it works. Yeah, they're just simply trying to play the law of averages. If we keep batting, we'll eventually hit a home run. And I think that's a healthy thing. And to be honest, like, the big tech companies doing this, bro, this is the fucking mission statement of venture capitalism. Take 100 shots, hit with one of them, make up the money from all the other 99. And if you don't make the money back, that's totally fine. Write it off as a loss on your taxes, and you're still gonna be okay. So, yeah, that's just how it is. It's great for innovation, yes.
But this notion is fundamentally flawed, and you don't have to look much further than Meta. After making deca-billion-dollar bets with WhatsApp and Instagram,
the reason why Meta didn't work is because Meta had no functional value for the end user. WhatsApp has a functional value for the end user that allows the end user to do something that they want to do better. Instagram has a functional value for the end user that allows the end user to do something that they were going to do but better. Meta and the metaverse, this was not something that the community wanted. This is not something that the public wants. This is something that is being pushed top down for the community to, or not, I keep saying community, but like for people on the internet to embrace and take part in. Why do companies want people to take part in the metaverse? Because the metaverse is a world where they are God. They can choose everything. They can decide everything. They have total autonomy over everything that you do. So of course they're going to want you to effectively sign up to their new world so they can control you in the new world. Like it's an ironic new world order. But the thing is that this is not something that is an intrinsic value to the individual. Like, the individual does not see value in being controlled by Facebook or being controlled by Google. They don't care about this. This doesn't improve their life. It doesn't help them find big titty cat girls any better. It doesn't help them hook up with girls any better. So what's the point?
And seeing them pay off, Zuckerberg felt confident to start betting in the hundreds of billions with the metaverse.
I respected Zuckerberg for doing this, by the way. I did, especially, bro, a captain who's willing to go down with his ship, you love to see it. I could respect it, yeah. Even though I think it's completely fucking stupid.
And I think we all remember how that turned out. But the metaverse is merely their most publicized failure. Meta's list of failures is far larger than just that. Take Poke, for example. In the early 2010s.
But it doesn't matter how many failures they have because WhatsApp probably outweighs all of those failures. That's the thing, is that WhatsApp is probably such a massive, tremendous success globally that it doesn't even matter. You can fail 1,000 times. And all you have to do is win once and that's it. And Instagram, yeah, look at Instagram. And yeah, I mean, I think the metaverse is something that will happen, but the reason why the metaverse isn't happening is because it's not being presented to the consumer as a value add on their life. And that's why these things aren't popular. This is why like some streams aren't popular. It's because like the person wants to stream a game and they want to act a certain way on stream, but the value isn't there for the user. And if the value isn't there for the user, then everything else falls apart. How does WhatsApp even generate money? I don't know. I have no idea how it generates money.
And after seeing how well Snapchat was doing and failing to acquire Snapchat, Facebook decided to launch a clone called Poke. The premise seemed straightforward. Leverage their vast user base and existing infrastructure to launch a rival app, which should have been a slam.
And this is also like, this is the same exact thing, right? Snapchat, it was the, so like 2020, I would say like 2019, 2020, the big thing was like Snapchat and like, not Snapchat, but like TikTok. So like in 2019, 2020, everybody was trying to do a fucking run on the bank, you know, a gold rush for who can make the best TikTok. But the truth is that TikTok is the best TikTok. It has a better algorithm, it has better user retention, and the content is just better. And also young kids use it. And do you know why young kids use TikTok? It's because it is not Facebook. It's because it is not YouTube. You can't just, you're not going to figure out a way to convince a 12-year-old to think Facebook is cool again. Like, do you guys remember whenever you were 12? Like, you want to do the new thing. You want to do the cool new thing. Like, we liked MySpace because it was new and different. We liked Facebook because it was new and different. That's what kids like to do. They don't want to do the same thing that their parents did.
Dunk against Snapchat. But Poke would end up flopping so hard that Facebook would end up deleting Poke from the App Store without even publicly mentioning it. Jump forward a few years and Zuckerberg would start betting on space, the apparent next big thing. He was going to build this grand drone internet until he quietly shut down that as well. The metaverse gamble followed, as did bets on AI, and most recently the Threads endeavor. I mean, with Threads, their daily
Threads user base has plummeted more than 80%. Meta's app ended July with just 8 million daily active users. That's because Threads has no value. See, there actually isn't a lot of people who are clamoring to be micromanaged by nerds that live in San Francisco and told what they can and can't say by a fucking some sort of committee of people that don't like them. Nobody actually gives a fuck about this. Nobody actually cares. There's celebrities and popular users that think that, oh, well, you know, this is the right thing that I have to say. But the truth is that, no, people don't want to be fucking micromanaged by Mark Zuckerberg. People don't want Jeff Bezos to tell them what they can and can't say. People want to say whatever the fuck they want in general. And they don't want anybody to take that away from them. So the moment that Twitter did that, why the fuck would anybody else go over to any other platform? Why would somebody sign up, go out of their way to get censored?
The active users was literally down over 80% within just a month of launch.
Yeah, there was no, and also, like, again, there was no other value to it. Like, and also a big thing, Threads didn't allow porn. How can they be so stupid? Why are they so stupid? Didn't they see what happened to Tumblr? Bro, you remember that? Remember whenever they banned Tumblr porn? And remember how good it used to be? It was done. Nobody wanted to use the website for anything other than that. Just throw an NSFW filter over there and call it a day? Yeah, sure. Twitter is porn for normal people. Yes, exactly. It's completely normal. 99% of streamers, content creators, and influencers don't like Twitter and disagree with everything the company does, but still use it. I don't disagree with everything Twitter does. I think Twitter's great. I think Twitter's totally fine. There are some, there are things that it does that I don't like. But overall, I'm a Twitter enjoyer. Yes, I enjoy Twitter. It doesn't matter. You're part of the 1%. I can be. Like, I don't care. And do you know why people use Twitter? It's because the people are on Twitter. Content creators and celebrities are going to want to go on the platform that everybody else is on. They don't want to go and make their own platform because then it makes them look like losers if they're not getting anybody interacting with their posts. They're not making any money. Their entire business model and what they're selling is influence. And so if you're selling influence, how the fuck are you making any money whenever you're not influencing people?
You made her uncomfortable and now you're making jokes about it instead of genuinely caring about another person's human feelings.
You gotta remember,
it's crazy.
As a Christian, my yes.
Oh, here we go.
My yes. When I'm not doing good, my yes means yes. My no means no. I can only give you the truth. You said you like truth earlier, and the truth is, she feels unsafe, and I don't give a. That's the truth.
Did Destiny make being a flex?
Yeah. Well, that's my next question, actually.
Now,
why is this popular? Why is this a big deal right now?
It's really mainstream. I mean,
yeah, cooking is really popular. It's very popular.
I did a scene.
It's pathetic.
I did a scene. I have a great fan base from it. It's a very small niche. A lot of men, they have this perverted.
Those aren't men.
Whatever. They could be
male lions sharing.
Species, but
no
they
male
have,
lions sharing.
They have this perverted mind that has lingered in there.
It could be from trauma.
It is trauma.
It's trauma, but it's honest nonetheless.
Hey, I'm traumatized too. I don't let my girl get. Matter of fact, when I meet a girl at the bar, there's many who have outed me. I say, look at your shoes. You're not talking to any other men, or I'm walking. Do you think she's gonna leave me? I get jealous in the first hour of meeting her, let alone my wife. That is a satanic ritual. That is, who here would do that?
Yeah.
That's crazy. And the guys you said, those who pay for your stuff, how would they look sitting next to me? You think they look like men? Give me a break.
They don't give a.
They don't.
They're actually very secure in themselves that they would.
Ali,
we want to hear from you.
Yeah,
what do you think about this?
Ali, you're poly, right? That's what you're saying.
Yes.
What do you think about this?
Would you say there's like a difference between poly and like?
I mean, what's the question?
Poly and have you ever been in a poly situation where everyone's in the same room and there is like thing? Then they enjoy it on purpose, or are we just all sharing? Like, what's going on here?
I mean, I've done like.
Yeah. Is that? Do you have any opinion, like with what Adam and his situation? Adam 22.
Fun. I don't know.
You don't know?
I'm not paying attention.
See, my take on this is that you're only going to be cuckolded is if you have an exclusive relationship that's already there to so that you can be doing it.
People have fantasies, of course.
So there would have to. So there would. That's why I'm asking you, because like if it's open on your end and open on his end, it's not cuckolding, right? Because it's like you guys can
watch each other,
let your freak flag fly. But this is where I think we're kind of going when we're talking about how men don't understand how to relate with other men or relate with other women. When you have there's 4 ways of looking at this. One is open on his end, closed on her end. That's the Andrew Tate thing. It's like, oh, it's open on my end, but all these bitches have to be on my team. They're on my harem. They'll go have sex with anybody else.
And they can't be on your payroll.
Me.
They can't legally fuck you over. You can't work with those women.
So
you're
that's
fucking 4 women. You can't.
So that's one. That's one format. Then there's like my wife and I. Okay, so closed on her end, closed on my end, closed on your end, closed on. That's
beautiful. That's the best one right there. That's a real man.
Traditional monogamy. Okay. Then there is open on, as we were just saying, open on their end, open on your end, open on her end.
That's polyamory.
And that's the Destiny model, apparently.
The cup.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm just.
So those are 2 different things. So there's polyamory, and then in his situation, like he knows about it or sees it, then I think that would be a cup.
And then
if you don't see it, I don't know if that.
And then there is. This is the most common right now. There is open on her end and closed on his end. And the reason I say that is the reason why I say that is because, and it's the most popular right now.
Polyandry.
Because what happens is when guys get into a quote unquote a monogamous relationship, if that woman is still on OnlyFans, if she is still on Instagram, if she's still advertising herself sexually on this sexual marketplace, it is her still participating in the sexual marketplace. But if that guy were to flirt with the waitress at the bar or whatever, that would be seen as cheating, because there's this presumption that there's closed on her end, closed on his end, but she still has not deleted her, like willingly, voluntarily deleted her OnlyFans, deleted her Instagram, deleted any of that. So to limit the idea that she's still sexually available on the open marketplace. That's what's going on. That's what happens with, like, for instance, like Steph Curry and Aisha Curry, right? She still wants to be on the marketplace. We showed on this show not too long ago, we had the soccer players, right? Was it Messi and Ronaldo, and I forget who the other guy was. You look at their Instagram, on the players' Instagram, and remember, these are high caliber, like these are the guys that other men want to be, make a lot of money, women want to bang these guys. They're there with their model quality wives and girlfriends, and they're on vacation on this beach somewhere, Aruba, I don't know, wherever. You look at theirs, and it's them too on the thing. You look at their girlfriends and you look at their wives on their Instagram, same beach, same, like right there, and all they're doing is showing themselves like lounging in the sand, like in a bikini, presenting themselves as if they are still sexually available, especially when everybody on planet Earth knows that they're fucking the soccer players. So what I'm saying is that, so it's closed on his end, but it's still open on hers because she can advertise herself as being sexually available.
But I love that you said that's the most desirable man on earth, with paycheck, with status, with looks. Ronaldo.
Yeah. Cristiano, and
Cristiano Ronaldo, not Ronaldo.
And Messi too.
Cristiano Ronaldo, yeah.
Messi.
All women on earth need to know. This is a billionaire, by the way. All women on earth need to hear this. He picked up a minimum wage bitch, the McDonald's worker at the Gucci store. That's who he fucking married.
At the Gucci
store. When women say, I make so much money, what you're really saying is, all those Ronaldo types don't want you. Don't leave Starbucks for OnlyFans. Get my Frappuccino and you'll get a Ronaldo.
Let me say something real quick. So there's some guys like literally spurging out right now saying that we need to read Blaze super chat. Guys, I got news for you. There's no super chat here. So I've read every single super chat there is. We don't know who Blaze is.
Yeah, cut
so
the fuck out.
So whoever's on here, we didn't get a Blaze super chat. So you've obviously made some kind of error. We're gonna have the mods, stop, put you all on timeout. So here's what you need to do.
Or I'll do it myself.
Whoever this dude Blaze is, who needs to masturbate on my fucking chat, you need to start over. Do a $1 super chat. I'll fucking read whatever you want. But this is like, you guys are getting a little bit ridiculous here. Cool? Sounds good. Awesome. So show me you can take action. Show me that you're not a bitch and that you can actually take some action. Got it? Cool. Do we have any?
Blaze. You just set him on fire.
Who's Blaze? I don't
Blaze
know.
is on fire. He's in a blaze right now. You attacked him.
No, I'm not trying to attack. I'm not trying to attack Blaze. I'm just
Blaze,
saying, like,
come back to us.
Yeah, like, bro, you didn't actually send a super chat.
Yeah,
so like,
you didn't press enter.
Here's that attention you wanted.
Yeah, there you go, bro. There we go.
Free airtime.
We got 4 more super chats for Rolo.
Okay, Rolo, do it.
We got Zerka. Are you going to join Yay 24 campaign, or is Sneeko still cucking around after you blessed him?
I don't want to leak anything, but I'm in the talks for some big.
There we go.
And I don't want to. I'm not gonna do that.
Do you see a message on mine from someone named Blaze?
Negative.
Okay, so whoever is saying this thing from Blaze, you're just lying.
Is it on? Is it on the?
Have a nice day, dude.
Is it on the main?
George might have one.
Is it on? Is it on?
George,
the
you have one, George?
Yeah. Okay.
Here we go.
Okay, I think I found it. All right, Blaze.
Might be on the main.
$50 super chat here. Zerka, girl to your left was talking mad shit about you while you were gone. And
I don't
girl
care
adjacent
about
to you
women's
was
opinions. I don't care.
Oh my
saying she was
God.
scared, feeling
Blaze is
unsafe
a
you were
bitch.
there.
Blaze is a bitch.
Time out.
Right.
One more time. George, read it again. He just
Instigator.
read a $50 super chat. I'm not going to sit here and let these fucking dudes disrespect my chat. Go ahead.
Here we go. And the girl sitting adjacent to you was saying she was scared, felt unsafe while you were there. LOL.
I did not
How
say
about
scared.
you guys tell him what you said while he was gone? Bunch of snakes.
Oh.
That was the chat.
Oh.
It's literally
I'll say
live
it to
on
his
air,
face.
my
You
darling.
make me
You
feel
can literally
unsafe.
rewatch this.
You can rewatch the
I'm
video.
so sorry that you want to like gossip with your little
Scrub it
knitting
back.
circle with
Yeah.
your fucking dick in your hands, Blaze,
I didn't
crying
cry.
about getting shout outs.
Blaze, go tell on me some more.
So she said that she wasn't comfortable, and I said that
I
you
did
should
not say
take his
uncomfortable. I
class
said
when
you
you were in the
make me feel
bathroom.
unsafe.
Good, done.
I didn't-
Anyway,
who
let's
are
go.
you? Was she here the whole time?
Yes.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Anyway, moving
She
on.
just sat down.
We told
We
them.
got a
Moving on.
$9.99 super chat.
Call the
from Sonic
police.
Dillinger said also educate these females. Yayo boosts the IQ. Christ is king.
Yeah, yo, oh no. Let's go, King.
And then Cock 22 versus Sonic boxing match 2023. Winner takes Lena.
Lena the
And
plug.
then W for Zerka.
All right, so
By the way, guys, I feel super safe. I
So I
want to
wanna-
come back again and again.
I will say
love
this
it.
though,
Go ahead, go
like
ahead.
genuinely, like I don't think I would ever feel proud if I made any woman feel unsafe in the same room I was in.
That is the gayest shit I've ever heard.
So
you're
you
trying
want-
to,
you
you're
want
trying
women
to.
to-
This is a white knight. Save her, white knight, and she's still horny for me. You'll never win. This white knight will
Why did you bother apologizing to her? If that's
I
what
didn't
you
apologize
you
to her. I
did. You said
apologized
I'm
to-
sorry.
No,
You literally said I'm sorry.
you
Play
did.
the fucking tape back.
You are
You literally said.
No.
You're so fucking high.
Are you
don't
kidding?
remember.
I apologized to her.
Yes.
The ghost? I didn't even see her.
You're disgusting.
Why is degrading her? Because
I
why
apologize
can't
to her.
you just take ownership
she
for
has a
once and just
husband.
say, "Oh my God, wasn't my intention to make you feel."
No, it
unsafe."
was my intention.
Would you understand
Good,
that
I'm so
it's
glad.
I had a
attractive
whole
for
line
male
of
to be a
stuff to talk
protector?
about, but go
No,
ahead.
Stop. Adam Lyons, go ahead. Say what you're
Yeah.
saying.
Would you agree that one of the key components of a male to be attractive and masculine is a protector?
Yes.
Are you acting like a protector when women around you feel unsafe?
These are not women.
I mean,
These women are attacking me. I don't want to date them.
So
What the
because a woman
fuck?
attacks you, all of a sudden she's not a woman, so the world revolves around you.
I
so
wanna be
everyone
around
has
my
their own
women.
fucking
We wanted
narrative,
to
or they're
date
not
you.
existing.
I'm
They don't
sorry.
exist.
I don't want
You're
these
even
women.
a
I'm sorry.
fucking
I don't want these
We
women.
don't want you either. That's not the question.
Guys, time out. So there's a couple things going on here. Well, I understand. Like he is playing a role to a certain extent. You doing this
Wait,
is
what's a
only.
role?
Time out. You doing this is only like. If this is what you want, is only going to make this go viral. Okay, I'm just letting you know. So if you want to keep doing this, that's fine because he is very comfortable being the Iron Sheik.
No, but
it's not.
wait, no. Look, I can make it informative.
Yeah.
Hold on. Do you act the same around the woman you do want to impress versus just some woman you don't?
Oh, yeah,
really
I have the same 100% everywhere I go.
100%. He's real.
But
He's
one
not
of them
a
you
false
pick up her
fucking
number, and the
image.
other one you ignore her. You hear what I'm saying?
But you're picking up
This is the one I ignore because I have my own women.
That's not how I
I'm
treat
not trying to make her feel safe.
You're
I'm trying to
picking
go
women
viral.
up
Let's
based
go.
upon games and manipulation, not on actual game and respect and something
And you know
that a
what's
woman
crazy?
can
I
look
was
up
nice to her.
When
She's like,
children
oh, I
act
feel
out.
unsafe.
You're so butthurt. You're so butthurt. You can't just accept and say, I'm sorry you feel that way. Move
I
on. You're
swear
still
to
going
God,
on it. She's living rent free in your head right now.
I'm not trying to look cool. I swear to God, when she said I feel unsafe, I didn't
inquire?
care.
You didn't say
I didn't
why.
yell at
You
her.
didn't give a
Did
fuck.
I yell at her?
No, you just don't care.
I was surprised. All
You
I
just
said
don't
was,
care.
has she been sitting here the whole time? That's all I asked. Maybe it's the cocaine, but I thought she just sat down. Was it someone else?
I think
Maybe I'm high, but you're not
so
that memorable.
self-involved. You don't even know who's around you. That's the problem.
No, I remember
You're
this
not
one. She got nice
self-aware.
eyes.
But I think that's a key point. If you can't notice people that are in the room, how are you going to be an effective protector? You've got no idea who's in the room. You're not paying
How are you
attention to
going
what's
to
going
teach
on around
game
you.
when you don't know who's in the
Where's my
room?
wife?
How do you teach game when there's no one in the room?
Wait. Who am I protecting?
Where is your girlfriend?
Where's my girlfriend? Am I protecting her right now?
No, that's the whole point. But a protector is someone who protects all the
No,
time.
you're actually
I don't feel
disrespecting her, talking
threatened.
about how she
So wait a
sucks
minute,
your
is the
fucking
protector
dick every
supposed to
night
protect
looking
all
up to
women?
you.
Agreed. You said a moment ago you felt attacked. Now you don't feel threatened, which is true.
I genuinely was making a joke. If you rewatch it, I go, ladies, you're hurting my feelings. It's a joke. Like, whatever you women say,
No, you actually said you're all attacking me.
Correct.
We should play
That is
every
exactly
clip back.
what
You
you
don't
said.
even know what
You
you're
said
doing.
all you
That's
women
the
said.
craziest part.
Or
You
who's
don't
in the
even
room.
know what you're doing.
It's literally called sarcasm. Bring a lie detector. Does anyone think I'm butthurt? I love you,
And
women.
we don't care
You're going
whether
to
you're
Christ.
butthurt or not. We don't even care. That's not the point.
So okay, let's.
I think she's more invested. Let's hear her out.
I would like to change the subject just a little bit.
No.
You don't want to change the subject?
No.
Okay.
I want to know why you're the most invested. Let's hear from her, and then you, and then everyone calm down.
Do you have anything you want to say,
I'm
Tyler?
invested because one, you say you're a Christian man. Again, going back to your points, completely disrespecting someone that's vocalized that you've made them feel uncomfortable and you don't even acknowledge it, inquire about it, or care. You just make fun because that's all you know because you're immature and you deflect because that's all you know. You don't know how to be a bigger man and evolve and grow and actually be a fucking gentleman. You could still be a dick and be cocky and have this fucking peacocking shit that you know, but you don't have to be an actual bad person to somebody. You made her uncomfortable and now you're making jokes about it instead of genuinely caring about another person's human feelings.
You gotta remember,
it's crazy.
As a Christian, my yes.
Here we go.
My yes. When I'm not doing good, my yes means yes. My no means no. I can only give you the truth. You said you like truth earlier, and the truth is, she feels unsafe, and I don't give a fuck. That's the truth.
I got a question for the ladies. Can you tell when a dude is like full of shit?
Yeah.
Yes.
Can you do you have like some sixth sense?
I know that he cries at night a lot.
Oh, this dude is 100% full of shit. This is all facade. Nobody
minus the attacks, though. What I'm saying is, like, when a guy is talking to you, like, can you tell if the dude is full of shit, that he has game, that he's
running game on you?
that he's genuine?
Yeah.
What is it about the cues? Tell me what cues you in to whether this guy's for real or he's not for real.
Body language. I mean, this guy has had his sunglasses on the
Well,
whole time.
it doesn't necessarily have to be Zerka. I mean, like,
Right.
guys.
Oh yeah, I mean body language.
Let me do this.
Their
Do I look like
pronunciation with their words, if they're stuttering. Just
consistency.
Too over, like
Don't
their
forget
everything is so perfect with them. There's not.
No, I'm not perfect.
Nothing
I'm the
bad.
closest thing. I'm not perfect.
Not talking about
Only
you.
Christ is perfect.
Ali, did you have anything you want to say?
Can you tell when a guy is like?
Go ahead.
I'm in fight or flight, so I don't have critical thinking right now.
We need the police. Stat.
Or you could just be a decent human.
Bro, I'm not gonna live this fake life.
I mean, there's
okay?
a lot of theatrics going on at the moment in terms of fake life going on, which I know is probably good for whatever it is that you are selling, but right now it's not really coming across to women liking it.
So listen, I do.
Am I here to win over the girl? Is it like a
Okay.
show I have to win them over? You
Yeah,
should have
yeah.
told me that
No,
part.
not at
I
all.
should have came in
We're
giving
having a
fuck.
dialogue.
I
We're
would-
literally just here having a dialogue.
I gotta propose.
And I would really,
debate.
I would really like to change the dialogue. So let's try
Yeah.
something else. You said something that I thought was interesting on Bradley's podcast, and it's something I've actually tried before, and that is you brought up the fact that you're a comedian, but not.
Oh, don't do that to me.
No, no.
Everything I said, I meant in this statement. Come on.
No, I agree. No, I agree. I agree that you
Let
meant
him
it.
finish.
I agree with you meant it. What I'm saying is, there's a protection that comedians get on social media. Because remember, you said about being on YouTube. You said, "Oh yeah, I can grow as much as I want. I'm a comedian." Do you remember just saying this on Bradley's podcast?
Yeah, but I'm telling you right now.
No, I agree with you.
Cannot label me as a comedian.
I'm not
He's not. Let him finish. So you know what he's trying to say.
I'm not labeling you as a comedian, but I do think it's actually at this point it might be an effective strategy to say whatever you want to say and then label yourself as a comedian. And I did this for a while. I actually changed it instead of being a coach to comedian.
Oh, yeah, I remember
to
that.
keep you remember that.
It's a political strategy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So do you feel that is a viable strategy to do that
For
like
a
an
lot
algorithm?
of my politics, yes, but I'm not doing politics right now. I'm doing dating.
Yeah.
So I don't need to.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying in general. Like I thought it was an interesting strategy.
No, that
guy.
strategy is to not get banned. It's not to spare.
It's exactly what I'm saying. And the thing is, what I'm telling you, because you talked before about dating coming back, but you do remember what happened when you had a conversation with RSD Tyler, with Owen Cook, about what happened with Alex Jones getting banned, and you told them that they had to change their whole platform too. And if it were satirical, the algorithm would not have taken it as seriously and not come and taken all their stuff off the ground. Do you agree with it? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely correct. I mean, I was the guy that they contacted with Julian when Julian had the issues and was getting deplatformed. I was behind the scenes. I wasn't in the Alex Jones camp, but one of my buddies was working with him, so I knew that was coming in advance. And so
Is that Sandy Hook?
No. And so
Alex Jones got banned for Sandy Hook.
Yeah, he did. I mean, that was essentially that was the straw that broke the camel's back.
That was the straw that broke exactly. Alex Jones was there was lots of controversy. I mean, he was getting people were going and screaming at him in diners when he was going to sit down and eat. Like he was going to get deplatformed for a while. They knew it was coming. And what I said to Tyler Owen was that if Alex Jones goes down, he's the canary in the coal mine. And I was like, everybody's going to come after us. After Alex Jones went, something like 300 or 400 dating YouTube channels went down. My dating YouTube channel went down. And I had one of the original ones from 2006. And it was just like an absolute notification from YouTube.
Yeah.
Your channel's gone the end.
And I feel like Vitali was an example of someone who was doing stuff that was satirical, but it was still.
Is that the guy who beat up a woman?
I don't. Did Vitali?
He beat the shit out of a woman, didn't he? He was like on shrooms and psychosis. The Russian.
Yeah, the Russian guy.
He beat up a woman. That guy's a psychopath.
I didn't know anything about that.
That guy's a degenerate psychopath. He was on shrooms and he attacked someone's mom jogging.
Is that what happened? I didn't know about this.
Brutally.
I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't know the data. All I know is that Vitali was always pushing the envelope. I mean, he was like the leader on YouTube for the prank.
Well, I mean, I talked to the YouTube higher-ups. My angel investors got me in touch with them.
Yeah.
And so I know what's safe and what's not. But you're trying to say this.
Hey, we lost the audio for him again. Can you make sure you plug this in? This is plugged in. Real quick. One more time. You said you talked to the YouTube higher-ups?
I'm just saying that's why I don't feel the way you guys feel on this topic. Like, you guys think it's a bigger deal, right?
No. What I'm saying is, like you mentioned before, like it does seem to be kind of a halo. If they think you're being satirical, you can get away with a lot more than if you start if you're political and you say right-wing stuff, you get banned. If you're satirical and you say right-wing stuff, they're saying, "Oh, well, I'm a comedian," and it seems to be this halo that protects you.
Dave Chappelle halo, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Right. And because when we first came in here, you mentioned something to the effect of like, "Hey, I want to make money," right? And there's a limit to what you can say. Yeah.
I said we're getting views today.
Right, that's fine. But I'm saying is like at some point
there is money.
There is a limit to how far you can grow if you say things that the algorithm doesn't like.
You don't want to pigeonhole yourself.
Yeah, but again, you guys got to remember. Either way, I win. If I'm on Rumble,
Well, they'll go into that. So Rumble.
But I don't want to be on Rumble. But if I ever go, if we're talking about me getting banned.
Yes.
If I got banned, I still win. I have a whole plan for that.
Yeah.
Like Sneeko, except he didn't have a plan. But I see what you're saying.
But like Rumble is not going to ban you. Rumble has very different terms of service.
No, the difference is if I go to Rumble, I make $10 million. If I stay on YouTube, I can make $50 million less than a decade. If there's no oopsie daisies. But I've been in the most left-leaning website, Twitch, and I know how to navigate that for years.
Yes.
And I got rich there. And a left-leaning website, to think I'm that funny.
Yeah.
And every single girl, it was like maybe 500 girls plus I met, collaborated. All said I'm a great guy. That's the same thing I do on YouTube. Now she kind of looks, not to attack her, she would look crazy because there's 500 girls that are gonna be like, you can't digest Zerka? There's left-leaning, liberal women, sensitive women all around me. All the clips, everything is on YouTube. So anytime a girl does that overreaction, she's actually just inviting. That's why I was leaning back. I didn't want people to attack her and say, "Oh, she's stupid." So I was like, "Oh, let it die." But she keeps pressing the issue. But if you guys are worried I'll get in trouble for this.
No. We're not. It's not worried about that.
No.
I'm just talking about an overall.
Or the style. The style. Yeah.
Well, it's
Your approach.
No. But the thing is, it's an overall strategy because I don't know if you're aware, but like just regular PUAs who had nothing to say politically were getting banned on YouTube.
Absolutely.
You see what I'm saying?
I mean, you're also saying like anything can happen, and we can't live like that.
Right.
Question for Adam. Adam, do you think all guys need to be protecting women?
I think that males are more attractive as their protectors, and I don't just think that we know.
But do you think it's their duty to protect women? Because you kind of came at him like, you should be like what? Basically saying
babysitter.
I never said he should.
No, but that's what you're implying. Like,
no, what I'm
why you should be worried about like her feeling uncomfortable, whatever.
What I'm implying is that typically in society, the male's role, especially the masculine male role, is the protector. That's why we see people that go to, veterans, right? People that go to war. They are the protectors. They are the absolute.
That's why we talked about the lions, and he literally
said
a male lion can take
Can I ask something? Should I be protective of Ghislaine Maxwell? That's a woman. I don't know this woman for shit. Why do I have to protect her? What the fuck are you talking about?
Why are you suggesting she's like Ghislaine Maxwell?
Well, how do I know? How do I know she's not a horrible person?
Well, if she isn't, are you going to judge everyone as horrible?
I'm not protecting strangers. You do that?
I would absolutely be okay.
If you saw Vitaly,
bite the bullet. Say you'd protect Ghislaine Maxwell right now.
Why would I do that? That's not correct.
Let me ask you this.
Why would I go into your
You can get to know her. Maybe they're lying about her.
Let me ask you. You saying this because you know who Ghislaine Maxwell is?
No. But
if you did not know who she was,
by his
all this happened, would you then have
by the more simpy approach, his mindset would go to the media's lying about you. The media's lying about you. Let me get to know you. That's a dangerous place.
Stop. Take politics out of it. Take Christianity out of it. Take everything else. Take all the emotion. Take everything off the table. If you didn't know who she was, and you saw this woman, Ghislaine Maxwell, you don't know who she is. You have no preconcept
you know
of anything.
her.
I know. I understand. I'm just saying, before all this happened, and you see her, she's getting beat up on the street, do you protect Ghislaine?
Yes, I do. But remember, is she getting... This is how... You guys are dumb. Is she getting beat up? Is she getting beat up?
No, I'm not saying she's getting beat up.
So give me a fucking... How do you feel like you won that? Are you crazy?
Finger at her and shouting.
And you're literally calling all of us
Is she getting beat up?
It's crazy.
Is she getting beat up?
Point your finger at somebody and shout.
What a weird example. A woman getting beat up.
Weird example. Women every fucking day are on the streets, need help with something. They got their purse stolen, their fucking car won't start. Anything.
Just
do I
Would
fight
you
the
not
ghost
help
that's
the
beating her up?
woman?
There is no ghost.
There's no ghost. What kind of crazy shit are you saying
How
right now?
are you not getting what I'm saying? I'm saying he wants me to protect her when she's on a podcast.
You know what's wrong, you know what's right. Like you said, the Bible. You know wrong from right.
Allie, what do you want to say?
Oh my God.
Allie, go ahead.
I do believe that men should step in when a woman needs help, right? Is screaming for help or something of that sort. But honestly, you also don't want to get involved with things. A lot of the women out here are really shady. You don't know if this bitch just stole this man's Rolex and he's shaking her down to get it back.
But hold on.
Or what's going on behind the scenes. You don't want to get involved in anyone else's messes.
I've dealt with very mean women like that at nightclubs for 5 years, and I'm telling you, instinctively, he wouldn't jump in to save her. I would. That's my job.
Bro,
that's literally my job.
Bro, you're wrong. You're not the only one that's worked in nightclubs as
Would
a
you be faster than me?
Absolutely, I'd be
give
faster.
me a break, bro.
Hold on, wait, I got another. Okay, here's.
And you know what's funny? And you know what's funny about me?
Another one.
Even though she's mean to me, I'd still protect her today.
Who
is mean to you?
I'm a Christian.
Take that off the table. Take that off the table.
Who are you talking about?
Let me ask you this.
She's mean because she feels uncomfortable?
Let me give you this. The hypothetical that you will hear this. You will hear this from Tate. You will hear this from Myron. You will hear this from. What is the scenario that we always say? Who is going to go downstairs with a baseball bat or the shotgun? Whose job is it to go and do that?
It's our job.
Whose job is it supposed to be? If we're going to talk about traditional Christian gender roles, right? If we're going to talk about those, or we can even just say they're evolutionary dimorphic.
I don't really get what he's saying.
Okay, but whose job is it to go downstairs and beat up the attacker?
The man.
No Jumper, coolest podcast in the world, and we're back with a little bit more Zerka to get you through your worker day. Just thought that up. I'm probably gonna keep working on it. Zerka is in the building. Farha. Hi. Farhi. Or did you just say hi?
I just said hi.
Farha.
Yeah.
Okay. Some people would go back to the drawing board, but we're just gonna roll with this. And then Holly Day is here as well. Adult to the stars. And then quite possibly my favorite Asian walking the face of the planet. Don't kill me, Kazumi. Nicole Doshi is in the building.
I love you.
I love you too. I mean that with all my heart. I'm gonna leave my girl for you. Just kidding. Zerka, I'm happy to have you in here so that we can hopefully learn something about the spirit of womankind.
Or lack of.
Farhi. We wanted to bring you back on because I know that you said about 7 words on our most recent appearance.
I was very sick. I puked thrice before coming on, and I was going to tap out, but Destiny wanted me to embarrass myself.
She said thrice.
Thrice.
For the record. Yeah. So she's back in here. For the record, she hasn't, and she's a virgin.
Yeah. Are you
serious?
Yeah.
Good combo.
Good what?
Good combo.
It's lucrative, yeah.
What's the word on the street?
It's like innocent and slutty at the same time.
He phrased it as I have one leg in hell and one in heaven.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
She's virgin, but fans. That's.
Yeah.
I don't know if we got into this before, but what are you holding on to with the V card? Like, what are you waiting for?
I'm either a hopeless romantic or a full-on lesbian, and I'm still trying to parse through.
You won't really know until you let it into you.
You think so?
Well,
vagina against you.
Do you think
Yeah.
guys need to have anal sex before they know they're straight?
no.
So why do I need to be before I know if I'm a lesbian?
Well, I'm just saying that I feel like a lesbian would have sex with a man and just know that it was not the right thing for them. I feel like they would feel it in their bones.
Yeah, I
don't you?
feel like you have to try it then to know it.
Yeah.
Right? So I have a gay friend that he said he actually been to a massage place to see if he is really actually gay.
That's how he tried to figure it out.
Yeah.
He paid a woman to come off.
Cause he's like, oh, I don't get turned on by women. I really wanted to see, so he went to this hot massage girl to see if, like, he could really get turned on, but no,
Didn't work.
no.
Waste of money.
I mean, at least he figured it out in a simple way. A lot of guys like get married and then they figure out they're gay, or they start finally being honest about how gay they are.
Later in life.
Zerka, what's going on? You want to pay these women for sex yet? Is what's going on?
I would never pay for sex. I would never. Are you crazy, Adam?
What's holding you back?
Honestly, if I don't want to hurt feelings, but I feel like who I am is more rare than 3 billion women on Earth. And I don't mean them combined. I'm not being cocky. I'm saying like one-on-one. If we compare, there's a lot less Zerkas on Earth than, you know, cute girls.
What is the thing that makes you so rare? Just the height, the teeth?
I would say, you know, if you really just get past the comedy, there's wisdom, bro. There's some I've seen, bro. Like, you don't know the world till you bounce full time for 5 years straight and see all sorts of people, doctors, lawyers, degens, all that. When you study humans, this is like a master's degree in sociology or whatever it's called. I have a master's on humankind, but like it's not on paper, so nobody believes me. Like when I'm talking at him, you know, I've seen shit you've never seen.
War.
Well, I'm a refugee, yeah, but I'm saying at the club.
Right.
I've seen, like, why, Adam, you believe in equality, men and women, is because you didn't have those 5 years of trauma.
I mean, I feel like I took in some trauma all those years being single, trying to get out, going to the club, going to the bar. Those were hard years. Many nights I went home and beat.
Adam, there comes a point in your life where you live so much life and learn so much that you can never, in good conscience, say men and women are equal. That's That's crazy to say.
Equal, it's like a yin and a yang, right? Now, the white side is not the same as the black side, but they exist in perfect harmony, 50% of each, right?
Serve different purposes.
Yeah, you guys serve like 10% of the purpose, and we're 90%. I could get on board with that.
I'm saying I think it's equal, but at the end of the day, I look forward to the day that I'm going to have to explain to my child that you will never be able to deadlift as much as me.
You have a girl, right?
Yeah. I don't really look forward to that because I just think it's going to be kind of like a weird conversation one day. But isn't that like, at some point you have to have that conversation of like, yeah, you're just not going to be able to be in the NBA. It's just not going to happen.
You're not going to be able to do NBA, philosophy, engineering, science.
You just
math.
spoke to a porn star who's an engineer.
She destroyed me. Edit that part out. Who the fuck would have guessed Adri? I'm the dropout and she destroyed me. Adri's got school and she was laughing at me back there. She's like, yeah, you didn't know. It's like, damn, you set me up, bro.
I feel like she handled you pretty well.
Yeah, they're super stoked.
She didn't walk out.
They were glowing. They were so happy.
Did you feel like there was a walkout that was possible there for a moment?
No.
I was really wondering, like, is this possible?
There will never be a walkout with me because my charm is overwhelming, right? Girls, as much as they're seething angry, they'll listen all day. I'm fucking Santa Claus to them.
Holly, are men and women equal?
No, I guess not.
Dude,
I guess not.
check this out.
Yeah.
A 14-year-old boy
Mhm.
can beat the shit out of every woman on earth.
I
don't know about that one.
You guys lose to a 14-year-old. A child would fuck you up.
You think a 14-year-old fucked me up?
Have you ever seen the women's UFC divisions? There's a lot of tough chicks out there.
Nah, they're on testosterone, bro. That's not the same.
No, they
shit.
test them for that.
I mean, a lion could eat you alive. Are you inferior on every moral and physical level?
How am I inferior when I fucking blast the lion with a gun?
Okay, then she can pull out a gun and shoot a 14-year-old.
No, she can't. A woman can't even squeeze it. Ah, it hurts.
Jesus Christ.
There's a lot of women who are capable of shooting firearms.
I've shot a firearm.
Most
before.
women shoot a gun with their eyes closed.
Do they?
Yeah.
Me, I look you in your eyes. I'm a cold motherfucker. I take your fucking life. I look you in the eyes.
Yeah.
When girls shoot, like, oh, there's a criminal, they close their eyes, bro.
It is hard for me.
We look at the psychology of why that happened. And the reason why it happened is that we're almost expecting, or maybe even desiring, a kind of Titanic-like event. Because we know that something is rotten in the state of Denmark, and we're looking for something that can express that. This big derailment, poisoning the water supply, killing animals, all etc.
Negative events. I'm sure you've played this one, not to poke at your pastor or whatever, but I'll do it. I play this all the time.
Sure.
Right? If you ask people involved in BLM, I'm curious, how many unarmed black men do you think are killed every year by the police?
Man.
Billions.
Yeah, millions, billions.
I'm just
perhaps,
kidding. Like, if you had to take a guess, it's unfair. I'm putting it on
a
the spot, but,
relatively
like,
small number, right?
Yeah.
It's like people might say like a relatively small number and guess like maybe like 500. It's like 12.
Right.
It's a very small number. But like, think about it this way.
But it's an expression of what they feel. I think it might not very well be rational, and you can shove statistics down their throat, but it's an expression of how they feel, and it might even be a certain kind of fantasy element to it as well, in the sense that they do feel out of place and oppressed and not making it or something. It also expresses a certain kind of fantasy of, like, to make a conflict that is invisible in a way visible.
Yeah, that's what I was saying before. It feels good to have the patriarchy to fight against, or to have cops to fight against, because you get this. Because there is a lot of frustration in general in life. I think that's probably part of life, and through a combination of removing all tenacity from people, because we've poisoned children's minds into thinking that any type of adversity is absolutely fucking negative and you should remove all of it from your life, in terms of removing a lot of the major problems from people's lives, right? Like, realistically, if you're a woman, no one is saying that, like, you can't work that job because you're a woman, so you kind of have to look for sexism in more subtle and nuanced ways, which is good, you should look for it. But when you start to lose a lot of these bigger problems, it kind of feels like, I don't want to say you have to invent problems, but you remember what Dick said yesterday on the show when we were talking about, like, it feels like some people are like, and I get this feeling sometimes, I get a lot of hate for this, but like, you're middle class, you're white, parents are decently wealthy, you go to a decent school, and then you get online and it's like, I have nothing to complain about. Well, now I'm going to be non-binary, and now I'm going to have the most depression ever. And it's like, is that really like what you need to like have something to complain about? Like, and that's what it feels like a lot of times. That people sometimes you remove so many of the big problems that people are like, I need something to fucking complain and bitch and be a victim about. But I feel like that's like the human condition. I remember kids doing it in high school. I went to a prep school, and I'll go to these kids' houses. It's like, my fucking family just got kicked out of our third fucking house. I go to this girl's house who's like, one parent is like a dentist, and the other is like partnered at a law firm with a mansion. And she's talking about, yeah, I cut myself every night because I'm so depressed. And in my mind, I'm thinking, how the fuck can you be depressed? You're rich, you have everything in life. But, you know, in their mind, they're like, well, you know, humans, I think, tend to look for something.
Because none of that is meaningful. Like, the big screen TV is meaningless. They don't actually want it. What they want is meaning and direction in their lives. It's not just about not having something to complain about. Like, we're not being invaded by Russia right now.
Mhm.
We're invaded by Russia. Even the blue-haired feminist would, like, strap on a gun and be ass-kicking.
Look at 9/11, bro.
Yeah.
98% of the country was ready to go to war with whatever fucking country in the world you threw a dart at. Bro, if you tell me Nigerians were the ones that fucking flew, planes of the World Trade Centers, I think 98% of America, let's go to war with them right now. Yeah, for sure.
I was actually in New York City in 9/11, believe it or not. I experienced this with, this is 23 years ago, as liberal types who I would talk to, and I would almost kind of gently talk to them because I was afraid that they were going to tell me about, like, the history of the Crusades and, racism against Arabs. And they were like, oh, yeah, we need to go to war right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, for sure.
So, but
Bush was on, Jesus, like, it's funny because we make fun of, like, Muslims and shit, and imams saying, you know, holy war and jihad and all this shit. And I want to say Bush was on camera saying like, I prayed and God told me that we need to go to war with Iraq, and I'm like, Jesus Christ. But back then we were ready for it.
If that were to happen right now, if we had another 9/11, do you think the country's so polarized that we would never get anywhere close to that like 98% agreement on going to war?
Yes, I think it kind of is over, and I this is a really big subject that I'm glad we're talking about. But I mean, I was very enthused about the new Cold War that has arisen, and that might sound cynical or sadistic or something. It's not, because it does. You know, when you have the unipolar world, globalism, you don't know who's who and who's what, or where we are, who's the enemy. It's murky and kind of weird. Now we're kind of returning to something that we're used to and something that we fought and won previously. A Cold War, a division between a Russian or kind of Soviet-like society. Perhaps China's involved. We'll figure that out. It's kind of here and there at the moment. But it gives people some stability and meaning. You need, you kind of need someone to hate or someone to fear or someone to be your adversary.
Do we?
Because that,
do
yes,
we
you
really?
do.
I hate that.
I
That's
know.
got to be a thing we can change in human nature. It has to be, right?
Well, at least you're being reasonable about it, and yes, we do, and we need something that's bonding as well. Like, what is the origin of religion? Is it you've come up with some rational, device to prove that God exists? No, that's not
it's a
the
way
origin.
to explain stuff that's already going on in the world, essentially. I think.
No,
right?
it's a way of congealing masses of people without force. You can't. You can only point a gun at someone and force someone to fight a battle for so long. What you really need to have is for them to want to fight the battle, for them to want you to be an authority, to want to die, in fact, in order to accomplish something bigger than yourself.
I feel
That's
there has
the origin
to be,
of religion, and that's why we need it.
Yeah,
And
there has to be a way to do it without enemies. I feel like it's funny because you bring this up, but I actually use this exact argument when I would fight against like race realistic stuff in the past. That people would say things like, "We need to get rid of all black and brown people. It needs to be only white people." It's like, okay, well, if we run this argument to its maximum, right? I don't like. First of all, if you had any group of white people to get rid of everybody else, don't you think at that point they're going to start looking at like, well, what percentage white are you, right? Because like if you go to Europe, it's not just white and black people, especially if you go to especially if you're in Scandinavia, right? The Europeans have fucking ethnic eyes like I've never seen before. Like, oh, that dude over there, he's like 37.5% Russian. I can tell because of his hairline. I'm like, the fuck? He's just a white guy to me. It all looks the same shit to me. But like, you start to see the divisions more and more. And if you've got people that have made justifications for getting rid of people based on color of their skin, then why not like the Fuenteses next, right? Who are 25% Hispanic, right. Or why not people with like brown eyes or brown hair? Like, where would that would the division ever truly stop? Because Jesus, like go to former like Yugoslavia, like you've got like so many similar types of people that are all trying to fucking kill each other like crazy, and it's like, what are you guys doing?
I agree, but you don't descend into that infinite regress because you're able to define an enemy and define an us.
Yeah, I know. I understand that. It feels very 1984-ish. Because in that book, right, there has to be a constant enemy that you're waging war against because it gives you a forward direction. But can people grow out of that?
No.
They have to be able to.
Do we want to? Do we want to? Because
we do.
No, you don't. Because it's like resistance and struggle. You understand who you are. I mean, I was not a great athlete at all, so I'm not bragging about the not so glorious days of my athletics. But like, I learned something about myself by playing on a football team and losing, and sometimes winning, and struggling against someone. And I wouldn't know who I was if I didn't do that. You need a resistance force and an opposition in order for some kind of synthesis to develop of a real identity.
So I agree 1,000,000%. I'm having an interesting. So I've been streaming for 12 years. I've been on the internet for a long time, and I've identified like trends with my content. And we go through big upswings where we've got a lot of viewership, a lot of crazy stuff, and then we go through downswings where it's a little bit more boring. And a conversation that my communities have right now that I figured out is that like my content is at its best when I have opposition.
Right.
Like, I can cover a story, I can do political research, and that's okay. But when there are people opposing me to fight against, it becomes a million times more interesting. Like, I think I carried like 13,000 viewers doing like a 6-day research stream on like the new Pearl Harbor. It was like a 5-hour 9/11 documentary, and it's because people were really hyped up for me to debate Nick Fuentes and Sneeko after watching it. And I noticed that like having that oppositional figure drives so much of my political content. But it's hard to hold those oppositional figures because the relationships are very volatile. Because eventually somebody's feelings get hurt, somebody's ego gets bruised, and they'll be like, fuck you, I'm never talking to you again.
Sure.
But one thing that I'm able to do, and I've met some people that can do this, Dick yesterday was a good example, is I love somebody that like, we can fight, like, fuck you, I hate you, this is horrible, fuck, your ideas are shit, blah, blah, blah. And then at the end, you're like, okay. And then we're done. We're done arguing. It's cool. We disagree. But, like, we're okay at the end of the day. We don't actually fucking hate each other.
That's us, Destiny.
Shit, well, maybe. I haven't gotten there yet. But I wish that, like, more people were able to do that. And I noticed that, like, the drawing of the battle lines for the us versus them, like, it's so crazy how my black history is horrible. So, obviously, I only know Martin Luther King and fucking Malcolm X because that's what every white person knows for the only two black people in all of fucking U.S. history. But it's so interesting how we went from all of the MLK shit, like, oh yeah, like we all need to come together and be cool people, whatever, to like, actually, we need to bring back segregation and have black-only businesses with black customers and fuck white people. And it's like, what the fuck? How the fuck did we circle all the way back here where like there are like these people that are talking about like the critical race theory and like the very heavy like college anti-whiteness like lectures and shit that are now having like black-only sessions where they're talking about like anti-blackness and shit, and it starts to feel like really segregated and weird. Like,
when
what
I
the
was
fuck
reading
happened?
through the Southern Poverty Law Center thing about Richard last night, which I can kind of assume probably hasn't been updated since like approximately 2016 because they left out some newer stuff, but I'm reading it, and it's like almost every quote that I'm seeing from you talking about your white identity or whatever is something that sounds eerily familiar to something I've heard black people say in relatively mainstream circles in the last couple of years. So I don't know if maybe those statements seemed a little bit different in 2016, but viewed from today's light, it really, a large percentage of them didn't really seem all that shocking to me.
Well, I mean, that's true. I mean, look, there is a double standard in the sense of you can listen with sympathy to a black person talking about identity and maybe even having some hatred of things like that. You can listen to that sympathetically, but a white person does it and there's just no sympathy. You could talk about guns, you can talk about Christianity, you can talk about all these other things, but an actual white identity is something that we're just not allowed to talk about. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, maybe it's a good thing in a way, in the sense that whites do want to the best aspect of being white in a way is to try to transcend your mere material position and to do something that's bigger, to do something that would almost bring people in. I think that's a very strong power in European history. So, I mean, on some level, this double standard is kind of a good thing. I mean,
and I will say too, also like on that back, because I can't let you say all that and not say anything because my fan base is gonna hate me. but truly, like the issue that I have is that like there is a difference between like white pride and black pride. Like, if we're honest, the histories between these two things are different, and generally the sentiments behind them are different, right?
What is
like,
the difference?
I think the difference is that generally white people are pretty okay in the United States on the qualification of being white. Now, there are poor white people, but their lives aren't fucked because they're white, they're fucked because they're poor. Or there might be white people that are addicted to drugs, but their lives aren't fucked because they're white, they're fucked because they're hooked to opiates. Whereas for black people, African Americans specifically, descendants of slaves, a lot of their lives today are still a little bit fucked, not because their parents were poor or their grandparents were poor, but because there were racial policies in the United States from '64 and earlier that actually like racially impacted people. So I'm very empathetic.
So you only get to have pride if you struggle? I mean, like,
I'm not saying you can only.
That
Here's
what you're saying.
Well, no. Hold on, no, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that like I can understand people treating the things a bit differently.
Sure.
But the problem is that people take it a little bit too far, and instead of saying like, well, hold on, I think that there needs to be a special, unique place for black people to talk about their place in the U.S. and the history in the U.S. That evolved into fuck white people. They can't talk about anything related to whiteness, and now we're only going to talk about black issues. And if you even dare challenge that, you're racist. Like that evolution is very toxic, and I think that change is what has like destroyed so many of the conversations. Thinking back like to the phrase like it's okay to be white, like the response to that should have just, or like white lives matter, the response to that should have just been like, yeah, they do, but like that's not what we're talking about right now, and like that's it, instead of like, no, you can't say that, that's hateful. It's like, why fight against that? Like, it's so stupid.
Right. I didn't quite follow you there at the end. I mean, there is also a kind of double standard of when, someone has Irish pride or something like that. It's like, oh, that's so cool and beautiful and poetic and things like that. Someone says they have German pride and people have a little bit of a different opinion, or Russian pride, because it's bigger and stronger and more powerful and can actually affect the world, unlike, I don't know, Irish Catholic nationalism or something like that. But you can't just say, okay, it's good if it's weak and it's bad if it's strong. I mean, it's a natural human tendency to want to be a part of a bigger tribe, something bigger than yourself, civilization even. And so it can't just be justified if people are not politically powerful.
Yeah, it's going to depend on the type of movement you're in and like where you're coming from. Like, because realistically, like when somebody says white pride, I don't really know like white people as a group historically. It's hard to know what that means. Like, if you want to talk about like German people, Russian people, Irish people, like there are achievements and things that you can give to specific nationalities, specific ethnicities, things in the past. But it feels like when people talk about like white as an overarching group, at least in my mind, the only thing I think of is slavery. Because I'm like, well, what did white people do versus like black people?
Or you think it's almost too generic and kind of
vague. That's the issue. And then when somebody appeals to something,
what does it mean? You go to Target as opposed to the dollar store? You're white or something?
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Whereas I think and then there's a slight difference too, because when you talk about like African American culture, there was a unifying culture between descendants of slaves, because a lot of them can't even point back to the countries they're from. And so their culture basically starts at my great-great-great-granddaddy was a slave, and that's all I have. And here's the culture that I was thrust into, that was thrust upon me, and then this is what we created out of that. And so I'm more sympathetic to, I understand why some people are like, I have African-American pride, but it feels a little bit different. It's like, I have white pride. It's like, okay, well, you can go to Ellis Island, you can see like exactly where your family came from. Like, your pride is going to be a little bit more ethnically precise than that. And when you just say white pride, it feels a little bit strange,
I get what you're saying, and I'm being sympathetic towards it. I have many of the same criticisms. One of the criticisms that I do agree with that you hear from the left is, they'll show some image of some, fatso screaming white pride or yelling at someone, and they'll be like, this is the white supremacist, And then there's also that other kind of question of like, what are you actually standing for? What do you want?
Yeah.
I think that was a major question, the why question about the alt-right and why it failed and is kind of part of the past now, is because it couldn't answer. There was no like actual spiritual core to what whiteness is.
Which
I think that's
so
very
many
true.
movements have that issue. Remember Occupy Wall Street?
Yes.
What the fuck did they want? That was a huge fervor, and it came and it went, and like, what the fuck did you guys want? Or BLM and the riots and the police. Like, what did you guys want? To abolish policing? They tried that in some places, it didn't work. Like, what did you guys want? The alt-right, Charlottesville, and everything. Well, what do you guys want? And it's like, more Christianity, Catholicism? Not that. What more? Like what? Like, yeah, there's an issue with a lot of misdirected anger today, where it's like, channel it on something and figure out a policy or something to rally by. Fuck it, give me legalize like marijuana or something, but find something that you want to champion.
Well,
otherwise,
that's because America isn't offering that anymore. So when you think about, okay, I mean, I'll do two things real quick, so just be a little patient. So there is a white identity to the United States that is, I would say, overwhelmingly Protestant and overwhelmingly Anglo, and there were a lot of nativist battles against bringing in Italians and Central Europeans and so on in the 19th century. From the Immigration Act of 1924 and let's say up to the 60s, I think and this was also coming after the progressive reforms that did a lot of great things in my opinion. But anyway, I think there was a pretty coherent white American public. It was perhaps fleeting. It was kind of more Christian than Protestant, more European than Anglo-Saxon, but it was a real thing. But I also think that like grasping onto that, holding on to it, is kind of clinging to the past. I think we've moved beyond that period of time. It was a great time in many ways. It was a bad time if you were African American, or not so bad, but bad in many ways if you're
Chinese, or depending on where you were.
I get it. But it was something, and I think that was probably the essence of the "Make America Great Again" notion. It was about, again, going back to the past, rehearsing something. But I think the main thing is that America is not able to offer any overarching, coherent vision that's attractive, that's irrational even, that's exciting, Dionysian, and thus we're kind of retreating into this like fragmented societies of BLM angst, alt-right angst, Fuentes yay angst, screw the patriarchy angst. They're probably literally screwing the patriarchy. That's anyway.
I feel
because we're not offering anything. When John Winthrop, before he even set foot on this soil, he had an idea of what America was. It was this New Jerusalem concept. It was a highly fundamentalist, puritanical notion, one that I don't resonate with, to be honest. But it was something. He defined it even before he was here. We've had various ways in the Cold War. I mean, I have this article I'm going to publish, but it's about how U2 kind of predicted the Cold War or ended the Cold War in some crazy way. Though we're torn in two, we can be one. They sang that in 1983 before 1989, 91, and everything changed. And so they were imagining some vision that you wanted to come be a part of. And I think for Bono and U2 is actually deeply Christian. This is there has to be something there, or we are going to fragment into things like BLM and the alt-right.
So here, this is something also that I kind of think in terms of. So earlier I alluded to this idea that I feel like the idea of a unified America was a bit illusory. I feel like we felt that way, or we feel like in the past it was that way. So Adam, when you talk about like hip hop and you talk about like rappers, I feel like one thing that's really important for a lot of these guys.
Já jsem to chtěla vyhrát zpátky, tak jsem mu dala zase peníze, že? Já jsem tupka.
This TikToker is about to get scammed. Lucky for us, she filmed herself while she was getting scammed. This is Hanka from the Czech Republic, and she was on a visit to London, and she saw these couple of dudes playing this easy-looking game of cups and balls, and she decided to give it a try. It looked easy, and all her friends were so supportive that they let her play, and they also filmed her while she did it.
60, yes, 60. 50 more, 50, 100 more, 50. Yes.
Again, Hanka's friends are really supportive and they're basically just laughing at her. And what does she do? She decides to win the money back and try it again.
This one.
Now the guy that's running the game is trying to force her to bet more money to guess where the ball is in the cups.
100. 60, yes, 120 double. More, look, 100, more 40.
No.
Open. No.
And what a surprise, the ball was not there. Now, I love, obviously Hanka is sad and surprised, but check out the guy in the pink Louis Vuitton hat. How he's like, oh, what a shocker, right? He's in it on the game. Everyone you see in this video, except the people riding in the buses in the background, are in the game. And I don't mean in the game as they're also playing. Yes, they are playing, but they're playing with the guy who's cheating, our TikToker.
Hej, to je v prdeli, děcka, já jsem úplně tupá. Hej, tady frajer hrál nějakou hru na zemi, nějakou kuličkou, kde to je schované. Já jsem naprohrál, prosím pěkně, 4 litry. Ale já jsem věděla, kde jsou ty kuličky.
Nevěděla.
Věděla jsem to a jen to, on to kokot prohodil prostě.
A já co jsem říkal, ať to vám nedával, vole. Ne, Hanka to chce vyhrát zpátky, ale...
Já jsem to chtěla vyhrát zpátky, tak jsem mu dala zase peníze, že? Já jsem
Dej tam to video.
tupka.
No, girl, come on. Don't be so hard on yourself. You simply fell for a scam that you didn't know how it works. I mean, your parents or your grandparents, just like mine, probably know the trick. You simply didn't watch her video, so you couldn't know. By the way, a lot of people under this Instagram post wrote to her, you should watch The Honest Guide. Speaking of The Honest Guide, we have a video on our channel that is called How Does This Trick Work? Or we explain the cups and balls game. Now, there is one comment under the video, the most liked comment, and it says, well, they didn't really explain how the trick works. So let me explain it to you now. We got 3 cups and we got 1 chewing gum, which is what we're gonna need to perform this trick. Now you try to follow it, it's right here, right? So it's right here, correct? Right? So would you bet your money it's here? Would you bet your money it's here? No, because it's here. It doesn't really matter how the trick is done. The trick is that you can never win. And the more time you're gonna spend at this game thinking like, oh, that's how he did it. Oh, I'm sure he did this or he did that. And I'm gonna win now. Look, the lady before me, she won. No, you're never gonna win. That's the trick. But Yannick, we wanna know how it's done. All right, I will tell you. Also, there were multiple gums all over this place and nothing here. Anyhow, before I tell you, there's a word from our sponsor, Surfshark VPN. I'm gonna show you videos from all around the world that are easy to access because they were sent to us by people. But imagine you wanna go see something online, which makes sense, you can because it's the internet, right? You can watch whatever you want. Nope. If it's geo-blocked, you cannot, but you can walk around that with a service called Surfshark VPN because you can pretend or put your computer virtually anywhere around the world and then you can watch the content that otherwise would be restricted in your country. Now, we have a friend that just recently really needed a Surfshark VPN service, and we did send him a message with our code, Honest Guide, where he's gonna get 3 months for free. The friend of ours was Macklemore when he was visiting in the Czech Republic, and he wanted to watch some sports, but he couldn't because it was geo-blocked for US. By the way, awesome concert, man. So if you guys want to try Surfshark VPN and get 3 months for free, you can use our code HONESTGUIDE or simply go below our video and use the link in the description. Oh, and if the code is not under the video, maybe try a different cup. Maybe it's under one of the 3 videos. This time, it's not easy to find the code for Surfshark. It may be under this video or that one or that one. Now, where were we? Oh, yes. We want to know how the trick is done. All right, let me show you. I was actually hiding the chewing gum under my watch this whole time. And I know you're not asking about this trick, but the cups and balls. Let's go to this fella in his beautiful green sneakers on the Westminster Bridge in London, and let's analyze what he does frame by frame. Now, he shows the crowd, or these 2 tourists that they're trying to cheat because this guy is working with him, where the ball is. The ball is under this cup. Now, as he moves the cup, he palms the ball because the ball is not hard, it's soft. So as he moves the cup, the ball goes into his palm, more specifically in this area where he holds it with his fingers. So now the ball is nowhere, but the audience should think it's on the left from his point of view, or where the red circle is, right? So whoever's gonna play is gonna think it's there. Let's see. A woman approaches, she's betting a lot of money, and her guess is the middle cup. Oh my God, she's so stupid. I know where the ball is. It's on the side. Why would she do that? Because she's in it on the game. She's playing with him. She's pretending to be that stupid person playing. So when you're watching this, you're like, oh, she's so stupid. It's obvious it's on the side, but it's not. It's in the guy's hand. By the way, you can see the ball is in his hand when he's getting the money from the woman, because he's not getting the money from her like this, but like this. So the ball is right there. Now, if you want a pro explaining how cups and balls work, go see Penn and Teller show in Las Vegas. It's awesome. I've been there and I loved it. They have a great show on cups and balls. Now, our fella noticed that our viewer was filming him and he was kind of unhappy about it. So let's zoom on his face a little more, because this guy does not want to be published online, just like all his friends, other scammers that do this around the world.
Hey, hello, Harry Potter.
Hello, excuse me.
Yeah?
What can I record?
Film me.
Why not?
Usually the scammers just say no video, or they called it a private event or something. Sometimes they get aggressive, specifically this nice little looking fella from Poland that actually attacked our viewer when he was filming him.
Ale čemu? Bo temu, bo to je Bonieru kurwa zdjęć.
Ja muszę natáčať.
Tak.
Muszę natáčať. Ja muszę...
Now, big up to our viewer, man. You did a good job because not only you filmed this fella that is now going to be famous on the internet, but you also managed to kick them out from the market in Zakopane in Poland where they were cheating people. And also in the email you sent us, you said that just prior to this, they cheated a couple for 200 zloty, which is this in euros.
Tady zloděj, Zakopane. Nebude mě. A už jdou pryč. Zloději. Jeden, druhý, třetí.
Now, the more of these videos you watch, and we'll try to show you as many as possible, but you can also find them online, you'll see that whenever another scammer is playing with the scammer, they usually just approach, one person will approach, they will win some money, and then they will leave. But when it's the tourists going to play, everyone will make a step forward. And when I say everyone, I mean all the scammers around, because they try to create some sort of a cluster, like a border, so nobody else can see what's going on, so they can do their little trick, whatever the trick is, and in the end, steal the money from the tourist. And in this case, they were playing on these two ladies that lost their money. I believe this video was from Paris, but we got them sent from all around the world. And quite often there are people filming it, knowing what's going on. And sometimes I don't understand, why don't they step in? Why don't they call them scammers or warn other tourists that they shouldn't play? And once again, big up to those that do it and that also film it for us.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Why can I record? Why can I record? Why can I record? Oh. Don't touch me, don't touch me. Don't touch me, don't touch me. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out.
Another video is from our viewer and was filmed in Berlin, and our viewer was actually Slovak. So was also the scammer that was cheating the tourists in Berlin. So they had a little chit-chat, and that's when the scammer used an argument where he said, "This is a private event, you cannot film it."
Je to ilegálne?
Well, private event usually does not happen on the side of a sidewalk with three scammers doing cups and balls. Private event is if you have a dinner at Four Seasons, not this. Also notice these guys always use very cheap props, cardboard boxes. The reason is that quite often the cops will show up, not often but sometimes, and they need to run away and leave everything behind. Also, these props make it very easy for them to set up the game. I mean, check out this guy. It takes like 4 seconds. Let's go back to the beginning, to our TikToker Hanka. I think, first of all, she was a great sport about losing, a couple $100. But also, I don't think we should laugh at her. I mean, she learned a lesson, and she never saw the scam. She didn't understand how it works, and the game looks great. There are people winning, so no wonder she fell for it. Now, just by sharing her video and by us making this video, we can warn more people, and these guys will eventually have to quit. I cannot believe. believe how big of a comeback this game is around Europe. I mean, we're being sent dozens of these videos every month from all around Europe and even US. I'm really super happy for people that stand up to these scammers, you know? If I was there, I would stand up to them. And I'm not just a random YouTuber that says this. We do this in Prague when we meet scammers.
Počkáme na policii tady, vy jste jim teď chtěli vyměnit peníze?
For some reason, the scammers that do cups and balls never show up in our city, in the city of Prague in Czech Republic. But I'm curious, wherever you're from, if you happen to see the cups and balls game, or if you're going somewhere on vacation and you see it, film it and let us know. Our email to send scams is podvůdky@gmail.com. This was a public service announcement created by The Honest Guide, which is Honza and Yannick, and videos from our viewers. Thank you so much for those, and I'll see you next week on The Honest Guide channel. And in the end, I'm going to teach you a Czech word related to the topic, and the word is nemožné, which means impossible. Nemožné, because it is impossible to win. Je nemožné vyhrát. It's impossible to win. Nemožné.
No, pro všechny ty ruble.
Prosím.
Tak dáváte mi to i se 100 korun, tak si vemte 100 korun, tak super.
What a scene, right? Some random dude, in this case a money scammer, is giving money to some YouTuber, in this case me. To get some context to the situation, you can watch our previous videos, but in a nutshell, this is a scammer cheating tourists on the streets of Prague with old expired money. And he always gives it to me because then I usually let him go. But I'm not that easy to get rid of, and I decided to focus on this guy. Now, to convict a money scammer, or any scammer for that matter, here in our country, you need to catch him while committing a crime in the sum of at least 425 euros. In that case, it will be a felony, an actual crime. And guess what? We were lucky to get just that on our camera. So this is a story of the money scammer Stefan. The first time we actually saw this guy was from a video that someone sent to us. And you can see Stefan talking to some tourists in front of a closed exchange office, offering some money exchange. Luckily, whoever filmed it told them it's a scam.
This is not real money, man. Okay, really real money.
And Stefan was left all alone. But hey, he's a professional scammer, so he kept on trying and trying, and eventually he got lucky. And just around the corner from here, Stefan managed to cheat a couple of tourists for 125 euros. We managed to get in touch with the scam tourists, and this is what they told us. Hello, hi, this is Yannick Rubesch speaking.
It was not a good idea what we did.
Yeah, I know.
It was 100 was right,
And
and the other was Bulgarian.
It's a Belarus money. Listen, you can, if you want, you can go to the police and file a report, because I know this guy, because I followed the story for a long time. So if I find him, I may be lucky at least to press charges against him. And only a couple days later, at the same exact spot, at the same exact hour, in front of the same exact exchange office, Stefan was at it again. This time he cheated a couple of tourists for 100 euros. Just like in the previous case, I was not present at the actual exchange, at the situation. I only saw the video, but I managed to get in touch with the cheated tourists.
We are going down the street. There's a change office in the corner. We are looking at the change office. He told us, come on my shop. You can change money. My cost is 26.
Change rate 26.
Come to my office, and the side at the corner there was a restaurant. Told me your friend, and in front from the office. He gives me the money and...
Sorry, okay. And after I found the tourists, I started to look for Stefan.
So I did find the guy cheated. Now I have to find the guy. He has a yellow hat. I should be able to find him. Just walking around the usual locations.
Well, walking around the usual locations got me to meet some other money scammers that were really happy to see me.
Okay.
Rich.
Yesterday you come, my friend.
Yeah, there's too many of you. So yesterday it was your friend?
Yes, he's there.
Where's your friend? Show me.
Yes, he's there.
Let's go.
Stefan.
Now, even though this guy pretended to call Stefan, Stefan was not there. But as we say, patience brings roses, in this case money scammers, I was patient enough to get a phone call from a friend of mine who works on the street where Stefan likes to scam people. And the phone call sounded something like, "Hey, Stefan is here, come check him out." So I did.
So let's do it.
And yes, Stefan was really there, just about to scam a couple of tourists. Now, since I had a video proof of Stefan scamming the tourists, and I had contact information for the tourists, I gave Stefan a very honest offer. I told him he can return the money to the tourists. And to my huge surprise, Stefan said no to that. He was like, "What? Are you crazy?"
So the guy's being taken to the police station because I have a video of him changing with the tourist. So I'm going to the police station to give them the video. Nejsem dobrý člověk? Proč nejsem dobrý člověk? Once again, leaving the police station where I filed the report, and I gave them the videos, one from the exchange of 125 euros and another one for 100 euros. So it's 2 misdemeanors. If it was 3, then it could be a felony. So I'll see if I'll meet the guy again or what will the cops do with it. Obviously, as usual, I'll follow up on that.
And as always, it only took a couple days, in this case 5, to meet Stefan again.
Jak se máte? Dobrý. No, já se mám dobře, jak se máte vy?
But no cheated tourists in sight. Therefore, no crime.
Proč děláš fotky, filmy?
Protože chci, aby to lidi viděli, jak vy je podvádíte. Protože to je moje práce, informovat o tom. Chápete to?
Já vím, konec gaj.
No jasně.
Janku,
no.
opravdu ti říkám můj srdce, já jsem dobrý člověk.
A to je těžký vám věřit, když podvádíte ty lidi.
So he only gave me some expired money and we went our ways, and I haven't seen him for months. Stefan reappeared right here, out of the city center in a district where it's mostly Airbnbs and some hotels around. And the tourists decided to exchange money with him at this spot. And I have a video of it because the tourists were actually suspicious of the guy, so they decided to film the situation themselves. And if you paid attention in the beginning, now we have Stefan recorded for 100 plus 125 plus 300 euros, which gives us a total of 525, which is just enough to bring him to the cops for a felony. All we need is to find him. And I did find him. I was actually lucky to run into him on one of the Prague trams, and at first I didn't recognize him because he was covering with a hat and a scarf.
To je náhoda, kluci, fakt. Co tady děláte? Vás neznám. Jak se máte? Já vás znám, vy jste takový zarostlý, ješkový zrak, když jste milej. Stefan, že jo? Už si pamatuju vaše jméno.
I told Stefan that I have filmed him 3 times scamming tourists and that I will call the cops. And he willingly waited, while his friend, the Tubby, was making fun of me and kept telling me that police is not a problem. The cops eventually arrived to the scene and they said, "Look, this case is out of our hands. It's in this building." And what is this building? It's the city hall or city office for Prague 2. because the case was not looked at as a criminal offense, but only as a misdemeanor, because the previous cases happened a long time ago. So now it's here, among other minor offenses like crossing the crosswalk on a red light or a parking ticket.
And so the cops told Stefan and his tubby friend that they can go on with their business.
It's out of the hands of the police. It's now up to the city when they'll decide if they will fine him. And after they'll decide, they'll be like, well, we're gonna fine him like 20 euros. Doesn't matter, he made a profit of 100 euros. We're gonna fine him right after we find him.
So as you can see, the police is not a problem, the city officials are not a problem for the money scammers. Their only problem that stands in their way in scamming you are these two YouTubers from Prague. We go by The Honest Guide, and if you want to see more fights and arguments between us and the money scammers, a sub to the channel would be great. I'll see you next week. And in the end, I always teach a Czech word. This time I'm going to teach you a fairly hard one, and that is how to say patience in Czech. In Czech, patience is trpělivost. Trpělivost is patience. And in Czech we say trpělivost růže přináší. Patience will bring you roses.
This guy loves steak. This guy is a steak legend. I've watched him cook probably a dozen steaks, and now he's going to cook my steak. And I don't mean literally, I mean metaphorically, because the title of this video is We Savagely Critique Asmongold $2 Steak. Oh boy.
What's up, everybody? Today I'm here with my good friend Joshua Wiseman.
I don't know what's about to happen. All I know is there's a computer screen here and I got headphones in, so.
We are going to be reacting to a $2 steaks from Asmongold. I hope it's going to be good. Give me your professional culinary experience over here.
Okay, all the years of suffering I'm going to put into this. Here we go.
All right, here we go.
Today I'm going to show you all how I cook a steak. I know how to cook one meal, a steak.
Not a good sign.
Not at all.
Now,
I think it's a great sign. There was once a quote from Bruce Lee. I fear not the man who has practiced 1,000 moves. I fear the man who has practiced one move 1,000 times. So I don't want to hear about this.
I would say that steak is the most important meal of the day.
The most important meal maybe of the month or a week, but every day?
Yeah,
steak every day?
If I did, I probably would be happier.
Usually whenever I get...
I have, well, today I didn't have steak. Today I didn't. I got pizza today. I ate 1.5 pizzas today.
Get up around 2 to 3 p.m.
He looks like somebody who would get up at 3 p.m. Is he a gamer?
Yeah.
I wish I got up at 3 p.m. Now 6 p.m. That's a little bit more realistic.
I was gonna say this is either the life of a 12-year-old boy or a streamer. One of.
Yeah, it's about right. Sure.
The two.
It's about, looks like a little past 1 a.m. And so this is prime steak time.
Is that the prime steak time, everybody, to cook at 1 a.m.?
Yeah.
What do you think, Josh?
Any steak you're getting at 1 a.m. is not coming from a good place.
Now,
what do you mean? It comes from the refrigerator. It's not like the refrigerator goes to sleep and it doesn't refrigerate the meat. Yeah, bro, like, yeah, it's not like I'm gonna go to a butcher and be like, let me get a steak, bro. 1 a.m. is like absolute prime steak time. Because like, so you think about it, right? Is that if you eat a steak at 1 in the morning, that means that you can usually go to sleep, right? At like 3 in the morning, usually. Because I like to not eat and sleep within like an hour or two, right? I usually eat and then I stay up and then I go to sleep. And so then, if you sleep at 3, then you can be awake by noon. So you can lay in bed for 3 hours until 3 p.m. looking at things on your phone, and then you can get up at 3 p.m. So like, that's actually pretty good.
I don't like to get the good steaks. Now the reason...
Bro, he did not like that shit. He's like, what the fuck? What the fuck? He's offended, yeah.
For that is not because I don't like the good steaks. It's because I don't want to like the good steaks.
Right. So you don't like the good steaks because you're afraid that you're going to like the good steaks.
I can just tell that this guy likes to make himself feel emotional pain.
Fuck! God, I'm so fucking mad. I just might have to quit.
Oh my god. steaks.
I can just tell that this guy likes to make himself feel emotional pain.
This is a meal I usually make for myself multiple times a week.
Yeah.
Multiple times a week.
$7 for 4
What's he trying to say? What's he trying to say? Like, that's normal.
steaks here.
If it's $8, it's got to be a cut of like a shoulder.
Chuck steak or
Yeah.
something like that. But even for that price, having 4 steaks there, it's still extremely inexpensive. So
Yes.
those steaks has
yeah,
to
see,
be
he understands, bro. He respects the grind. I like that. All right.
like paper thin.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
guessing. Yeah.
So
Yes, they
next thing is you're gonna need a you're gonna need a pan. The thing is that I have about 20 pans in my house. 19 of them are dirty.
Did you hear what he just said? I guess he keeps everything nice and clean.
Well, actually 20 of them are dirty.
Where do you keep them?
19.
In the sink. Wow, that's crazy. Like, what do you think? There's one that didn't fit in the sink, and so I put it on the floor. Yeah.
Or number 20
Where?
here. And I really just clean and use the same pan.
Yeah, you and me both, buddy. Everybody on Earth.
But
Thank
we clean
you.
them though. We
Yeah.
clean them right.
So that's normal? Oh, okay. I didn't know that was normal. Like, I thought people use different pans. Okay. Well, I'm an idiot. Oh, I guess I'm a fucking idiot now. Because I thought that you use different pans. Because I used to think that you use the same sheets and the same blanket as well, too. But apparently people swap those around. And the same pillowcases. I didn't know that. I always used the same ones for years. And then, I learned that that's not what you're supposed to do. But apparently with the pan, it is. Wash them? No. Then where am I going to sleep?
Right away. You don't leave it. I hope.
Oh my
Do you
God,
clean
I
your
had a
pan?
roommate that did that. Would leave their pans in the sink. Anyway, rest in peace. So let's keep going.
As with
Well, the problem with the leaving the pans in the sink is that sometimes, so the sink doesn't work. So it makes things complicated. And so, fix it? Yeah. Oh, God, bro. I actually do need to fix it. I was talking to my dad about this today. I do need to fix the sink because I haven't done dishes in like 6 months. Like, I just keep using plastic forks. Like, I'll go to Chipotle and I'll get like 5, and then I'll have like forks for the next 2 or 3 days, and then I'll go back to Chipotle after that. I had to get plastic knives. Now you're stealing? No, they're free.
any good steak, what do you eat with the steak? Great
Potato.
question.
Potato.
You eat a potato.
That's right.
Something's not right. I don't know what it is, but we're gonna find out.
What? Oh, I bet they're not gonna like the microwave. Oh, I bet they're not gonna like this at all. People say that mental issues are not a thing. Guys, I am not crazy. Everybody else might be crazy, but I'm not. I feel like I'm the only person that's not crazy. Really? Like, everybody else is, like, they live in this, like, fucking crazy world. Meanwhile, like, I live in a totally different world. And like, it's totally, because you're crazy. No, I'm not. Everybody else is fucking crazy. See, I used to say I was crazy as a joke, but I was lying. I'm not crazy. Everybody else is nuts. People are out of their goddamn mind.
This is how I cook a potato, is I take the fork and I stab the out of the potato and I put the in the microwave.
Yep.
Just put 20 baked potatoes in the oven and refrigerate the rest, okay? You're welcome.
So you need...
Oh, God. Well, then, okay. So that's like, all right. So you think about that, right? Then you've got to preheat the oven. And what if the oven doesn't work, right? Oh, fuck. What if the oven doesn't work? What if the oven's not the right temperature? What if the potatoes are different size and then some of them don't cook all the way through and the other ones do? Then you finally get them out of the oven and, like, now you have 20 fucking potatoes. You got to deal with 20 goddamn fucking hot potatoes. Bro, one hot potato is bad. That's why they made a game out of it. So there's one annoying fucking hot potato. You got 20 of these goddamn things. So you either have to put them in wrapping, you got to put them in either tinfoil or some sort of thing so they don't have the fucking oxygen around them. So now you have to think about 19 different things to put a potato in. And then after you do that, then you have to go back into your refrigerator. And like, there are things in my refrigerator. There's a pizza that I got 2 months ago, still in the refrigerator. So now I have to deal with that pizza. So it's like, he acts like this is not a big deal, right? And it solves, it does not. Now it's a second problem. Now I have like an entire different problem that's been created by this like min-maxing. You see how this happens? Put it in the refrigerator? Or put it in I can't because the garbage can is full. There's no room.
I don't even know why you do that. This is the other people doing this. So anyway, you put the butter on the pan.
Can you explain, Josh, why we do not put butter on the pan first?
You can't sear and also have butter in the pan immediately because it's gonna burn before you get any color on the steak. It's gonna smell bad. It's gonna smoke up everywhere. It could catch on fire. I've seen it catch on fire before.
I've caught on fire before. But like, I don't know. Like, I remember every time that I've caught something on fire. It's not a big deal. Number one, it's not a big deal. Number two, searing a steak. What the fuck is that? I'm trying to cook a steak. I don't want to set it on fire. It smells bad. I can't smell anything. The only thing I can smell is dead animals. And I can also smell the difference between a soda. Like a diet soda and a regular soda, I can smell the difference between those two things. And a sugar-free soda and a normal soda, I can smell the difference between those two things. But I cannot, yeah, I can, no, I can. Like, it's in a video, like, if we did a steak and eggs video, I can smell it, I can tell the difference. And, because the other day, remember I told you guys that I thought there was a dead rat in my house? There was. I knew it immediately. Nobody else knew it, but I did. I found him. I threw him in his food.
This is Worcestershire sauce.
Look, I don't blame him because I can't say that either. I say Worcestershire sauce.
Worcestershire.
You say Worcestershire?
Worcestershire sauce. People know I struggle with this, okay? Don't make me do this.
Worcestershire sauce?
They were out of the Kraft Worcestershire sauce, which was like literally like way cheaper. So I had to buy this.
Bro, he literally has the best Worcestershire sauce money can buy.
What is, no, okay, all right, yo, real quick, let's fucking pump the brakes here. It's $4. It's like, we're not talking about, this is a big deal. It's $4. I think it might be $3. Get the fuck out of here.
It's all the same.
And the only reason I got it is because the Kraft shit was sold out.
Worcestershire sauce money can buy.
It's all the same.
Perfectly timed.
And
it basically is.
Also, we get lemon pepper. So
lemon pepper on your steak?
Yeah, that's a meal.
So it's not a big one.
It's very thin.
Yeah, it's just a beef curtain right there.
In Miami, we call it
I love the
meal.
fucking...
So it's not a big one.
It's very...
I look like such an absolute fucking idiot. I think that it's only because of the Jesus picture in the background. Like...
Yeah,
it's just a beef curtain right there.
In Miami, we call it palomilla steak. It's not a tender cut, it's not a great cut, and it's very difficult to cook this medium rare, like that.
I'm about...
Why don't you do a medium rare?
No sound whatsoever. No sound in the pan. I guarantee you, he didn't have the mic next to it. When he put that in the pan, it probably was like, it sounded like this.
I don't think it's even on.
Yeah, I don't want to have it where it's really hot like that, because if I do, then it burns the pan, and then it takes longer to clean the pan. So like now I have like another problem. You see what I'm saying? So like, okay, now I have to worry about cleaning the pan, and it's even harder. So that wastes time on the next time that I want to eat a steak.
Is it on? Like, is the butter
Oh, it's
melted?
on. You can see that it's on the knob.
Oh, yeah, okay, got
You
it.
just, again, 30 seconds or a minute. What is it, bro?
Your pan is not sizzling, you're not doing it right, everybody.
We want to double up on steaks today or not. It's fine. If I'm hungry later on, I'll just eat another cookie.
Did he say if he's hungry, he'll eat another cookie? I think we should cook a mistake, Josh.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about this whole cookie thing, all right? Number one, I don't think cookies are unhealthy. I don't. I genuinely do not think cookies are unhealthy at all. I think they are good for you even. Now, the things that are unhealthy. So if there is any artificial coloring that's blue or purple, I think that's unhealthy. The other ones are fine, but the blue and purple ones are specifically bad. Most types of cheese. Is there anything else that's truly unhealthy? Uncooked fish. Oh, one more. That's it. Those are the only things that I consider truly unhealthy. Sugar drinks? No, those are fine. That's not a problem. But it's the uncooked fish. That's the problem. What's wrong with fat? It's disgusting.
Did he say if he's hungry, he'll eat another cookie? I think we should cook a mistake, Josh.
Yeah, I would love to.
Let us cook you a steak, brother. We would love to do it, okay?
And we'll kiss you.
You'll keep that part for you.
I'll do it.
Hey, sounds like a good idea. Yeah. Oh shit.
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
I know your wife.
Yeah.
I want to go ahead and take you guys. I'm going to move you a little bit over here. And so you got to shake this up, right? And the reason you do that is because on the back of the bottle it says to do it. And so next thing, go ahead and open this up. And I'll show you guys what we're doing here.
That is.
No pressure on my channel.
Oh,
bro.
sorry. That's. If I walked in and I saw that, I'd be like, oh my god, and I just like reflex throw it across the
Honestly,
room.
that is a sad steak, everybody. The steak has literally died inside and it's asking for help.
So I put.
It's absolutely delicious. This is probably one of the. You know, guys, I know that like I've showed this before, but I actually I take pictures of the steaks that I make very regularly. Like, cause I feel like some of them are like really good, and so I'm like, okay, well, I'm gonna take a picture of this one so I don't forget how good it was. And I even thought about making an Instagram account just for posting all the pictures that I take of steaks that I make. Like, for example, here's a steak that I made right here. This is a steak. It was a great steak. I take pictures almost of every steak that I make. Let's see if I can find another one. Scroll, maybe not every steak, but I take a lot of pictures of steak. Maybe I went through a period of time where I wasn't. Oh, here's another one. As you can see here, I burnt the pan a lot, but there's another picture of a steak right there. That was a great steak. I remember eating that one. Oh, I took a picture of all my teeth before I got them all replaced. Oh my god. I don't think you guys even want to. I actually don't think you guys want to see this. It's so fucking nasty. It's insane. Like, it's actually so bad. Okay, where's another one? I'll find one more. There's one more. There's another picture of another steak.
I put this on the steak. There we go.
No salt, just that seasoning, huh?
I guess it has
salt in it, yeah.
I guess.
And I also put salt and pepper on it after I cook it, and I, like, while I'm eating it, cutting it up and eating it.
This.
Quick note, if you're ever gonna season something, never season it in the pan unless it's only salt. But if it's not, what's gonna happen? It's gonna burn. 100%. I mean, whatever made it on the steak, I guess may not, but what's it?
So where do you season it then? On a chopping board? Oh, so now you have two dishes you have to wash. fucking course not. I'm gonna do. No, I'm not gonna. That's insane. So now I've got there's 2 dishes I've got to wash. Oh my, it's twice as much work.
In the pan right now, the 85% of it's in the pan.
Yep, I
I'm about
agree.
to see God.
Yep.
I get steaks medium to medium well at restaurants, but at home I only cook steaks well done.
That's right.
It's so wrong that I'm like confused on how to judge it.
Yeah, it's not easy to like be critical because everything is wrong.
Yeah, there's so many layers.
See, they might think everything is wrong, but if they ate it, they would know that the final product is right. Okay? Yeah, that's fine. You can be not a believer, all right? But I will have you know that every person who has cooked this steak has thought that it was great, with the exception of Ms. Kiff, who thought that the steak to butter ratio should be 1-to-1. Ms. Kiff completely fucked up my steak. It was embarrassing. My dad called me up because he was mad watching it live that it was even happening.
As to what's bad about it, and also like, well, how thick was the steak? Even if you get this medium, it really doesn't matter.
Yeah, it no longer the steak is done.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's a good ass steak.
It is. It really is.
I mean, you know, it's each their own.
I apologize, everybody. That does not look good to me.
This steak
so
was
good.
well done, like before it went into the pan.
This is a
Oh,
good,
it's
quick
so good.
meal. Now, usually I eat steaks about 6 times a week.
Yeah.
I thought I eat a lot of steaks, and he eats more steaks than me. How many times a week do you eat steaks?
I think steak is a special thing to an extent. So if you eat it all the time, it loses its specialness. But
No. Nope. I used to think that about ice cream sandwiches. And then I bought like a box of ice cream sandwiches and there was like 40 in them. And I ate one every single day. And I remember on the last day, the 40th day, I ate the last ice cream sandwich and it felt really good. It felt just as good as the first one. Why be happy some days of the week whenever you can be happy every day of the week?
you know, if it's a nice, thick, juicy steak, you know, a couple times a month.
I agree with you because not everybody eats steaks every day, and whenever you eat steaks, you should treat yourself. You should get something nice.
Should feel
right?
special.
Yeah, it shouldn't be something like that.
I get steaks, I get...
It's about, see, treating yourself is the path to gluttony, it's the path to sin, and it is the path to indulgence. Okay? I don't treat myself. I eat steaks.
You cooked it yourself,
That's right.
even though it might not be good enough for me or for Josh or who, maybe everyone else on the planet, but you...
Look, as I said, remember when that anime girl only...
The way he did me is the same way he tried to do 50 Cent. Now, let me tell you what that is. He was signed to Dr. Dre, I think, in the 2003. I had game February 2002. 2002, 2003, I'm promoting game through the mixtape and through the independent circuit. I'm paying for the Double XL magazine ads and all these different things. So I'm just continuing to invest into a product that I have on my label. But those songs are the songs that Aftermath eventually signed him to. But then once they signed him, he didn't produce, I guess, enough songs for Dr. Dre to activate his own thing with game. But 50 Cent gave him a chance and put the extra stamp and allowed him to come into the G-Unit family. And that right there is what boosted it and activated his own album to actually be coming out. Right. So I seen the way he did 50 Cent is that the people told him, you better than 50. You more gangster than 50.
Because there was a moment in time there around the time the documentary came out where it very much was like, it just seemed like the game was like surging past 50, and it was because he had hot ass songs like Hate It or Love It, and you know 50 was like maybe not going crazy with new music at that time, and yeah, that definitely did feel like it was a big part of that.
I think he caved into the pressure of, man, you don't need him, man, it's the West Coast, man, you like 50. But what 50 had that Game didn't have was the business knowledge. See, Game had the opportunity, but while he had the power, I mean, imagine this. Imagine falling out with the guy that wrote half your songs on your project.
Like a couple months after they come out.
Like literally, his album I think came out January 2000, 2005 maybe, and within 30 days, they having a dispute in New York where somebody got shot or something at the radio station, and I'm like, what the hell? And then next thing you know, they had some type of meeting with Russell Simmons, and they act like they hugging or something.
Remember that?
And then next thing, then right after that, you not, fuck 50, pop, 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 pop.
But history
That was
repeats itself
crazy.
because then remember like Jay Prince making Drake and Kanye do a fake ass Patch It Up?
Yeah.
That's like the same exact thing. Where like the old head that you can't say no to comes to you and like makes you squash your beef, but it's bullshit.
But you know what though? Universal Records is powerful. Universal Records is powerful.
Right.
Right? So 50 Cent and Game having a dispute is like a Tupac Biggie like something similar.
Right.
Could probably happen from that. The people about the money, like, hold on, no. So when Dre was trying to give Game the game about, bro, squash that, fall back, you know, let's get the money, this teamwork. Game, once he bucked Dr. Dre, he bucked Jimmy Iovine, he bucked 50, and he like, nigga, I'm the voice, I'm the face. That right.
You're way bigger than me, right? Like,
Yeah.
you say you weigh 260?
260.
And people think that, like, muscles, like, mean something. Muscles don't mean nothing. Like,
Yeah,
like,
if I could jump on you, then maybe. If I could hold you on the floor, sure.
Yes.
But in boxing, no, I know that's
but
not how it works.
even in a street fight,
I would beat the out of you in a street
no,
fight.
I would kill you, bro.
Yeah,
I would kill you. I would kill you, bro.
God, I love it.
No, like, for
you
real,
think
for real.
at your weight. What's your weight? Damn it, I want his weight.
No, so 150, around 150.
Bro, I would maul you at 150.
No.
100%.
No.
As confident as you are
Okay,
about
so let me tell you something.
150. You're
Let me
talking
tell you
about
something.
150
But
pounds.
let me tell you something.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Okay.
You cannot take a punch though. So like you're not used to getting hit. So
I've been hit though.
No. But you've been
Not
hit.
by you,
But
not
you've
by-
been hit by regular guys, like guys who don't even know how to punch. I know everybody thinks like, oh, well, he's gonna if you grab me.
Yeah.
But you have to get to the point where you have to grab me. So
But it's
you're
a
gonna
street
take
fight.
So, but you have to get to me though.
Yeah.
So in the process of you getting to me,
You think you piece me up that fast?
I'm gonna hit you so many
God, I wanna
times.
do
I'm gonna
this,
hit you
bro.
so many
I
times.
wanna do this so bad.
I'm gonna hit you so many times.
Oh,
no. I'm gonna hit you so many times. By the time that you do get to me,
I'm asleep. No.
You may not. Even if you're not asleep, you might just be. I'm just gonna. You're not gonna want to fight anymore.
I wish I could figure out a way to make this happen. I just
No, you
150. There's
don't.
no way.
No, you don't,
Bro,
No,
there's
you
no
don't.
way at 150.
No, you don't. I
I'm
promise you.
athletic as.
No,
I'll
I
jump
believe
on
it.
you.
Nah, I think he'd fuck you up, Brad.
No. Like
At
like,
150?
bro,
At
I didn't beat
150.
up. I didn't beat
At
up.
150? You think I couldn't get your legs? I look at those legs. They're tiny legs, bro.
I know. Yep, tiny. Yep, they are
Ooh.
tiny. They are tiny.
So this is where the delusion of Bradley Martin begun when he interviewed Devin Haney on his podcast. Devin Haney's an undefeated boxer unless you count that fight against Lomachenko as a loss.
And still.
But the point is, the guy's been fighting every single day of his life since he was a kid. Bradley Martin lifts weights, but like a lot of guys with big muscles that weigh 260 pounds, they think because they're bigger than everyone, they can beat everyone. Now, the only chance that Bradley Martin has in winning this fight is by mauling Devin Haney and hoping he doesn't get knocked out in the process. Now, there's about a £100 difference between them, and Devin Haney's not known for his knockout power. So Bradley Martin might have a chance.
I doubt it.
But Devin Haney might not even have to knock out Bradley Martin to win the fight. He might just have to pop him a few times in the nose, and Bradley Martin might think, you know what, fuck this.
Well, I'm out, man.
Now, the next person that he challenges is ludicrous. There's not even a debate to be had. Take a look at this.
You think you beat me in a street fight?
Huh?
You think you beat me in a street fight?
You in a street fight?
Yeah.
You're a podcaster, brother.
I love it. So the answer is then yes, yeah?
Of course.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah, not you personal, though, but anybody, any size is like easy.
No, I was talking about me.
Yeah.
Because I asked Devin Haney. Devin Haney thought the boxer. He thought he beat me in a street fight 150.
Yeah, but he probably f you up too, though.
You
but,
think so?
but-
Nah, you really think so?
But
No, I'm
no.
260.
I said probably f you up.
You think a 150-pound
No,
dude?
I think
realistically.
You're talking about Devin Haney, the boxer.
The boxer,
Yeah.
150.
No, I think he'd find you. But if you grabbed a hold of him, and you're talking about me too, so it's different. Like, look,
You're different to me than that.
I know. Yeah, for sure. Like, if you fought Devin Haney, you got to get him good. You got to grab that little.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah, and that's it, right?
Now, I said if Bradley Martin wanted any chance at all against Devin Haney, he'd have to maul him. But if he did that against Nate Diaz, he'd be playing straight into his hands. Once Nate Diaz grabs a hold of Bradley Martin, then it's over. He could break his ankle, he could break his arm, he could put him to sleep, he could do whatever he wants.
If you grab a hold of Devin Haney, he's probably most likely dead.
Yeah. But you
grab a hold of me, you're dead.
I love it.
Straight up.
I love it. I think I might be able to get you.
Yeah. You won't.
Dude, I fucking love
Give
it.
it a try, though.
Oh, my God. One of these
That's
days.
the difference.
What's that?
I said that's the difference.
What's the difference?
That fucking jiu-jitsu versus boxing, what are you going to do? You're going to grab that foot and smash him. You grab a hold of me, big trouble.
Yeah, different. One of these days we should fuck around, though.
Tomorrow, tonight.
Bro, I would love that.
Let's go after this.
Oh, I don't want to hurt you before the fight.
Nah, you won't.
I gotta give you a little with challenging Nate Diaz and the Haney. Right?
Yeah, what do you think about
it? Being full transparent, those guys would f up.
The real question is, who wins the street fight, me or you? That's the real question.
Is it though?
That is.
I trained all my life.
I
dude.
know, but like you're fucking
Big
older
guys.
now, dude.
How old are you?
34.
I mean, I'm 40. You know, but it's
I feel like your knees hurt.
No, I don't have any injuries, but I would like to think I could beat you up. The problem is, it's like, I mean, you're a big dude, so it's like some could happen for
Street
sure.
fight.
But you keep saying street fight, but what do you think you're gonna like
hit you with
curb stomp me or something like this, like WWE, you know? But I would like to think, like, you know, I have my 10,000 hours sparring big world-class guys.
Yeah, I mean, you
I
fought
could do
big
some-
dudes.
Yeah, top 10 in the world. Yeah, you know, so it's like
it's a little different.
Now, even though Big Brendan over here is probably one of the worst UFC fighters of all time, he'd still destroy Bradley Martin.
But you could just torpedo tackle someone and just like, dude, you lay on top of a 125-pound guy. What, really?
Not the elite guys.
Dude, I want to find that mother. I want to find this guy you're talking about.
DJ?
I want to find him.
Yeah, I'll text him right now.
Text him. I want to try. I'm not gonna fight him in a street fight. I want to just lay on top of him. I just think 150, like someone 125 though. That 125 guy.
Mighty Mouse. You're talking about like the best of all time.
Okay.
You wouldn't be able to touch him.
Now, I'm sure most of you know who this guy is. He's called Demetrius Johnson, otherwise known as Mighty Mouse. He's 5'3" and 135 pounds, and some people consider him the greatest MMA fighter of all time.
Who's the best ever?
Best ever in MMA?
Ever in MMA.
It's hard to say. There's a lot of candidates. You know, I've always said Mighty Mouse is one of my best bets. He was so goddamn good, and he's still so goddamn good. But now he's fighting in ONE FC. But he was a flyweight champion for a long time, and he was the highest level of expression of mixed martial arts ability that I've ever seen.
Now, even though Bradley Martin is 130 pounds heavier than this guy, I'd still put my money on this guy. This guy is an expert in everything. He knows how to strike, he's got ground game. There's so many different ways he could beat Bradley Martin. The only way Bradley Martin would have any chance against this guy is by landing a lucky blow.
Like, dude, lay on top of a 125 pound guy? What, really?
Not the elite guys.
Dude, I want to find that I want to find this guy you're talking about.
DJ?
I want to find him. I'm not gonna fight him in a street fight. I want to just lay on top of him in jiu-jitsu.
So like I did this.
DJ, what's your thoughts on that, dude? Is that dude get on top of you like he said? And sound like he was trying to do some kinky things, but talk to me about it.
I know when he said he wants to get on top of me like that, I'm like, damn, dog, you ain't Destiny, you ain't my wife. That's the only person I let on top of me like that. It's funny, you know. It's you know, he's 265, he's a bodybuilder, so obviously he's got the weight advantage. But at the end of the day, you know, that's the beautiful thing about grappling. It's not about weight, it's about technique. And we're gonna try to grapple. You know, I told Brendan Schaub that I want to make it happen. I'm busy doing other things right now, but when I get back from all my vacation, I'm gonna fly down to Calabasas and we're gonna roll, man. I'm gonna roll him up.
Birdman hand rub.
You know, fighting Bradley Martin on the podcast said he could beat Mighty Mouse, but he doesn't know Mighty Mouse. Mighty Mouse said, I'm going on vacation, but when I get back, I'm down. They're not gonna have an MMA fight, they're gonna have a jiu-jitsu match.
Bradley Martin has no chance.
Against 125
He has no
fighter.
chance.
This
Is there a time limit?
There's not a time limit.
Then he has
sir.
no chance.
Is that right?
Zero chance.
He's gonna get his back taken. And he's
Oh,
gonna
he's
get choked out.
100% going to get choked out.
So we're gonna.
It's just going to take time.
Yeah, we're gonna lay
Because
some mats out.
Bradley is enormous, and Bradley is so fucking strong.
He's an athlete too.
He's an athlete.
Yeah.
Yes. No, he's a fucking specimen.
Truly,
He's a specimen.
truly.
Now, if this was in a street fight, the thing about Bradley is he can hit you with the earth. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like he can literally pick you up and you're
dive
gonna
on you.
hit the earth with, what does he weigh? 270?
Dude,
I
I'm
I said
260.
if they just do a jiu-jitsu match,
Jiu-jitsu.
Mighty Mouse is gonna get him. He's gonna get tired.
He's gonna get him. Yeah.
Everyone would really be mad if I don't ask you this question. Or they'll be mad when I ask you this question. Either way, I think you know what question is coming next. Who wins in a street fight, me or you?
If it's not like somewhere super, like a room like this, I wouldn't like my odds as much. But like a wide open space, I'm 100% not gonna get as tired as you. It would be very hard for you to just grab a hold of me. I've been defending that for the last 12 years, not letting people grab a hold of me, but no one's tried as strong as you. But even if you did just grab a hold of me, there's other issues you got to worry about. Don't let me fucking grab your neck at all. Don't let me take your back. I could probably, I honestly, I got a couple little takedowns that I'd probably be able to get to your back and choke you. That's how I would have to guess.
The streets are different though. You get his back.
That's true. That is true. You jump backwards. I'm not in a good position unless I don't know. That's a good point. I wouldn't want to test it. I wouldn't want to fucking do it.
Yeah. I wouldn't want to do it either. I like you a lot.
It would be scary. I would be scared. I'd be like, but that would also probably make me more dangerous. Being like, if it's actually life or death.
Yeah,
I feel like I'd like to think I have the skills to be able to kill you.
Yeah.
But
See, Sean O'Malley's a good guy. He's being way too humble here. He'd absolutely destroy Bradley Martin as well. Most of these MMA fighters are going to be able to beat him. Hopefully deep down he knows that, and he's only doing this for views.
All right, so at 155, your fight weight, we run into each other in the street. Okay.
I got a couple of tactics, bro.
Yeah.
I got a couple of strategical tactics.
What would be your move to beat me in a street fight? Besides try to knock me out, obviously.
Nah, I wouldn't even try to knock you out because that's not my thing. My thing would probably be let you swing, let you miss. Especially a guy your size, I would think that I would be a little bit more agile.
Yeah.
Let you swing because more than likely you're probably thinking this little motherfucker. You'll probably swing something you're like, I'm about to clean his clock. I'll be on your back like this.
I would kick you.
You ever watch X-Men?
Yes.
You know Nightcrawler?
Yes.
You ever seen him bamp?
That's how you think it's gonna be?
Just right on your back.
No,
right on
dude.
your back, strangling while you're just like, how did he get here? No. And then as you're waking up, you're like, sleeping.
No, bro. I'd kick you. I wouldn't even try to punch you.
What? Yeah.
The only person on the list that Bradley Martin might have a slim chance against is Devin Haney. And even if he wins that, he's not leaving unscathed.
1-2, and now Haney's got the fire.
Now, if you want to see Bradley Martin go against people his own size, then take a look at this.
Whatever you want to do. Okay. Okay, fair enough.
Not Bradley. Let me tell you. Oh my. Oh, there we go. There you go. Ah, okay.
Tap it out. Tap it out.
Whoa.
Tap it out. Tap it out. There you go.
Oh.
Look at my head bad.
You good?
Yeah, hold on. I got rocked.
You got it.
That was like a good punch.
Yeah.
That was a good punch.
That'd be good though.
Glad that's fun.
So as you can see, when Bradley Martin goes up against people that are his own size and that can actually fight, he's got no chance whatsoever. And I still don't really think he's got a chance against a lot of people that are smaller than him that are trained fighters. Now, this video is not an attack towards Bradley Martin at all. I find the whole situation actually quite funny. And so do most of TikTok, apparently.
You could beat me at chess? You think you could beat me at chess? No, I never played before. I'm 260 though, brother. I grab hold of you, it's over. I love this guy. You see I'm trending on TikTok? You see I'm trending on TikTok? Yeah. No, I love it, dude. I love it. Cause it means they really fuck with me. Cause you were saying they really fuck with me. So I see a video, I jot it down, I jot all those down, and then I react to them. Yeah, it's a good way to like interact with the fans, like push the brand. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, how much do you genuinely think that you can make if you posted your feet pics on OnlyFans? No, someone in the chat asked this. No, I swear. No, but in all honesty, Jacob really wants to know the answer to that question. Yo, you're funny, dude. Dude, yes, bro. And I actually really want to get back to that point that you were making earlier because it was actually interesting as fuck. Like, I always ask myself why people do the things that they do. What compels someone to act a certain way in a kind of like any given situation? You know what I'm trying to say? Like, it's actually interesting as fuck, bro. Okay, but serious question though. Do you think I could beat you in a street fight? Yeah, I love that, dude. Yo, but what if I grab you, bro? Damn. Yeah, I love that. Yo, we gotta fight later. We gotta fight. Yo, yeah, let's fucking do it, bro. Oh, shit. Fuck, that's dope.
Think you could beat me in a race? They call you the cheetah? Brother, I'm 260. If I get a hold of you, it's over. I love this guy. That's dope.
Now, I do think a lot of this is marketing from Bradley Martin, but I do think there's a small part of him that thinks that because he goes to the gym and he's a big guy, that he could beat a lot of professional fighters when he couldn't. Or maybe he could because he is 260.
What do you bring to the table?
I'm not going to answer this question. This is just something that I wouldn't answer in a date. I'm not going to answer here. I'm not going to answer how many books I've read.
Okay.
It's that power dynamic, and I know a lot of you don't see this and don't maybe even have that level of understanding or discernment, and it's a different generation, but it's a thing.
Why go on this podcast then when they ask these type of questions? And we all know when they answer like this is because they usually bring nothing.
Raven donated $100. The answer is nothing. She brings nothing to the table.
What do you expect men to bring to the table?
Integrity, clarity, consistency, strong connection to divinity, not necessarily religion, emotional availability, emotional maturity.
So what is the female equivalent of that? The same. And why wouldn't he just say that?
Gotcha, bitch!
Because she expects a man to give her more than she does. She probably doesn't even think about what she needs to bring to the table because she's only thinking what a man can bring her.
I could repeat myself over and over again. This audience.
2 hours later.
We could get into like the matrix and the red pill and the blue pill.
Right,
and
but
how I
that's
say
not
it.
my question. Do you have kids?
Yeah.
Yes, she has
I
a
have a
son.
son.
Are you married?
No.
Is the father in the picture at all, or
No, he's not.
pay child support?
Nope.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
Why are you saying that? Because you have a kid, or is it like is it harder? Like, I'm just.
I don't know if it's necessarily harder. I just haven't met that person yet. I've been in multiple long-term relationships.
But why has it not worked?
Now it turns out this muppet that can't answer basic questions and brings nothing to the table is actually a female dating coach. So she gives relationship advice to other women when she's had multiple failed relationships and she's now a single mother.
God damn it! You can't make this shit up!
You see what I'm saying? Like, if it hasn't worked for you, how can you guide others? I'm just trying to.
Yeah, a lot of people do feel that way. I don't personally feel that way. I don't feel that every family therapist has to be married in order to give you the same tools that it takes to sustain a marriage. I haven't met that person yet.
Right.
There's a lot of people have all of the tools and haven't yet met that person, and I'll get a lot of pushback like, oh, this or that is wrong
No,
with her. And
I mean, right.
Not from you, but from the community.
Right. To guide a family,
But,
I
yeah.
would expect you to have a family.
Someone said she's not a dating coach, she's a con artist. The fact she's a dating coach shows she's a huge red flag. Ask a woman what she wants and she'll give you a laundry list. Ask her what she brings and she can write on the back of a stamp. Kevin Samuels. Getting dating advice from her is like getting financial advice from someone who's bankrupt. Everything about her is a major red flag. Just listening to her is a chore, mentally. She brings a lot of debt, a high body count, a bad attitude and unrealistic expectations. She's blinded by her own narcissism, ego and ridiculous standards. Honestly feel for the kid. Imagine having kids but no husband and still calling yourself a dating coach. Just don't follow my example and you'll be doing pretty good. Single mother coach advice 101. Yeah, she's a great example of what you should not do.
Can you name one job that men have besides being a misogynistic asshole that women can't do?
That's not ridiculous. That's not ridiculous to say that.
Rate us 1 through 10.
I'd say you're like a 9.
I think you're like a million.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Broke the scale.
I know. I walked past, I was like, I want that.
Damn.
Just being honest.
Oh, I appreciate
I go
it.
after what I want.
Okay. Rate my boy.
I'd say you're like an 8.
Also an 8. Yeah.
All right, question. What would you rate yourself?
I rate myself like a 9. Yeah.
I agree, a 9.
Based
What
on.
do you rate me?
Do you actually want already?
I do.
Okay. Objectively, I rate, I'll say 6.5, 6.
6.5.
Yeah. You, I'll say 5.5, yeah. Yeah. But I have preference though. Yeah. Like, everybody has preference. Yeah.
I'm gonna go with a 5 and a 4.
Gotcha.
I know that hurt, I know that cut them deep. They probably thought after giving him a 10 they'd get given at least an 8.
Nope.
Without men, where would you get your food, electricity, and water? We'd be fine.
Are you here, Sidon? All right, go back.
Now you want to talk JFK? We'll go down that hole.
At the New York Athletic Club, I believe, and he goes, and comments like this. He goes, "Guy's got a bigger dick than everybody you know." And I went, "He does that too? Sure does. Probably wasn't the smartest guy in the world.
Look how
Tried a
good
lot of
looking
things
he
and
is, though.
failed."
Look how good looking he is.
Yeah, very good looking guy.
And his brother, obviously smart too, though. Also,
Didn't have a brother. That's John F. Kennedy Jr. His father. That was his father.
oh,
Yeah. So that's his son. It's his son. His son. Keep going before I freak out. Before I freak the fuck out on Brendan. I'm going to.
Did you know that, Jim?
Yeah.
I did. No, you didn't. I swear. Shut the fuck up.
Now, there's Michael.
I want to talk JFK.
No, you don't.
Okay.
Now you want to talk JFK? We'll go down that hole.
At the New York Athletic Club, I believe, and he goes, and comments like this. He goes, "Guy's got a bigger dick than everybody you know." And I went, "He does that?"
Hey, what up, Nella boy? Ach, Carolise Gauss, nein. Käften är det, den är sexy.
I have to like flip that. I mean, I think I have to flip that they back. Does the server's down? So sick, man. So sick, dude. I mean, they perma 4. It's actually so crazy. It's so fucking crazy. They can't 1v1 me. They can't 1v2 me, and my team just. It's actually cursed MMR. Cursed MMR, man. Like, I just have to play I don't know. I mean, I have to, like, adjust because they just... Oh, my God. It's so weird. It's so weird. What? Wait, I got a... For what? I never type. Wait, for what? No, I have like Honor 4 on the account. What? I got banned for using the winter map. Wait, no, wait a minute. Hold on. No. It's not. Wait. It's saying, wait. It's saying, wait. Wait. Hold on, wait. Is this one banned too? Wait, now it doesn't make sense. It's saying that I'm using a script. Oh. My whole ID. Wait. My whole ID is banned. What? All 5 of my IDs are banned.
What up, guys? Welcome to the Just Pearly Things YouTube channel, and welcome to Pearl Daily, where I cover this week's treachery, debauchery, and craziness. Before I start, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and ring that notification bell. That way you're going to be notified of my daily videos. Like the video on your way in. And guys, if you want to move the Overton window, if you want women to approach you left and right, you're thinking, how do I get a woman to approach me instead of approaching them? Get yourself a Women Shouldn't Vote t-shirt today. I know what you're thinking. You're like, I really love pissed off women in the comments section. They're so funny. They're mad. You know, on TikTok, they're hilarious to watch. Well, why not get some in person? Get you a Women Shouldn't Vote t-shirt today. The link is in the description. Okay. So we have a couple stories we're going to go over today. The first is a story that I saw on Twitter. As you guys know, guys, every night I just go on Twitter and I tweet. I tweet. I have all these thoughts. Occasionally I even do a Twitter space to just, you know.
We're factory authorized. I mean, we're not really liable for anything you're putting on.
What the heck is this? $400 fence. What? Why'd you cut through it? It just kind of pushed me over the edge. We're back out here at the barn dominium, and believe it or not, we are about 50% done with this project. The other 50% is some custom Pecky Cypress millwork down in the basement. We will be documenting that for you guys. We haven't really shared much of this. There's a lot of cool details here as far as trim, and I wish we had time to do it, but time is a factor here. So that's not what this is about today, though. Today, I just kind of want to give you guys just a review of DeWalt and just why I will never buy another DeWalt tool again. And just hear me out on this. As you guys know, I have essentially an arsenal of DeWalt stuff. I mean, it's all scattered here from stuff we've been using today, and this isn't even all of it. I like DeWalt. Don't think of this as me, you know, slandering DeWalt. Here's what happened to me, though, and here's why it just kind of pushed me over the edge. If you've been following along with some of my videos, you know I had this saw go out twice. The motor on this went out. The first time we took it in, got it replaced, $325. Less than a year later, it went out again. This was recently. This was in the past few months. So then I was like, okay, what are my options? This thing went out for the second time. I can buy another miter saw, or I could put another $325 in because that's what they were wanting. And I was like, you know what? I don't want to buy another miter saw because they're like $1,000. Just pay the other $325 and let's move on. So we did it. We took it to factory service, $325. Great, let's move on with our lives, right? Everything's golden. Well, not really, because we were told by a rep, hey, when you get this back, don't use the AC adapter. The AC adapter is the, you know, where you take the 2 batteries off and then you can run it with a cord. Just use it with batteries from now on. And I was like, so there's a known issue with this thing. And they said, yeah, there's a known issue that if you're running it on the AC adapter, the motor's gonna go out. And I'm thinking like, so you just made me pay, I didn't say this because I'm not a jerk. I was just thinking like, so you just made me pay $750 for a known issue because of the 2 motor replacements. And I was just like, what the heck? But it's okay, whatever. I just won't buy another saw from DeWalt. I'm gonna move on with this one, just use it as far as it'll go, and then I'm going to another brand, probably Makita, because I like the Makita in the shop. So we get this thing back, and John picks it up, we bring it back to the shop, we're loading it back in my truck, and I look at it, and you know, I test it out, okay, it works. And I look at my Kaizen fence. I'm like, what the heck is this? So what they did is they cut through my Kaizen fence right here. You can see not having any proof, but just kind of thinking what I would do if I saw this fence on a miter saw. They probably played around with it and just saw how it moves in and out and everything. And they're like, oh, okay, that's cool, you know. It's got these cams back here that lock it down. So they're probably looking at this Kaizen fence because they're interested in it. Again, this is all theory because I wasn't there. I'm thinking when they replaced the motor, they went to test it out and they went down and cut the Kaizen fence. They cut through the fence. And I was just like jaw dropped, like, that's a $400 fence. What? Why'd you cut through it? So what I ended up doing was calling them and seeing if they could help me out, see what happened, what they could do with it.
Well, service, can I get you to hold for a moment?
Sure.
Thank you.
No problem. I was telling the other person that I had dropped off a miter saw a few weeks ago to get the motor replaced, and I had an aftermarket Kaizen fence on it, and I noticed that when we got it back, it was cut through. It's an aluminum fence. I don't know if they probably didn't do it on purpose, but it is a $400 fence. That kind of stinks, you know?
So it came in with an aftermarket fence?
Yes. It's like attaches to the factory fence, so it had both fences on there. What I think happened is they probably tried to because the motor was out, and when they put the new motor on, I'm guessing they probably just okay, let's test it out, and then it cut through it.
So there was a blade on it?
Yes.
Usually if they test something, they won't usually test it with the blade on it. They just want to run the motor and make sure it works. And even if they did run it with the blade, they wouldn't have went down into a chopping motion with it, because we don't cut any wood with it.
Oh, okay.
We always tell people, if you have aftermarket accessories on this stuff, since we're factory authorized, I mean, we're not really liable for anything you're putting on.
I feel like they did it. They should be responsible for it and at least pay me for half of it, and that's what I asked them. Do you think they would be able to do anything for me on it, or?
Don't do any kind of refund or anything for an aftermarket part.
The fence is $400, but since they only cut through one side, it would be like a $200 reimbursement or something.
I don't have any way of doing anything like that, sir.
Okay, well, I just thought I'd call and ask. I appreciate your time.
Yeah, sorry.
Thanks. And that's pretty much where we are right now. It's just bad business, and I'm like, there's plenty of others out there, and I'm already heavy into Milwaukee, and that's probably when these tools go out, when this goes out, Milwaukee, when this goes out, Milwaukee, when this goes out, Milwaukee, across the board, right, for the job site stuff. And as you know, with my shop stuff, I'm kind of moving all that to Festool. So there's my review of DeWalt. All this stuff is good. Again, like I said in the beginning, I'm not trashing this or gonna smash it and burn it because I'm mad. I'm not gonna be petty like that. But I just feel like, hey, you made a mistake, just pay for it. It's not a big deal. It's just unfortunate because I really like them. I will continue to wear the DeWalt shirts just because the whole thing with that was just don't have brand loyalty or be a tool snob in general, so that still stands. Just kind of feel screwed over. So we'll see you guys next time.
This is the 60-volt cordless DeWalt track saw. I paid $619 for it. Ouch. And I have never, ever, ever recommended this saw to anyone. And because of that, I usually get a lot of negative feedback from the DeWalt fanboys who are offended that I never talk about their beloved track saw of choice. But the reason why I never recommend this is because there is one crazy design flaw that I am still shocked DeWalt made and hasn't fixed. So why am I talking about it now? I recently got this unmarked white box in the mail. Inside this inconspicuous box is a brand new product that no one knows about that promises to fix the design flaw in this saw. So I'm curious to see if this will actually make me do a 180 and start recommending this saw to more people. And while I have my hands on this saw, we're gonna see if there's any other flaws that people aren't talking about. What you get for $619, a case that can fit inside a Milwaukee pack-out case. I still don't get why Milwaukee made their box this big, but pretty huge. What I love about the case is it's nice and it's compact. However, the plastic isn't as thick or high quality as cases you'd find with Festool, Makita, or even Milwaukee. However, it is nice to get a case. The track that comes with the kit is 4 inches longer than your typical standard 55-inch track, and it's double-sided, which means you can cut on either side. To my knowledge, this is the only track I know that does this. The saw also has a kickback lock, which when engaged prohibits the saw from moving backwards on the track. You can push it forward, but you can't bring it backwards, which is a very nice safety feature. It also has a spring-loaded riving knife, more on that later. And it comes stock with the 42 tooth blade, which honestly, I always swap these out for a CMT blade, but it's a decent blade. And this saw uses a 60-volt single battery. And naturally, you get to charge it with this kit. The first test I did on this was just cutting a regular sheet of plywood. And here's the thing, every track saw I ever use cuts plywood just fine. If you marry the saw to the track, which we'll talk about later because that's important, you're going to cut a straight line and you're gonna have good cut quality. I've never used a track saw that failed the plywood test, so it's really not worth going into depth and showing you tons of stuff about plywood because plywood's pretty easy to cut. Now, the one test that I do on every track saw is where I try to push its limits. I have a piece of 8/4 or 2-inch hard maple that a subscriber named Tiny Sean bought to do these tests. So big shout out and thank you to Sean for doing that. My belief is if any track saw, including a cordless track saw, can do a full plunge, 2 inches in hard maple, it can do anything else. I did this on the Milwaukee track saw and I was really impressed with how the cordless Milwaukee handled. And I have to say, with this saw, I had similar results. Basically, I do a full plunge and I don't push too hard, but I also don't go slow. I just try to go naturally and put as much force on the saw as it feels like it wants to handle. And I was really surprised and impressed with how well it caught. I didn't smell any burning and I never felt like the motor was struggling. In fact, I probably could have gone a little bit faster. Now, there were 2 things that I noticed when doing this. First, it didn't cut the full depth. And so this saw, while I maxed out its depth, tended to cut a little less than 2 inches. And it claims to be able to cut a little bit more than that. In comparison, the Milwaukee did just fine. I ended up having to finish like the bottom 1/8 or 1/16 with a pull saw. And I noticed 2 things that are really curious and I really don't understand. The first thing is the offcut was really smooth. Like the face was really smooth, like almost as if it had been sanded. But the piece that you would want to keep had all these rough saw marks, similar to marks you'd see in a bandsaw. At first I thought this was from the pull saw, but I was pulling in the opposite way that these marks are going. And so I'm left to believe, and I could be wrong here, but it seems like the saw blade is leaving the piece that you want to keep rougher than the piece that's the offcut. Now when I compared this to the slice that the Milwaukee track saw cut, you can see the difference is pretty night and day. The Milwaukee left a really clean finish and this DeWalt one left a jagged finish. Now, I'm assuming that's the saw blade and the angle of the teeth and probably not the saw, but it is worth mentioning. The last test I did was a 45-degree test. I don't understand this because I'm not a math and geometry guy, but I'm actually pretty impressed. A lot of people have this question, which is when you cut that rubber splinter guard at 90 degrees and then you move to 45 degrees, do you ruin or alter your rubber splinter guard? Some people think that you would even need to change it after you do a 45-degree cut. According to my test, it's right on the money. You don't need to change it. However they work out the geometry, you can cut a 45 or a bevel and it doesn't alter the splinter guard, and in fact, you still have the splinter guard accuracy, which is really cool. Good job, DeWalt. Now, before I offend every DeWalt fanboy and ruin any chance of DeWalt ever liking me or sponsoring me, let's talk about the things that I like about this saw. First, I love that it comes with a case. Not every track saw you buy comes with a case. I'm not really even sure you need a case, but it's nice to have a case. Another thing I love about it is it just uses one battery. I have the Makita 36 volt, and one cool thing about that saw is it uses the 18 volt batteries that so many people have, but having two batteries is kind of clunky. I was pleasantly surprised with how powerful this is and how the motor sounds and handles. It has a brushless motor, and I really like it. All these brushless motors sound a little bit different, but they all kind of feel the same to me, whether it's Makita's brushless motor, which sounds like this, or Festool's brushless motor that sounds like this, or Milwaukee's brushless motor that sounds like this, or the DeWalt brushless motor that sounds like this. When you compare that to my trusty corded Makita non-brushless motor, you can really tell the difference. I'm not a motor expert, but it sounds like I might need to have my motor serviced on my Makita. Let me know if you hear something that's off. The build quality of this thing is A+. Lots of metal in places where you would normally see people use plastic. It is heavy, especially when you put that big 60 volt battery on. It feels like a heavy duty tool. I have the Ryobi and the WinTrack saws, and I always say they feel like Fisher-Price, especially the Ryobi. It feels like it's a kid's toy. This saw feels like a Festool, Makita, Milwaukee, like they're in that level of quality. And so the fit and finish and quality of the tool, I am really impressed with. Lastly, the dust extraction is pretty good. I like that the hose for my Festool dust extractor fits on it, and I know a lot of people don't have dust extractors, but this Syntec hose that a lot of people buy on Amazon that you can hook up to your shop vac, it fits on there as well. So good job, DeWalt, not changing the diameter of your port like some other people do. Well done. Quirks I don't like. Now the next two sections will be about quirks and then I think failures. Now these quirks aren't necessarily deal breakers, but they are little like idiosyncrasies that I think everybody who's considering buying this should come to grips with, because there's things that you're not really going to find out until you hold the saw and play with it. And honestly, I was really surprised by a lot of them. The first quirk I don't like is when you marry the saw to a track. This is the first thing you should do when you get a track saw. You should take the saw, put it on the track, and then there's these two knobs that you want to loosen and then slowly tighten as you move the saw back and forward, sneaking up on a good friction fit. What you're looking for is enough friction to move forward without going side to side. On all of the saws that I've used, they're pretty easy. But on this saw, you actually have to loosen a screw with either a flathead or a hex key that they don't include in order to begin to marry your track. It's not a huge deal, but I can totally see a lot of people just pulling this out, not wanting to bother with that, and not really understanding how important it is to marry your track saw to your track, and just going for it and finding deflection and finding inaccuracies and getting frustrated and ruining their splinter guard. I don't understand why DeWalt made it that difficult to adjust this. After some playing with it, I was able to dial it in just fine. However, it took a minute or two longer than any of the other track saws that I have, and I feel like this was unnecessarily difficult. For whatever reason, DeWalt decided to do a double hinge on the plunge. I've tried to figure out what the benefit is to this. I honestly can't see one. I honestly don't care about the double hinge. I don't like it. Every track saw that I've used, it plunges downward, and it's kind of easy to start. Maybe because I'm used to that. This one, every time I would go to start, I'd have to remember, oh, push down and then move forward. With all the other track saws, it's just one motion. Like as you're going down, you can go forward, and it seems more intuitive. I'm sure that after using this for a while, I would get used to that extra mechanics. But for me, it just seems like maybe an unnecessary, cute design innovation that no one asked for. Changing the blade was frustrating, and I don't mean to nitpick, but this one really had me scratching my head. Every track saw and circular saw I've ever used, and that probably you have ever used, has this one lever right here that is universally the button to lock the arbor so that you can hold the blade still while you release the tension on the nut. And I am embarrassed to say this, but for 45 minutes, I sat here trying to hold this button and wondering what is going on. I ended up taking this whole side cover off to figure it out. And it took me 45 minutes to figure out that button that looks like it holds the blade doesn't. You have to use 3 different buttons in combination to do this. And even in their manual, they say to turn this button all the way and then push it down. Not so, you turn it halfway and then push it down, and that's when you can hold your arbor still and then unscrew your blade. I don't know why they made it that difficult, and I don't know why they made it unintuitive, but changing your blade should be a pretty easy and straightforward thing. Maybe I'm nitpicking, but it really confuses me why they would change up the standard protocol on how to change a saw blade. Now, to everyone whose favorite color is yellow, I apologize for what I'm about to do. I found 4 massive failures and design flaws with this that to me are kind of a big deal. The first is the riving knife. I was really pleased to find that DeWalt has a spring-loaded riving knife. I'm really not a big fan of riving knives. I mean, for track saws, they're nice to have, but they're not the end of the world if you don't have one. But if you're gonna put one on, I wanna use it. I immediately noticed that this riving knife was out of line with the blade. I thought, well, maybe that's a design feature, and maybe as you plunge in, the riving knife will come in behind the blade. No, like massive problems. I ended up taking the riving knife off and looking down it and wondering, is the riving knife the problem or is the mechanics the problem? And I thought maybe there was something in the saw that was causing the deflection and not the riving knife, because to my eye, the riving knife looked straight. Until I took it to my cast iron table saw and I laid it down and looked to see if I could find light underneath it. And I found, to my surprise, and maybe yours, it was massively bent right out of the box. Now I'm chalking this up to maybe a factory defect or a lemon. I'm really curious, for those of you who have this saw, did you have the same experience? Not the biggest deal, I could probably hammer this out and get it straight, but for over $600 for what's supposed to be a good brand, I was surprised. Now, having a riving knife is nice, but it being bent is a deal breaker for me, and so I just took it out because that's probably the safest thing. But that's not the reason that I don't recommend this saw. Another failure that I found was in the 45-degree bevel indicator. It's not clear to me which area you're supposed to measure, the top or the bottom. I think the top. But what makes it worse is there are no like detents or positive stops to help you with common angles. And I didn't think this was a big deal until I started looking at all my other saws, including the Milwaukee. How Milwaukee does the indicator is way better. They give you a very, very sharp point that you can reference off of. And with this big yellow piece of plastic, it's kind of difficult. When you're doing the angles like that, you want good hard accuracy, not, I think this is 45. The 45-degree measurement is a bit of a picky gripe, and honestly, I don't do a whole lot of 45-degree cuts, so it's not a big deal. In my view, it is a little bit of a failure, it's a design flaw, but it's not the flaw that keeps me from recommending this saw. The most shocking thing that I did not expect to see as a failure was this saw's accuracy. And what I mean by accuracy is understanding your depth of cut. If you've never used a track saw, one of the coolest things is you don't need to measure. You can just set the depth you want to cut at. A lot of times you set the material you're cutting at, and it will add a couple of millimeters below that to account for the blade to go all the way through. But with this saw, there are 2 fatal flaws. First, I don't love how you have to unscrew this. With Makita, you have to unscrew, but the function is a lot better. With this saw, I actually had to use about 2 hands to adjust it, hold it where I want it to be, and then screw it in. But the fatal flaw is that it's off by about 1/8 of an inch. And I tried several times to test this, and showing here on some hard maple, how I did a full cut and measured it, and the scale is just off. No big deal. Maybe you need to fine tune that. The problem is, in the manual, there's no instructions on fine tuning it, and looking at this saw and messing with it, there's no way you can fine tune this. When you contrast that with something like the Milwaukee, and for clarification, I'm a Makita guy and a Festool guy. I'm not a Milwaukee fanboy, but Milwaukee nailed this. All you do is push a button to adjust your depth. It's amazing. And you can fine tune with this micro adjust here, which is brilliant. At first I thought, well, maybe the saw is off because it's not accounting for the track. But even in DeWalt's own marketing material, they say, and I quote, depth scale accurately indicates exact depth of cut accounting for track thickness. Right. Not according to my test. And I know what I'm doing. Accuracy is a big deal, especially when you claim that the depth scale accurately gives you your measurement. Massive failure, but that's not the reason why I never recommend this saw. The reason that I never recommend this DeWalt track saw to anybody is because of the clever double-sided track. First, I've never been in a situation where I wish I could just run it back and go down the other side. I've always been fine using a track that has one hard edge and the splinter guard on one side. It feels like DeWalt was trying to be cute here, but the reason why I hate this and the reason why I never recommend anyone to buy this is because you inadvertently cut yourself off from being able to do one of the coolest things you can do with the track saw, and that is accessorize it with third-party inventions other people have come up with to solve unique, specific problems. In particular, I love putting a guide rail square on my track because it instantly turns my track into a precision square, which means you can get 90-degree cuts really, really fast every time because you don't have to take multiple measurements and take multiple markings on your piece and line everything up. This little bitty aluminum square massively speeds up your efficiency and your accuracy. But the key to this square is that it has to have a hard edge to reference off of and clip on. And obviously with DeWalt's brilliant double-sided track, you can't do that because you're referencing the rubber splinter guard. And that's where this box comes in. Inside of this box is a new version of TSO's rail square that most have never seen before. TSO claims to have figured out how to attach a guide rail square to a DeWalt guide rail the same way in an accurate and repeatable fashion every time. Here's why this matters. Because when you take advantage of accessories like this, you can turn your track saw into a table saw in your hand. I recently did a video where I broke down all of the major mistakes people make at the table saw, and I was shocked to learn that 4,000 people get part of their hand amputated every year at the table saw because they inadvertently make contact with that shiny, spinny thing that can change your life in a matter of a split second. And so anytime I cannot take full sheets of plywood to a table saw, I'm gonna try to do that. There's a little known accessory that most track saw owners don't know about, and it's called parallel guides. And parallel guides clip onto your track and allow you to make parallel measurements to one edge of your board and make repeated cuts like you would do at the table saw. And the coolest thing about this that no one talks about is that because there is a movable flip stop, just like you would set your width that you want to rip onto your table saw and you don't need to mark or measure your main material, you can do the same function with this. You can set your parallel guide to give you what dimension you want and then go and rip that as many times as you want. This is huge on a job site, and it's huge in a parking lot. It's huge in an area where you may not have a table saw or you may not have the room to break down big sheets of plywood at your table saw. And with this new invention, you can screw on parallel guides to your guide rail square, and like that, for the first time, a DeWalt track saw can be as fast and accurate and definitely safer than the table saw. I was skeptical, but I ripped down a full sheet of MDF in a matter of a minute or two, cutting all of these pieces to the same dimension, and I will say that is the bright spot with this saw, with this thing that TSO made. Now maybe you're watching this and you don't have a DeWalt track saw and you have a Craig or a Makita or a Festool or a Triton or a Win or a Milwaukee. The good news is TSO makes versions for those saws. And when the Milwaukee first came out, TSO's guide rail square wasn't guaranteed to be accurate, but their new version that they just came out with is compatible with Milwaukee. So if you have any of those main track saws and you want to get in on these cool accuracy and repeatability and safety tricks you can do with your track saw. TSO is my favorite third-party accessory to use. Now, disclaimer, they're not a sponsor. They don't sponsor anybody, okay? I bought my guide rail square a couple years ago before they knew who I was. Sometimes the marketing department at TSO will give me a discount code allowing you to get the guide rail square and other things cheaper than I paid for them. And if they're able to do that, I'll put that on the screen or in the description below, but no guarantees. This guide rail square is a good.
Mike, please.
Well, I can't say anything.
Mike, hold on. I
can't say anything. You're a shot. You sound like a fucking hyped
Let me give you my answer, Mike.
Coked out moron. That's what you sound like.
That's
You
crazy.
sound like a moron. I assure you, if you took an IQ test, you would not score above an 8. I would put any amount of money on that. Aiden, get me a deal on Kick. Get me a deal on State. I guarantee you, take the money on this one. His IQ is below 80. Guaranteed.
Hold on, Mike, are you sure you have permission to be on here? Did Logan give you permission? I'm kidding.
Mike, does Logan still take 20% from you?
All right. He never has. Stop it.
No. That's a good question. I actually talked about that a lot in the past. We did have a contract where he was going to get 20% of my revenue for 5 years, and he actually decided not to.
Aw.
Which was.
All right, W Logan in the chat, man. W Logan.
Yeah, no.
Yo, Mike, can I ask you something? I saw
Yes,
this
sir.
clip. I'm not even joking or any of that. Jake Paul, Jake Paul, I like it. He can box, yeah. But there's this video he did where he goes in a basement with his psychic team to enter a trance-like non-ordinary state. And he said there's definitely spirits controlling this career. What the fuck is he doing? He said he started crying and then was happy, and the 10 of them are all screaming in a dark basement in the underworld. That's some satanic fucking ritual. Who the fuck is around Jake Paul? How do you allow Satanists around him? You laughing like it's not true? Google it. YouTube it. Go YouTube it.
Well, look, can I just say one thing, Mike? No. Everyone, hey. Can I say one thing, Mike? Everyone get off Mike's dick. This is my literal uncle, bro. Mike, bro, I was coming up and shit. Mike literally took.
Aiden, why are you trying to protect me? Why can't I just answer these?
Can I just say one thing? Before anyone ever tries to say.
Dick sucking and let him answer the question. We get it. He's your uncle, bro.
Hey, Sneeko, listen to me, bro. That guy.
Okay.
Right? Yeah, I'm gonna say it, bro.
Mike, explain. Are you a part of the?
How do you treat your personal relationships? Because I happen to know personally
the girls that he's saying that are my girlfriends are not my girlfriends, and they never were.
that they're a fucking disaster. All of them are. And everybody behind the scenes knows that. Everybody that goes to
Your wife was gonna divorce you because you do the one you're not allowed to do with girls that you're not allowed to see. Yeah, I like.
This is the cheapest track saw on Amazon, but I found a problem with this saw and I'll show you the cheap solution to fix it. This is Festool's brand new TS60 track saw. In this video, I'm going to test these two extremes to find out if they're worth it or a waste of money. And more importantly, I will show you whether or not there's a $700 value difference between them. And as a bonus, I'll also show you why you always want to keep two hands on your track saw at all times. Now to test these saws, I do something crazy. I just do one test. I don't use plywood. I use the thickest, hardest wood I can find, which in my case is a 2-inch thick piece of hard maple. And my reasoning is if a track saw can cut through this in one plunge, anything else under that is going to be fine. Also, my shop flooded and all of my plywood got wet and got thrown away, so I can't do those tests right now. I'm sorry. It's a little sketchy doing the plunge at first. I recommend starting the saw and then going in. It's kind of hard to convey, but you can really see me struggling. And in a worldwide premiere, you can see for the first time my muscles starting to show. I had to push this saw pretty hard to get it to go at this speed. I was expecting the saw to give up at any moment because the motor was vibrating pretty hard. It was getting really, really hot. I'm actually surprised that it made the full cut. Oh, there's a drop of sweat. You can see in this shot just how hard it takes for me to push through this 2 inches of maple. 1 minute and 37 seconds with some drops of sweat because it's 101 in my garage and it's July in San Antonio. You're welcome. This is the Festool TS60, and to my surprise, it plunges just fine. And I really don't have to push this. I'm barely pushing. Look at my muscle. It's still hiding. I mean, if you could even see it, but muscles aren't even there. I'm literally just guiding the saw through the butter that is 2 inches of hard maple. No muscles needed, thankfully. "30 seconds. Now the crazy thing is when you put these two clips side by side and you run them in real time, you can see just how fast an extra $700 gets you.
I'm gonna show you 5 ways to make your miter saw cut cleaner, safer, and better. Let's go. Now I've used 3 different models of miter saws in this shop: the DeWalt, the Delta, and the Festool Capex. All 3 of them could use some improvements on their dust collection, even the Festool. But I did want to upgrade this one because this one produced more dust than the Festool did. Everybody knows that a miter saw is one of the messiest dust-producing machines that you have in the shop, but you can fix that pretty easily. I bought this kit from Shop Nation. He's a fellow YouTuber, and he didn't know I was going to buy this or do a video on it, but I did want to upgrade this dust collection system on this DeWalt miter saw. It was really easy to put on. It take the old pieces off, put this on, and it does improve the dust collection. Before I had this, I did several test cuts on pine as well as MDF, and had dust going pretty much everywhere. But when I put this new system on, you can see how much it basically pulls it and directs it right into the pipe where it gets sucked out of there. I'm using a Festool dust extractor for this, but it does have the adapters to help you get set up with a regular shop vac or any other dust extractor you may have. This worked extremely well. Now, it's still not perfect. You're still not getting perfect 100% dust collection, but it is significantly improved from the stock. And he has these available for multiple models of miter saws, pretty much any one that you might have. Bosch, DeWalt, Rigid, not Festool. Come on, Travis. Need that Festool. The number 2 way you can improve your miter saw is to add zero clearance to the throat plate. Now there's a couple of ways to do this. You can build your own throat plate. What I've liked and used on this DeWalt is, for years, I've used this stuff. This is a Fast Cap zero clearance tape. It's like a vinyl tape that has a really sticky back. It's easily removable when you want to change it out, but it's also easily to put on. You just stick it on and cut, and now you've got a zero clearance. This produces a much cleaner cut on the bottom side of the cut than if you're just using the standard throat plate, because that throat plate is wide. It has a very wide opening, and that leaves room for little bits and pieces to fall down in there, and you have a lot more tear out with those. Now, if you have a Festool Capex, you can do the same thing, but with an actual physical insert. This is UHMW plastic stuff that inserts in there. You can change these out easily as well. And they do come with 5 in the package, so you'll have several to use, whether you're doing bevel cuts or straight cuts or just something like mine. It just gets damaged over time. The number 3 way to improve your miter saw is the blade. It sounds simple, but if you're still using the stock blade and you're doing woodworking, not rough construction, take the blade that come with it off, because typically those are like 32 teeth and they cut really rough. That's what they're made for, rough construction, fast cuts. You want to get something like an 80 tooth. I use this 82 CMT chrome blade. It's a 12-inch saw, 12-inch blade. This is a fantastic blade, and they stay sharp a very long time. They create a very smooth, very nice, clean cut. You're going to see a major, major improvement if you just upgrade your blades. Again, I like the higher tooth blade for woodworking because 99% of the time we're doing cross cuts. And if you're doing a lot of cross cutting, a higher tooth blade will produce less tear out. In other words, a cleaner cut. There are other options available to you, but I think CMT is one of the better blades I've used, and I've kept CMT blades on this saw for years. Next up, you can improve your miter saw's cuts cleanliness as well as safety with this little jig that you can build. This is super simple. All I'm doing is taking some MDF and making a miter sled. Now, I'm gonna build this sled to fit my Festool Capex because that's the one I use most of the time, but you can certainly build one for any miter saw. Let me show you how to do it. I'm just gonna use some MDF. You can use plywood, whatever you want. This is 1/2 inch thick, I think, so it's plenty thick enough. I'm gonna cut one piece that's gonna fit on the base of the saw, one piece that's gonna fit on the back, AKA the fence. Now I'm gonna rip this to 4 inches. This is the height of my fence, but you can rip it however you want. Once I have my pieces cut out, I'm just going to lay the base on the miter saw. I've got 2 1/2" by 1/2" by about 5 or 6 inch long pieces. I'm just going to CA glue those to the bottom. Right where the saw has the natural ledges. This is going to let me put that base on every time, exactly the same place, so it's always square. Once that's glued on, I'm just going to put the fence on the same way, a little CA glue and activator. You can always reinforce this with screws if you want. Then you're just going to set the depth setting on your miter saw. Make sure you set the depth setting or you're going to cut your piece in half. You don't want to do that. I'm just going to cut about an 1/8 inch deep in this material. That way I've got a 0 clearance on the bottom. It's going to give me a 0 clearance on the back. I'm going to do 45 on each side, but that will notch out the back fence so you can add a little faux fence down below. That'll solve that issue. That's it. Now you're able to cut small parts and without tear out on longer parts. Because we use these little lock bars on each side, it's going to lock it right into the side of your miter saw. It doesn't matter which one you have. It's going to slide on there and be perfectly square every time, and it's not going to shift left and right. That's going to give you a perfectly clear line exactly where you're going to have to cut every time. You know where that blade's going to go, and it's going to give you a much, much cleaner cut because you have 0 clearance on the bottom and the back. Not only that, it's going to be much, much safer to be able to use this to cut very small parts like you see here. Just make sure you use something to hold those small parts, like this is a $10 million stick from FastCap. I'll link to it in the description. When cutting extremely small parts like that, it can be very dangerous to use a miter saw to cut those because there's no support on the back of those on most of your miter saw fences. But when you build something like this little miter saw sled, it gives you extreme support on the bottom as well as, most importantly, on the back, so it doesn't twist and pull back into the saw and cause a kickback and or an injury. Now, if you primarily only do 90-degree cuts and don't worry about the 45s, then don't even do those and notch out your fence back there. You won't even have to use this secondary fence down below. Just make sure you set the depth setting on your saw blade so that it doesn't cut all the way through this, because if you do, then you've got 2 pieces and it's no good. Number 5 way to improve your miter saw is to build a proper miter saw station if you're in a dedicated shop. I built this one last year, but there are tons of options out there for you if you want to get some ideas of what works best for you. But this has really helped as far as the accuracy goes in my cuts. Because I was able to incorporate a stop block system in this, which I never had, I can get repeatable, accurate cuts now, and it helps with organization in the shop. Not really to do with the miter saw, but it's just kind of a 2 birds, 1 stone scenario.
It's your classic 2 bird, 1 stone scenario.
Now you got a place for your miter saw, you can have stop blocks, and you have organization and a place to keep like dust collection or dust extractors. It just really helps upgrade your shop. When I was looking for a miter saw station to build, I had to design my own because I was in such a small space. I wanted something compact. This is only 6 feet long, about 2 feet deep, so it takes up very minimal room. That's what I love about this one particularly. Because this miter station is so compact, I needed a way to break down longer stock whenever I bring it in the shop. So I did incorporate this wing that flips up when I need it, down and out of the way when I don't. If you want to know how to cut more degrees than your miter saw is capable of, there's a video telling you exactly how to do it right there. Click the box, get you the big old virtual fist bump. Or if you want to know how to build this miter stand with plans, there's a video right there. Either one of those boxes gets you the big old virtual fist bump.
Jo, velkommen alle sammen til Reaktioners Kanaler, hvor vi skal se top 100 most streamed songs of all time. Opdateret i 2023, lagt op for en måneds penge siden, så den er super updated listen. Er I klar på det? Like videoen, og lad os lige hygge lidt med det. Vi starter her. Vi starter med Migos og Lil Uzi Vert med Bad Bougie. Smoking on cooking the hot. Smoking on cooking the cooking. Det er jo det nymoderne rap, og det er Bad Bougie. Jeg gad kraftedeme godt rap med Husi. Jeg gad fandme godt i bad med Musi. Jeg ved ikke hvem det er, men jeg gad godt i bad med en, og så gad jeg godt rap med Husi. Hvad fanden er det her? The Remedy for Broke. Det er Triple X. XXX Tentation. Jeg har aldrig hørt om så meget, men han har lavet banger. Blev taget fra os way too early. Faktisk det samme som en af Migos medlemmerne. Og kæft, den er rigtig meget død i starten her, wow. Black Beatles. Jeg sværger, Ray Shrimmer, de varmede op for Post Malone i Royal Arena, da han var forbi. Jeg sværger, at dengang de spillede Somebody Come Get Her, She's Dancing Like a Strip. Og det var fantastisk, man. Og så dansede de sådan ud af poachet i Royal Arena, der var sådan en lang poachet, så dansede de sådan ud, imens de lavede lasso-bevægelsen. Somebody come get her. Det var, altså jeg får gåsehud lige nu, det var fantastisk. Holy shit, der er mange... Manden med den dybeste stemme i gamet, Pop Smoke. Så hvis nok, var det ikke 50, der egentlig signede ham? Han co-signede ham i hvert fald mentalt. Der var et eller andet med 50 og Pop Smoke, der havde noget med mellemværende. Han lavede kæft, han havde vild stemme. Pop Smoke. Ice Spike kender jeg faktisk ikke. Eller det er så Kyle, jeg ikke kender. Det er simpelthen den 96. mest streamede sang. Jeg kender slet ikke Kyle. Murder on My Mind. Med You Never Walk Alone, Liverpool fan Millie. Jesus Christ, der har været i legekæden og var at købe plastikvåben her. Hey, fake love! Det kan jeg jo kun... Altså, I ved, jeg er Drake-stan, og jeg har faktisk lavet min egen fake love-sang. De ser op til mig. Jeg har så mange guns at disse. Jeg lavede sådan en CS-sang på et tidspunkt. Og på YouTube var det hele. Love to me. Speaking of Posty, the man with the face tattoos. Go Flex. Måske min favoritperiode med Posty, det var Go Flex-tiden. Altså, han kunne ikke ramme forbi på det her tidspunkt. Sindssygt. Alright, Y2K her, og Baby No Money. Baby No Money, sygt undervurderet. Y2K har aldrig hørt noget fra siden, men Baby No Money kan rap. Han har hits. Gold digger. But she ain't messing with no afroamerikaner med ikke så mange penge. Det er kæft, mand. Jeg har hørt Jamie Foxx fortælle historien om da Kanye han skulle ind og synge. Eller undskyld. Jo, det var Jamie Foxx, der fortalte historien om, at han kom ind i studiet til Kanye og skulle synge Hooket på Gold Digger. Altså, det er en hel historie i sig selv. Wow. Kan da kæft en person, Kanye. Drake og Lil Baby. Stop being a little baby. Helt ny bil, jeg har slet ikke nogen negler til den. Hvad ikke den sagde? Ja, nu må der rap, baby. Selvfølgelig skulle han være her. Men det er den uden Billy Ray Cyrus, der har fået flest plays. 926 millioner. Runder vi 1 milliard her? Not quite. Look Alive, Black Boy, JB og Drake. Kan I se de rims der? Woo! Plastic baby! I hvert fald 800 kroner på tanken. Look out! He's stunting. More Bamba, ikke også? Jeg ved ikke, hvad det er med unge mennesker, der går i college, men når det her nummer kommer på, they be losing they goddamn mind, når det her nummer kommer på. Jeg ved ikke, hvad det er. Fordi der sker ikke særlig meget. Det er bare sådan et eller andet bass eller sådan noget, der sådan kører i baggrunden, og så råber han bare. Men det kan et eller andet. Jeg ved ikke, hvad fanden det er med det nummer. Candy Paint. Var den del af Fast and the Furious soundtracket? Altså de film her, altså hver gang man lavede en ny, endnu mere retarderet end den sidste. Jeg ved ikke, hvad fanden de tripper på. Altså, så er det ubåde og månelandinger, og snart så skal de køre fra Marsboer i sådan nogle moonlanding-køretøjer. Altså, kender ikke en serie, der er blevet mere overdrevet. Jeg kan slet ikke huske, hvad det startede med. Kodak Black, Travis Scott og Offset, 60. Altså, beatet siger mig noget, men... ja, okay, kender. Rap God! Den kender vi alle sammen. Især verset, hvor han siger... Igen Pop Smoke her. Where way du om kærlighed? Han kunne altså noget. Tootsie Slide fra Drake's Mansion i Canada. Var det ikke der, det blev optaget, hvor man sådan kom igennem hans... altså, det er jo ikke et hus, det der. Det er jo et slot. Altså, det er fuldstændig sindssygt. En af de Drake-hits, som jeg har hørt den mindst faktisk. Altså, jeg så den mest fra musikvideoen, men jeg synes ikke selve nummeret er vanvittigt. Meget hygge, men ikke sådan... Det er nummer, det har jeg hørt en del gange. Var rigtig tæt på at lave et YouTube-track jeg havde faktisk fundet beatet, instrumentalen og lavet noget. Men jeg endte med ikke at udgive det, for jeg synes, at det var som om, jeg lavede det over det her Drake non-stop beat. Men hver gang jeg rappede, prøvede at lave et vers på det, så er det bare sådan, så kom jeg altid bare til at tænke på Drake, og han lå bare sådan 20.000 gange bedre på beatet, og så nej, det kunne jeg ikke udgive. Damn, så kommer tårerne. Første gang vi spiller den her i radioen, man. Damn! Hyldesten til Paul Walker. Lil Peep og Tentation her. Lige uden for den første milliard, den første billion. Amerikanske billion. Runder vi 1 milliard her. Og det er very close. Kendrick med DNA. Hvad regner vi egentlig med topper den liste her? Vi regner med Ed Sheeran, Adele, Taylor. Måske lidt Justin Bieber sprinklet i top 10. Eminem, han er også deroppe af. Jeg ved Eminem med Rihanna. Love the Way You Lie og I'm Friends with the Monster. Altså den der periode der. Og så jeg tror det er meget godt ramt. Jeg tror i hvert fald vi lige har høvlet en 7 ud af dem der sikkert er i top 10 er lige der. Alright. Rigtig meget hiphop. A$AP Rocky. Banger. For the Night, Pop Smoke, Lil Baby og Da Baby. det er Pop Smoke, og så er det Lil Baby, Da Baby, All the Babies, the middle medium-sized baby, the large baby, and the very micro baby. De er alle sammen på den her banger her. Okay, sikkert. Det er fedt beat, det her. Rigtig fedt beat. Vi har rundet 1 milliard plays nu. Okay, selvfølgelig. Macklemore, han skulle være her. Slap af et hit, man. White boy got bars, baby. Bedste Post Malone. Post Malone, kender I ham? Det er når han snakker om de der soveværelsesting. Det er Post Malone. Post Malone. White Iverson. Bedste nummer, han nogensinde har lavet. Det fede, det var, da han afsluttede med at spille i Royal Arena. Der spillede han det her nummer som... Han gik ikke sidst med det. Jeg tror, han gik anden sidst med det. Jeg kan ikke huske det. Men jeg kan bare huske det tydeligt, da han... Jeg kan ikke huske rækkefølgen tydeligt og åbenlyst. Men jeg kan huske, da han sagde... Han spillede nummer, der sagde han... Ladies and gentlemen, et eller andet. Og så sagde han... The best number I've ever made. Og det har han ret i. Det er det bedste nummer, han nogensinde har lavet. Ude i et eller andet ørken, Las Vegas, Nevada. Hvor han havde lejet den her bil og taget den med ud i ørkenen. Og så indspillet musikvideoen på et eller andet vens kamera. Bedste nummer, han nogensinde har lavet. On you. I'm ballin', I'm ballin'. Det er så sygt. Sucker for pain. Hvad? Nå. Ja, det er også godt nummer. Sat med lang siden jeg hørte det nummer her. Kan jeg også noget. Og så Imagine Dragons på omkvædet. Bank account. 4, 5. Det er altså 21 hårfører, eller hvad oversætter man savage? Hvad oversætter man savage til? Engelsk, dansk, savage. Altså, Dan Savage, det er ikke ham, vi leder efter. Det er faktisk overhovedet ikke Dan Savage, vi leder efter. Jeg ved ikke, hvem fanden han er. Savage. Brutal. Det er 21 brutal her. Helt sikkert 21 brutal på den. Men hans kæmpe store hit. Banksaldo. Bankkonti. Sådan. Ja, det er 100. Fetty Wap. Jeg ved ikke, hvor fanden han blev. Han havde lidt på banger, og så var han bare væk igen. Altså, han var bare væk igen. Det handler tit om det der med, at man skal skille sig ud, ikke også? Man skal være noget andet. Og der havde han den der ting med øjet, og det der, altså han var, og så hans stemme var også bare sådan... Og han skilte sig ud, og han slog igennem. Money Tree. God gammel Kendrick. J-Rock. Ikke forvekslet med J-Electronica. Meek Mill og Drake på samme nummer, efter de har beefet over den samme dame, Nicki Minaj, og de har beefet back and forth med diss tracks og sådan noget. Og så lavede de et nummer sammen. Klassikeren. Det er faktisk også et rigtig godt nummer, det her. Det er fandme et godt nummer, det her. Jeg tænker altid på min kæreste, når jeg hører det her. Men beatet er virkelig også. Love me. Det er sindssygt beat. Ja, hele det her album her. Fy for helvede. Er det ikke også det album Roses og Sorry Miss Jackson? Er det ikke det album her? Sat med de ejede hiphop i de år her. De fik jo også awardsene, hvor han gik op på... var det til... hvad fanden var det? Altså vi er enige om, der er Oscars for film, så er der Emmys for serie og Grammys for musik. Ikke? Han skulle op og have en Grammy, og så sagde han, the South out here representing, sådan et eller andet med The South is here. Og det var de dage der, hvor altså nogle af de der rigtig gangster-rappere, de var sådan på deres højeste. Og der stjal de en af awardsene et år, da de kom ud. Mellembarnet. J. Cole. Han kan rap. Fucking banger, man. Musikvideoen 10 ud af 10. McDonald's-scenen. You gotta love it. Okay, so what? Okay, so what? Ja, ham her, jeg har allerede forstået, hvad han siger, men jeg er hype for det. Jeg har da på et eller andet konstant, men det er fedt. I'm no good at goodbyes. Det er sindssygt kæft. Altså, hvor mange gange har han været på den liste indtil videre? Crazy. Travis? Jeg ved, om Highest in the Room er på den her liste. Hvad er det? Highest in the Room er nok mit sådan andet mest sådan liket Travis nummer. Etteren, det er I get those goosebumps every time. Nice for what? Altså Drizzy. Læg mærke til, at rigtig mange af de hits her er faktisk ret nye. Det er selvfølgelig også nyere med sociale medier og Spotify og sådan noget, så der vil selvfølgelig være mange moderne hits, det er klart, men der er rigtig mange af de her sange, der er ret nye.
You're insecure about me seeing somebody when you're not seeing somebody. That's the reason. You're used to being dating guys that are obsessed with you, and I'm not, and that makes you insecure. Yes.
You want to air it out? Do you want to bring up what happened? Do you want to bring it up all?
The only reason I'm gonna lie to you is because you're insecure when I hook up with people, and I never got together with you under the assumption that I was... What does she mean when she can't physically mentally have sex? Well, she means she doesn't want to have sex. Or she wants to have really good sex, but she doesn't want to go out and look for it. That's fine. I don't care. If I have this argument with somebody, I'll actually lose my mind. Me and Melina used to fight over this so much. The way that works for me and Melina is I'm not allowed to hook up with somebody unless she has somebody to hook up with. So there are times when I want to fuck a lot, and she's like, oh, I don't know, it's like really hard for me to find somebody. And it's like, what do you mean it's hard for you to find somebody? You just don't want to find somebody. And we would fight about this so much. She's like, well, no, it's not that I don't want to find somebody, it's just hard for me to find somebody. It's like, it's not. You can go to the beach, you can hop on Tinder, you can go to a coffee shop. Hi, love you.
What are you doing?
Nothing?
What happened?
We're watching Forsen. He's on an insane run right now.
Steve.
What? Hi. What? We're watching Forsen right now. What are you doing? Yeah.
Is that your entire content?
Huh? I love you.
Only a low-level
You're on a sick run right now.
Some kind of Hogwarts.
Why are you acting so sus?
We're not acting
Why are
sus.
you acting so weird?
We're just hanging out.
I don't know.
Hello, mortals. I am Zeus, also known as...
I know what you're talking about.
And yes, I am actually real, unlike Jesus.
Hello.
Anyways, I noticed you've been wanting a god seed, but I cannot provide you with one until you've done your part.
We're just watching women make incels on the internet.
100 people from the chat for me. Thank you.
Wow, it's so pretty. It's so beautiful. Wow, golden melts.
Golden milk.
Golden melts.
Sunshine milk.
Nice. Okay.
Why? Are you pushing the milk away?
Bye, Knowles.
Positive
Who's
or good
talking about
relationships.
anything?
This is why I believe increasingly.
What? No, I was talking about another Mel I knew.
You're not. What are you doing? Why are you talking shit?
We're just hanging out.
You're talking shit.
I'm not talking shit.
You are talking shit.
This woman is doing a similar thing to you, where she's like, "Oh, she's calling herself an incel because she can't, because she's saying she can't find good sex." So it's like when we would argue, and I would say, "Mel, you probably just don't want to fuck anybody right now," and you're like, "No, I really do. I just don't have anybody." And I'm like, "Bro, you can find guys in 50 million different areas of life. How can you?"
Are they any good? No.
Doesn't matter. You then cycle through them. Then go try some out.
The people that's sending
Mel, those are the worst messages you get. How many messages do you get?
I check my messages every day. You can go through that. It's not gonna be.
Really? How much money would you give me if I can find one attractive guy that you would have fun in your DMs?
How long ago would you have a sense of it?
Probably within. You can just tweet out right now. Hey, looking for somebody in Miami that wants to hook up. Anybody? Any takers?
Should I do it in my form, like list?
Sure, you could do that, and you'd literally get like 200 attractive men.
Nah. no, definitely not. Because they don't have time to be on Instagram. I don't think they do. I don't believe it.
Okay.
Just
Okay.
a bunch of people that has nothing else to do.
Okay.
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 Men are not gonna sit there online and try to look for hot women because they already have them. They just go outside. They're picked already.
They'll more than one woman. It's not like they've got one woman and they're only gonna one girl. If it's just guys wanting to around.
Because usually if they're fucking around, aren't the girls doing that too? Have you seen what the guys look like in Miami?
Bro, half these guys will cheat anyway. They don't give a
Yeah, sure. But why would I want to have someone that is a monogamous person, that gets really jealous, that might be a dickhead?
Okay, that's fine.
Shut up. What if they're what if they're an anti-fan of you? What if they hate you?
Who
And
cares?
Let's say that they take a picture of us f***ing, and then they post and said, "I fucked Destiny's girlfriend."
Good for him. Congratulations.
No, it's not good. It's shit. Okay, I'm scared of that. I don't like that.
Okay, if you want to put 50 million qualifiers, that's fine. But just don't be like, oh, I can't find anybody. What you really mean is I can't find anybody that means this and this and this.
Shit. It's dog shit. That's
Okay.
it. It's like scary. I have to worry about my safety. It might be wasting my fucking time. It might be terrible. And
Oh my god, that's just exhausting. I feel so bad for you. What an exhausting life.
Why would I ever want to go out and do shit if I just feel like it's gonna be a waste of time?
Because you don't, well, the reality is you just don't want to that much. You don't care that much, which is fine.
No, I just wait for it to come naturally.
Yeah, because you don't care that much.
No, I don't care that much.
No, you don't. If you did, you'd go look for it.
Sometimes I care more, sometimes I care less. But I just
Yeah,
know
okay.
it's gonna be a lot of stumbling into like the shittiest, most draining, just like maybe someone looks really good but they're too young and they get like emotional.
Yeah, well, sometimes it happens, but.
I don't want to have that in my life.
Okay.
I'm not a whore,
Okay, so you're just looking for like the.
No, you can fuck anything that's just living. You don't fucking
Good, yeah, true. But if I wasn't in the mood to, I would say, oh, yeah, I don't feel like I want to wait for like a high quality person, or I want to wait for somebody that I really like. I would just say that. But I would never be like, oh, I can't fuck right now. I can't have any sex right now. I would never say that.
I never said something you're making up. I never said that. I just said like, hey, I just don't think that there's anyone around right now that's good for me. And let's say that you're just in a phase where you just don't really feel too sexual, and if you're gonna be with someone like it's really pushy. And
Yeah, that's fine. So you just don't feel like finding anybody. That's good.
Yeah, but
Just say
you can
that.
You can still want to find someone. Let's say that you would basically say, hey Mel, in the other room right there, there's the most perfect guy ever. I would probably go for some.
Okay.
I would probably do it. But the thing is, there's probably a lot of things that makes it not that cool, okay? And I have to explore that entire thing before I do anything.
It's just a hookup. How is this okay? Listen.
Because of safety reasons.
Oh my God, how many of these people are actually?
Men don't shower like.
Oh my goodness. Oh, now it's. Oh, now it's a mess. Some men don't shower.
Steven
Listen,
did
I
not
love
sleep-
you.
Hold up.
I love you.
Steven didn't shower after gym yesterday and went to bed. Okay?
Oh my
and
goodness.
I noticed.
Wow.
Yeah, so some men don't even shower.
Okay.
And why would I want to suck a dick that smells like pee? This has happened before. I don't want to do that. I have to like know. How often do you shower? Shower 3 times a day. Why would I want to do that? It's just like if I'm just going on Bumble or Tinder or whatever, and I'm just finding this random dude, like the first one to swipe, and I'm just a prostitute at that point. It's not gonna be a good time for me. It's gonna be dog shit. A lot of guys are so bad at oral. They don't know how to fuck around. They're gross. They're weird.
Okay.
Most of them are weird. No, yeah, shower 3 times a day. Okay, that's what I need. A lot of people just suck, okay? They don't take care of themselves. You've seen a lot of dudes. You've seen it. It's fair. We did actually swipe on Bumble that day. We did see a really good guy.
There's tons of good guys. You just don't care that much.
That guy unmatched me.
Good, that's fine.
No.
That's probably because he knows that you're being a princess.
Wait, am I not allowed to be picky?
You can be. You just don't know what it's like for a normal dude trying to like.
It's not my problem.
That's fine. Then I didn't say it was. But you can't just can't do the thing where it's like, oh yeah, like I really want to have sex with somebody right now, blah blah blah, like, cause that shit creates serial killers.
I haven't said that.
Okay, then that's fine. Then I don't know why you're even in this conversation then.
You're saying things that's not true.
Because you said that to me in the past.
But why just... Wait, what have I said in the past?
Because there have been times where I wanted to hook up with people, and you're like, oh, I don't have anybody that I can see, so you can't. And it's like, oh, well, me, I guess. But what you really mean is, you don't have anybody that you want to see.
Since women choose partners, they are by definition bosses.
You know that there's people that I wanted to see, but those guys have been really hard to see, right?
Okay, never mind. You don't understand. You don't understand. You're like pretty girl brain. You have no idea what a normal human being's existence is like. I'm not being judgmental. I'm just telling you, you have no idea what you're saying. You just don't understand.
About what? What do I have to?
We're living in totally different realities.
Sure, but you know that. Wait, you have to say that we have definitely hooked up with people.
I don't. Nothing you say right now matters.
Wait,
nothing
why?
because this conversation is retarded right now, and you're gonna trigger the out of me.
What is? Okay, are you just trying to make me look bad?
No, you jumped into this conversation.
Because you're talking about me.
I was just giving an example that women say dumb things about not having people to hook up with.
And mention my name to it? Nice.
Because it's the same type of conversation we've had before. I know we all know what you mean. You mean what I said you mean, which is you don't have ultra high quality people that are coming to you with zero effort. That's what you mean. But women will sometimes say autistic shit like, "Oh, I don't have anybody that I can sleep with," which isn't true.
Yeah, I don't think that's true.
Okay, that's fine.
I have never said that before.
Okay.
I just said like I don't really feel like I want to hook up with someone that isn't putting an effort into anything, sexually or anything.
Okay.
Right? Like why would I want to do that? Just waste time. That's all I've said. You can't say that. I'm just saying, I don't know if there's anyone that ever wants to like me. I've never said that before.
Okay.
That's unfair for you to say.
Okay.
Right? Agree?
I feel like you phrased things that way before,
I have never said that before.
Okay.
Have I show me a clip of where I ever said that on stream?
I don't think we don't talk about this on stream.
But why would I say it to you privately whenever I talk to stream about everything I do all the time? Yeah. So there's not you're just making shit up right now because you are judgmental and you just
Yeah,
that's what you do. You just get mad. You just you get insult brain. And just go off even though I've never said that before. So yeah, really find a clip of me saying that. Do it. Yeah. And also for the record. You do hook up with people when I'm not good with someone at the same time. Yes.
Yeah, if I lie about it, yeah. Only when I'm cheating.
Yeah, but in the past when you were not cheating, we would do things not at the same time. But then you would be cheating sometimes, and I'd be like, okay, now things are getting a lot more complicated.
Okay, well.
He's a cheater.
Yeah, sometimes.
Yep. And when you start cheating, then I get uncomfortable in the relationship.
Nice.
So why would I ever be okay with anything if you're not even being honest?
Absolutely true.
It's an open relationship, but you can't even be honest.
Yeah, because I can't see someone unless you're seeing someone at the same time, and half the time you're like, oh, I don't feel like seeing anybody for 4 months, and you're like, oh, well, I don't have anybody that wants to have sex with me right now. And it's like, okay, you can hop on Tinder and find anybody. Yeah.
That's a rule that we made a lot, years later after we started dating. But before that, you were cheating when we had an open relationship. You would just be like, not tell me shit. And then I would find out later.
Yeah, because I thought when we did an open relationship means we can fuck whoever we want to fuck. Not I have to wait until Mel finds the perfect 10 out of 10 Giga Chad to roll into her life with zero effort by her. And I'm sitting here with like 20 women I could and I'm going to be like, sorry, hold on. My wife is, my 10 out of 10, 23-year-old Swedish bombshell wife has nobody that wants to fuck her right now.
That's not true. You still... Like when we started dating, this was not a requirement that we were doing, but still, you would we would basically have an open relationship, everything would be fine. Like we were 2 months in, and then you would still lie about shit even though you didn't have to. And I was like, oh, he's just naturally a liar.
True.
Probably
based and lying pills.
Probably because
sometimes you just got to be based.
Did Steven ever cheat on his past relationships? Yes, he did. So maybe he still has that sort of cheating brain that he has to lie about things because he's traumatized.
Holy Giga Chad.
Yeah. So that's
true.
Yeah.
Does it get more alpha than that? I cheat when I don't even have to. I heard from the Fresh and Fit guys that makes you more competitive, so I'm just trying to make you love me more.
He has a cheater brain. I think that's just the thing sometimes. You know, guys, sometimes people want to have an open relationship because they fuck around, but they can't stop lying about it. Even though they have an open relationship, they still lie. They can't talk about things they do. Yes. And how many people has he cheated on? Several.
I think just 2.
Probably most of your relationships.
Pretty sure just 2, but
Really? Like your wife?
I didn't cheat on my wife. Well, unless you count.
Huh?
Unless you count.
No, didn't the first wife.
No, she wanted an open relationship and it got that was her fault. It was, yeah.
Really?
And she went crazy.
Okay, sure. Well, how many people have you cheated?
Just you and Aaron, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, you have to say you're kind of bad at communicating. Yep.
Do you want to do all the relationship stuff right now? If you want to, we can do that. I'm not started. I brought up a mini thing about how silly it is that sometimes women say, oh, I don't have anybody to fuck right now. I think it's silly.
And then you bring up me as an example.
Because you say things like that.
I don't say anything like that.
Okay.
I just say that, like, why would I want to have someone that's just gonna make me a terrible time? It's not fun. It's a bad time. I gotta make sure it's a good time. Divorce stream. No, you're fine. This has been. Hey guys, this has been the past 4 years. It's alright. We're still here. You guys haven't even seen it, okay? Yeah. Keep pushing. Mel W. Are you mad at me?
No. I mean, if you want to air a relationship shit out, we can. But I'm gonna blow you the fuck up pretty soon. So I'm just letting you know, okay? You can keep listen. I will emotionally recover in 1 day, okay? It's gonna take you 2 months if you want to air everything out right now. That's what you want to do. Okay, well then.
How much would it cost to see a Melina reaction to this specific Fidelity comment?
I didn't. I just said sometimes women say autistic shit. You just said the autistic shit that I said you say.
If you're gonna bring up and say we can only see people at the same time or whatever, and it's so fucking annoying. If you're gonna say that, then I have to tell them why that is, right?
The reason why it is because you're insecure about me seeing somebody when you're not seeing somebody. That's the reason.
Why is that?
This is why I only date men.
Because you're used to dating guys that are obsessed with you, and I'm not, and that makes you insecure. Yes.
You lied to me in the
No.
past.
The only reason I'm gonna lie to you is because you're insecure when I hook up with people, and I never got together with you under the assumption that I was gonna have to have a mom babysitting
Do
me.
you want to air it out? Do you want to bring up what happened?
Which time?
A lot of times. Do you want to bring it up all? I can see it.
Can I just play video games?
Well, you have to say that there are things that you've done that made me probably pretty insecure about the relationship, yeah?
Maybe.
You
Yeah.
don't think so?
There have been things that both of us have done.
Wait, you have to think about it a little bit more now. What do you think has happened here?
A lot of things have happened.
Yes.
For not just me.
Okay. Well, there are things
Yeah.
that
There's
makes me not too secure in the relationship that you've done.
True. I understand that. You need that.
And I'm
you
not
need that
you. I don't know
real
what you're thinking about.
hyper obsessed guy. That guy who will always treat you like a queen.
Really? So if someone isn't cheating on me, they're treating me like a queen.
Is that the only
Is that
thing you
what
think
you're
you?
basically saying? Yes.
She can call up a 9 or 10 guy right now.
Nice. It's hard. Well, and do you want to finish this?
Not really. Now I'm losing my game. Okay, bye.
Okay.
Jesus.
Do you have Democrat friends?
That's actually everything that Andrew.
Do you have Democrat friends?
I do.
You're going to hell.
You're a machine.
I like the BBC.
Do you think women should be able to vote?
Yes. Yes?
What? Why? Are you with the devil?
Oh my God. Why don't you think women should vote?
Because of the Bible.
Just do it.
So should women vote?
Yeah. Yes, 100%.
What makes you lean towards Joe Biden?
Is it maybe because he's a pedophile?
No, it's not. That's probably not it. That's
What brings you to Miami? Girls trip?
my boyfriend cheated on me, so I'm.
Really?
Yeah, I was
we
like,
should
fuck you.
we should get back at him.
We should get back at him. Fuck him. If you're watching, you're Ryan.
I was about to make out with 2 chicks.
Oh shit.
Are we getting back at your boyfriend or what?
No, it's okay.
Sneeko, you fucked me up.
Yeah.
If you kiss him right now, your boyfriend will be mad jealous.
It's okay. It's okay.
She's a woman. She's not that easy. We just met. We're just having a conversation. You can't rush us into that. Okay.
I'm sensing tension.
No.
You're making the tension right
Yeah,
now. You're
yeah.
making this awkward for her. Why are you out here with your toes on the street?
You gotta roughen up the dogs. You gotta strengthen.
Please pan down to the toes.
No.
Please get the toes in the thumbnail.
That's free toes, by the way. Is the girl he cheated on you with hotter than you?
No.
How big was his dick? Be honest.
I'm
Don't do this.
I'm playing above. No.
Okay.
I have a boyfriend.
That's Okay. exactly
why. For real.
Your boyfriend cheated on you? Get the walk. Get the walk. That walk is some BBC. We're interviewing people about the new election. You know the UK BBC?
To be honest, no. I hope my grandma doesn't see this.
So you guys don't know what BBC is?
No.
What about Blacked? You know Blacked?
Sorry? Trump and Biden is over. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's going to start again, right? Earth flat.
No.
Why do you think it's round?
That's what I learned in school. I don't know.
You were programmed.
Yeah, I'm a sheep, if you want to call it. I'm kidding. I don't know. The Earth is round.
Check this out. At 8 inches per mile square, curvature calculations, you should be able to see curvature at 60,000 feet. Weather balloons double the height. What was your name?
I'm Jaden. Emma.
Jaden and Emma. These weather balloons double. I'm coked out a bit, so just these weather balloons double the height. They double. They go 120,000 feet. 100% on Jesus' name. And check this out. Because you think it's a ball, you're going to hell.
Okay.
You guys believe in hell?
No, I do not personally, no.
Why?
I'm not religious.
What happens when we die, Jaden?
I mean, are any of us dead yet? No. I don't know. I think that you just die, maybe a little bit of your soul reincarnate. Not like actually reincarnation, but...
Have you done bad things in your life?
Yes. Yeah, everyone has.
Will you ever be judged for those things?
I have been.
Oh, by God.
I don't believe in God.
And do you guys ever get anxious or depressed?
Yeah, I get anxious sometimes.
It's
You
because...
think that's my punishment?
No, it's not punishment. It's because you have the religion of the canine. You're agnostic. You don't care. You just care about sex and food.
Wait, are you believe?
I'm a pastor. So I'm trying to bring you guys to Jesus. What's it going to take?
I don't think, I'm not going to go to Jesus.
Jaden, I know you want to come with me.
I'm
Oh. Jaden, you're coming with me. Forget, what's your name? Emma. I feel like I can turn you. You can come to God.
I'm feeling he's calling my name right now.
What is your body count?
What is this? What are we talking for?
We're getting to the root of human nature. What is your body count, Emma?
2.
Bull dick. What's your body count?
2. Are you calling? Mine's 2 as well. Like I'm
2?
on my.
That's like
life.
impossible.
It's not impossible.
You're 2 as well?
Yeah.
Me too. You guys are killing me. Just 2 men your whole life.
Yeah. 2 of my boyfriends.
All right. And that one was Ryan.
Yes.
Ryan, you're a little bitch, Ryan. Did he take you away from God?
Ryan? No.
He definitely broke your spirit, though.
For a little bit, but I'm right back on now.
What did he do for a living?
Parents' money. He's a pussy. He just.
If I was a lady, how can I let someone who works at a restaurant hit it? You know what I mean? That doesn't make sense.
Because it's not about the money. It was who he was, past tense, not is.
Money doesn't matter to you guys.
No, it does. It does.
Okay, there we go.
But like, if I have enough money, it's not for.
If we told you Drake is in that car and he wants to smash, yeah, if he's in the Honda,
Okay.
right? Yeah, he's having a bad day.
Okay.
But if he wanted to smash, would you guys say no?
I'd say no. I'd say yes. Honestly.
I'd say no.
I think Drake is like big enough where that makes it work. Like yeah.
Right.
And he's not half bad.
She's more honest than you, Emma.
I personally.
You're a little liar over there.
No, I'm not a liar. Like
You're saying no to Drake.
Yes.
Nah, there's no way she's saying no to Drake.
If you.
I'm even pulling your leg. Of course I'd fuck Drake.
Of course?
Of
Okay, see, the truth comes out from the demons, okay?
I'm
You just
pulling
have to
your
dig.
leg.
Guys, remember, when Drake wants to smash, that's STD Central, right? You guys have never had anything. You don't want anything. Say no to Drake.
Okay.
And say yes to Jesus.
Okay.
Okay?
You're making a point.
Eric, come give her the kiss of life.
No.
You guys are coming to Christ today. Come here. Okay. Which one's getting baptized? Wait, let's get a thumbnail. You guys like pretend to be like, I'm Drake, and you guys are like my bitches. Like, molest me. For like a thumbnail. No, don't be afraid. I'm not suing you. I'm not canceling anyone. See, I didn't consent. I didn't consent to being touched.
No, you just did though. You did though.
We edit that part out and we sue these girls. What do you do for a living?
I'm a real estate agent.
Get the fuck out of here. You're a professional?
Wait, him too.
Well,
You know Reality Kings?
don't fall for that. What do you do besides COVID?
I work at a restaurant.
Okay, listen, here's what we're gonna do, okay? Arab, come here. Ladies, close your eyes and trust the Lord and Savior. Close your eyes, ladies. Trust me on this. Close your eyes, guys. Okay? I'm gonna do an exorcism. Give me your hands. Put one hand out. Both hands on me. Dear God, in Jesus' name, let these harlots be rid.
Yeah, so you had something that you want to say, please. Go
Okay,
ahead.
let me say
Let's let her-
one thing
Go ahead.
that I will debate your point on. You are right at most part, but there's a difference in my marriage. I respect him as the man in the leadership role. I have my role to play, but I'm also involved in his business. I never overstep him, and that's why this relationship will
It
work.
will never work because you're involved. You're involved. You're involved in his business.
I'm not involved.
You're involved in a hunter going for a bison, and you're like, hey, Huggy, I want to tag along. He will never feel masculine if he can't throw the spear in the bison.
You're wrong.
That's his career. You're throwing the spear for him. You're gonna get dry. He's gonna hate
I
you.
don't
It's
call it-
over. You're done. Give me the ring.
You're
It's
done.
over.
I don't call it shots.
In retrospect, she's providing value
Just quit.
towards
Leave
him, though.
work and it'll work out. Just quit work.
Why would I quit when I can help my man elevate himself? I'm not calling the
Your
shots.
gay way has a 70% failure rate. Come to my side. You have a 70% failure rate. That means how long you guys been together?
We've been together for 5 years.
You're willing to blow away 5 years just because you feel it's a little more special than the statistics that are telling you your life sucks? Your life's about to be destroyed. Quit the
Okay, so
job.
then let me ask
Keep
you-
the man. Quit the job and talk less. Go ahead. Not with me, with the man.
Can I just say this though? I think helping your man is not a bad thing.
Right.
But I think saying long term,
You work
could
for
be
him,
a
right?
hindrance.
You work for
I
him?
work for him.
You're his
Yeah.
employee. No, she said she does his work, Myron.
No,
yes, you
I
did.
said
She said she
Yes,
helps
she
with the
did.
business. She said
You
she
said
helps
you
with
have
the business.
financial access to everything.
I have financials, but I don't call
So you
the
neutered
shots.
your own husband. Financial access literally means security. You took his spear away from him, and you're expecting him to be masculine.
Okay, so
he's gonna be like,
question.
"This is a fucking turnoff."
If I have financial access, what? Just because I have an access to it doesn't mean that I can.
You're holding his balls. It's the biggest fucking turnoff.
He calls the shots. He pays for
Where does a
everything.
man get his value? His financial status.
That he has full control over.
But your hands are around his scrotum, and men hate their scrotum touch. Let go. Take
some
out the
men
password.
love their
Why
balls
do you
falling.
need that? Why do you have to be Hillary Clinton? Why do you need his fucking passwords?